Less is more. What's up, dude? Oh, dude. We've got a fucking banger today. I found some of the most bizarre shit. We'll probably wait until more people get in. There's a fucking Palestinian Gazan fitness social media influencer. This guy is claiming Gazans are starving and he's working out, lifting weights, and all this shit. It's hilarious. Like, oh my god. So, we're gonna be going through this guy's social media, and he's a fucking liar. This, fucking idiot saying, we're all starving.
When it comes
Genocide, we're starving. And then he's lifting weights. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I love how these people expose themselves.
All right, guys,
and they're just fucking idiots. Play Mafia Old Country, it's really good. Maybe. So far, the reviews have been pretty good. Need for Speed franchise sale. Apparently Unbound was stupid. Like, these... I don't understand making racing games that don't really work with a wheel.
Betrayal burns because it can only come from someone close. An enemy can't hurt you like a friend.
Who are you?
Sono Enzo. I work here.
I don't know.
My
There's...
friends, my family, my beautiful daughter.
Like, here's the thing. Some of these bad reviews worry me.
Sometimes
And I know everyone's an idiot. It used to be the case. Like, I started noticing this about 5 years ago, where if something got, like, a really good positive reception from users, it was, like, pretty much always good. But now, it's literally who the fuck knows. Games can get extremely good positive reviews from users, and, like, they're absolutely fucking terrible, like Black Myth Wukong. So everyone's just too stupid now to trust their fucking reviews.
We have learned that Shannon...
Greta Thunberg just now, she will be sailing to Gaza again to break the siege. Okay, so she's getting paid by the Chinese government to do that again. I guess, Did she go to school for anything? Like I'm assuming she's just an idiot with, like, no real education or skills or talent in anything. So this whole, activism thing is just a fucking grift. Have you played Gran Turismo in VR? Well, I don't have a PlayStation. And I don't know if I'd even bother playing that game. It's not great in terms of racing sims. And, dude, consoles are fucking stupid. Like, why would I play Gran Turismo in VR when I could play PC racing sims that have better, more accurate physics, better, like, wheel and peripheral support, better force feedback, better VR, like, better everything. Yeah, consoles are just fucking stupid.
And Sharp has just paid tens of millions of dollars for this.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy. Oh my.
Yep, it's the same thing with TV shows and especially movies, VG, like the Tom Holland Spider-Man trilogy.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not even making Spider-Man movies anymore. They're making Spider Retard. And everyone's just eating it up and, oh my god, it's so good, that retarded disabled kid who's fucking stupid and does dumb shit does this and then gets the bad guys. Yay! Like, you just don't need anything to impress anybody anymore. As long as there's, like, some stupid romance subplot, big fancy explosions, and like a bunch of dumb jokes, like everybody's happy. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Are we gonna watch the Al Jazeera panic after they lost journalists? ? Didn't hear about that story. If you can link me something about it, we can take a look.
Oh my god, thank you for the tip. Okay guys, I can't take the panties off and do it until we get to our next tip goal. Our next tip goal.
Dude, this is the chick that Shannon Sharp decided to, he paid this girl like 50 grand to have sex with her. Why in the fuck would Shannon Sharp pay 50 grand for this? Like, it's fucking insane. You could hang outside, like, I think she's 19 or something. Buddy, you could hang outside a college dorm in your nice car, being Shannon Sharp, and then girls will just get in the fucking car with you and want to suck your cock. Like, what is he doing? And this chick is ugly. Like, she is. Like, holy fuck. Not even mid. She's ugly. $50,000. And again, this is Shannon Sharp we're talking about. And he lost like 10 mil over this bitch. It's just unreal.
Take panties off. I can't take it and take panties off until we get to our next one.
Found some good rage bait.
Let me take a look.
Butter we're all familiar with.
Bill Gates, back company producing butter with no animals, no plants, and no oils made from carbon. Companies working with her. They're combining hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen to create fat molecules, then manipulate that to taste like butter. Why do this when we already have butter? Pretty sure that was explained in the video, stupid. It's more efficient and environmentally friendly and probably healthier. I've already seen this, like, whole thing. We were watching this, like, story yesterday. But, like, mother of God, our people are fucking dumb. You know, like, imagine, you know, like in Star Trek, The Next Generation, I think they had that even in the original Star Trek. They had the, like, fabricator machine. You know, like in Star Trek, they found out how to alter matter, break it down into energy, and then reform it into any other matter they want. So they could literally, like, press a button and then, like, magically make whatever food you want just from using any other type of matter. like that butter thing is kind of the same idea, where it's like, rather than going through this like retarded ordeal of like breeding animals, feeding them so that they grow to a certain size, getting them pregnant, then fucking milking them, and then taking the milk and like churning it into fucking butter, and like, rather than going through that whole ordeal, hey, why don't we use technology to just alter matter, and then like we've got the same thing and it's probably better. Like, these same dumb fucks could be transported into the future and then be shown, oh, look, we have the matter fabricator machine. You could literally make any food out of, like, bricks or something. And then they'd be like, why would you do that when you could just, like, murder an animal? Like, I fucking hate people. They're so stupid. Oh, yes. The arch dumbass. Destiny, but the drowning kids in Texas.
See here, the United Nations has reported that 68 African migrants have died and many others are missing following a shipwreck. Do you remember what I said yesterday about where things are going to shift to? Let's read the comments. I told you guys. Isn't it crazy that it took one day for that to happen?
What point is he even trying to make? Like, buddy, ever since Musk took over Twitter, we've been having this. So edgy people say things on the internet. And this is from the account Dixie Normus. What? Like, okay. Asmongold's an idiot. People vandalized India in W Place. That's good. Diarrhea. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Oh, and by the way, just to answer your question, VG, no, Greta Thunberg did not go to school. In fact, she admitted to avoiding your own education to protest against climate change.
Well, I guess that explains why she's grifting so hard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donate $2. Here's the post. Oh, here's the post about the thing again. All right.
We're sailing again to break the siege.
And this time, we're sailing with dozens of boats.
What the... They're getting paid. They're just all getting paid. They really should be investigated, like for treason or something. They're getting paid by some, like, you know, government entity or something. Like, we know the CCP is doing this. There have been some people who have been caught accepting money from the Qatari government. I know there was one group in Canada that was found to be taking money from Iran. They're getting money from some, like, nobody is going to bother doing this, even if you're like a dumb fuck retard activist. And there was another group of these fucktards who were doing, you know, that boat thing. They were, in fact, accepting money from that Chinese billionaire who has direct ties to the CCP. So they're just doing this for money. This isn't going to help a single fucking person in Gaza. They're just fucking retards.
With coordinated mobilizations from 44 countries around the world.
This will be the biggest international solidarity effort.
Oh, that dumb bitch. Yeah, she's an idiot. I've seen her on Pierce Morgan.
Ever since Israel implemented its horrific siege.
What's the deal with her voice? Is she trans? She doesn't look trans. She has a weirdly deep voice. It kind of sounds like she took steroids.
18 years ago.
The genocide against Palestinians in Gaza has been escalating for 22 months.
Yeah, buddy, I can see your house in the background. I don't take anybody seriously if their roof is made of fucking straw and cow dung. So... Go fuck yourself. What do you fucking know, dude? Is this the first time you've even come into contact with a fucking cell phone? Did you know what that was when you first saw it? Were you thinking, oh my god, black box talking to me. Are you God? Is this God? Please tell me how to make penis bigger. Can you make it rain, please? We need more cow dung. Fuck you.
Israel has dropped the equivalent of 8 atomic bombs on men, women.
Oh my god. This is so stupid.
But VG, I thought SJWS did not like the idea of the mere existence of money, so why are they doing it for money then?
Well, they're liars, and they do everything for money. They're probably more petty and greedy than the conservatives they criticize. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. So this fucking claim these people keep making, they've dropped the equivalent of 8 atomic bombs. That makes absolutely no sense. So you can, so like the standard way to, you know, measure the power of an explosive is in like pounds of TNT. So like an atomic bomb has something like the equivalent of several tons of TNT. So then you can extrapolate the same amount of energetic force to other bombs. So if you drop like 1,000 other bombs, that would equate to like 1 nuclear bomb, because in pounds of TNT, it's roughly equivalent. But you could literally do that with anything. Your car works by making small explosions. So I could say, Israel has so many cars on the road that it's equivalent to exploding 10 atomic bombs per year. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Who cares? Nobody gives a shit about, like, the total amount of energy used by a certain explosive. Like, it makes no sense. The reason atomic bombs are considered, like, such a huge taboo versus other explosives is because of, like, their other effects. So they don't just make a shockwave. They do make a shockwave, but the huge issue is that they fucking incinerate you. So it's like burning people alive. You can look at PSAs from the 1960s and the 70s and 80s when the Cold War was going on. They would instruct people to make sure that they cover their skin as much as possible, because if you're caught in an atomic blast, your skin is going to be burnt off. Like, so it's these things that are kind of iffy with the Geneva Convention. Using weapons that cause like undue suffering and torment are kind of a no-no for the Geneva Convention. Again, that's one of the reasons why there's such a huge taboo with nuclear weapons. So again, comparing like the conventional explosives that Israel has dropped in Gaza to nuclear bombs is just fucking retarded. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Like again, it's as unfair as saying like the amount of explosives that were dropped in Gaza would equate to like, I don't know, the amount of energy that was expended by the fucking furnaces in the Holocaust. It's like, no one's getting burnt alive. So, like, what are you fucking talking about, you know?
and children.
Hospitals, shelters, schools, and homes completely destroyed.
At least half of the hospitals in Gaza are fake. They're not real hospitals. They're just put there as kind of dummy traps so that Israel is disincentivized from attacking military targets. They're just built there strategically to protect military infrastructure and keep tunnel junctions safe.
Tens of thousands of unidentified victims.
And possibly hundreds of thousands more unidentified victims from the bombings, shootings, and starvation.
Yeah, we're going to get into that starvation soon. Yeah, despite these people starving, there's literally fitness channels, Palestinian fucking, like, people in Gaza who have fitness channels. Hey guys, update on the starvation situation. I can still do 50 push-ups and I'm working out 3 hours a day. But please send help, we're all starving, but check out the gains I'm making, bro. My arms are getting fucking ripped.
I'd have more respect for pro-Hamas tards if they were more straight up about their beliefs. Like, yeah, I hate Jews and believe they should fuck off back to Europe. And that's why I pity this Nazi population that started a war they have no chance of winning.
Dude, it's fucking gay. The only people who are saying this shit, like, they're just fucking pussies. It is just a fact that you're gonna have civilian casualties in warfare. That's any war. And again, like, case in point, look at all the civilian casualties in fucking Syria. And right now in Syria, they're actually trying to genocide the Druze population there. They're rounding them up, committing summary executions, and in some of the most disgusting ways too. They're throwing them off of rooftops and shit. What are these people doing? Right? Where's fucking Greta Thunberg? Blowing the whistle on the fucking genocide in Syria where they're trying to exterminate the fucking Jews and other, like, Christian minorities and shit. Nowhere. But then they freak out and start, rambling about bullshit about an actual legitimate military conflict. It's just stupid. So these people are just weaponizing this, like, sympathy horse shit where idiots don't understand that civilian casualties are just a fact of warfare. And they're doing it to promote fucking anti-Semitism. And again, if any of these people gave two fucking shits about anybody other than themselves, you would see them, speaking out against, like, the genocide in Syria. You would see them talking about Yemen. You would see them talking about, give me a break. These people were trying to defend Yahya Sinwar, the guy who killed more Palestinian civilians than any IDF soldier in existence. That guy slaughtered at least hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent Palestinians, and the guy liked to butcher people with a fucking machete. There's mass graves in fucking Gaza because of that guy. And they're defending this dude, and they were all mourning Yahya Sinwar's death and saying, like, oh, he was brave and resisting to the very end. They don't give two fucking shits. Like these are just the most disgusting fucking people in existence. I really wish, like, there were just more base motherfuckers who just ban these fucking pieces of shit off social media. Like we all know what they're doing. We all know the secret. It's just so blatantly obvious. Like, why the fuck doesn't Zuckerberg or something just kick these fuckers off the goddamn platform? Like, buddy, your last name is Zuckerberg. What are you doing? These people are literally saying they want to kill your race of people, and you own these platforms. Ban them. It's just nuts.
Never in history have so many journalists, UN workers, and health workers been killed.
And we simply cannot
buddy, the UN is one of the most disgusting, corrupt, fucked organizations in all of existence. For one thing, they literally work with Hamas, and they have Hamas operatives working in their organization. That was exposed. They've promoted anti-Semitism in both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. They were helping promote radical Islam and hatred against Israel, handing out fucking textbooks saying the Jews made up the Holocaust so that they could get sympathy and take over the world, and Hitler wasn't all that bad. The UN did that. And what's hilarious is these same people are saying the UN should bring in like UN forces as like UN peacekeeping forces to like make sure there's no genocide. UN peacekeepers are some of the most degenerate fucking scumbags on the planet. They're well known for raping women. They will literally steal people's like money, food. They'll withhold supplies in exchange for fucking sexual favors. I'm not saying Israeli soldiers have never done anything bad, but do you ever hear of Israeli soldiers doing that? And then they want to get in UN peacekeepers who are well fucking known for doing this shit. Raping women and like forcing them into situations where they have to commit sexual favors in exchange for like food and security and shit. Like fuck these people. Fucking hate them. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Negron, it's time to a breath on gargling the circumcised Nakafina buddy. That's your native tongue. Him speaking like Haim Gain. React to this. You botch more about Israel-Palestine than women overall.
So a all-white community.
An all-white community in the Ozark Hills in Arkansas. That is literally a requirement to join this community. You must be white. They said no black people, no Jewish people, no homosexuals or anyone a part of the LGBTQIA plus community. You must prove your European ancestry, and you must be Christian and not follow any non-European religion. If I'm being honest, my initial reaction upon hearing about this all-white community being built, praise be. Praise We have prayed for times like this. People have been begging for years for white people and J-Lo to go away and stop bothering us. But unfortunately, I know this community is very unserious and it's not going to last for a couple of reasons. Number one, the community is called Return to the Land. Having people prove European ancestry to join a community called Return to the Land on American soil? Be so fucking for real. I'm gonna hold your hand with a napkin in between when I say this. That's not your land to return to. If anything, you should be returning that land to Native Americans. They're talking about we're creating this community because we want to be able to control who our neighbors are. If y'all would have left the world the fuck alone and stopped Christopher Christina Columbus Lopezing everything, we wouldn't have this problem. Then they're talking about we want to be able.
I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, Crime Daddy Jenkins.
Is that true, VG? Are there really such a thing as dummy hospitals in Gaza? Do you have any proof of this?
Yeah. Ryan Macbeth made a video on this. We watched it last night. Gaza has about twice as many hospitals than like similar areas in the United States. So there are more hospitals like given the size of the area and the size of the population versus like, districts in Washington, D.C. Why do Americans need half the amount of hospitals, even though the area of land in these districts is bigger and they actually have they have a larger population? It doesn't, so like the only rational way to explain this is they're just making dummy hospitals. And this has been proven. They have terror tunnels under these hospitals. The IDF has done raids, and they showed you. They have underground fucking tunnels under these fucking hospitals that connect to one another. And they have, like, basically military installations, radio rooms. So they're just building hospitals that are not real. They don't need to be there, just so that the IDF is disincentivized from attacking their military infrastructure. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Could be wrong, but I don't think it's necessarily the Syrian government that is trying to genocide Druze. I was shown news clips that it is militias in Syria and that the Syrian government tries to stop it but can't, because they aren't competent.
I'm not so sure about that. So, judging based on what I've seen, they look like they're members of the Syrian government. The most charitable interpretation of this is there are, bad actors, who have gone rogue, and they're doing these executions, but, look, the leader of Syria right now, he's ex-Al-Qaeda. These same people tried to kill Druze before, and now they're like, oh, weird, all of a sudden they're doing it again. So I don't know, I don't buy it. It could be the case, but it looks like the most charitable interpretation of this is these probably are government forces. It's just that maybe they've gone rogue. But regardless, if these people care so much about, genocide, humanitarian concerns, why aren't they bringing up this issue? Why aren't they talking about military intervention in Syria to protect Druze and Christian minorities? Oh, it's because nobody there's Jewish. They can't blame Jews. Who fucking cares? It's just a bunch of brownies fucking over each other. So, they're just racist fucking pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
See, I told you, VG, these SJWs hate white people and want them gone.
Yes, you are right about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donating $2. Freaky bitch.
What the hell? What the hell?
Why did she eat fish jizz? What a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Stand by while this continues.
That's why the free people of the world are standing up and sailing forward.
Gay. This guy's fucking gay.
And we are calling upon
Oh, this guy's gay.
you to join this initiative.
The Global Sumud Flotilla.
A unified effort from coalitions,
gay
organizations, and everyday people from across the world who have shown unwavering solidarity.
No, people who are getting paid by the Chinese Communist government to do this. How much are you getting paid, dipshit? A few grand? Is that going to pay your rent for a few months?
The people of Palestine.
You have seen us trying to break the siege by sea, by land, and by air.
And you've seen us trying to break the media blockade.
And break big tech's algorithms on social media.
And expose complicity everywhere.
What are they, what the fuck are they talking about? TikTok is owned by the Chinese Communist Party. So, which is... It's debatable. I've talked about this before because of issues with botting and getting actual user data, but TikTok is probably the most popular social media platform right now. It at least is a competitor to YouTube, Instagram. They're claiming there's an issue with social media algorithms blocking pro-Palestine shit. What fucking world are you living in? Dude, everyone on fucking Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere are fucking talking about this shit. There's no blocking of anything on these social media platforms. And we know TikTok is openly promoting this shit. All of these big campaigns, All Eyes on Rafah, where did that originate from? Oh, TikTok, owned by the Chinese Communist Party, who are paying you motherfuckers to do this. I all know you're getting paid by foreign governments to do this fucking shit, to create political instability.
Violence is not an option. The people of Gaza need us to raise our collective voices.
To be inside.
Buddy, you're fucking bald. Nobody needs anything from you. Just stay indoors.
Solidarity, even when governments and institutions fail.
This is the greatest historical call of our generation.
And the people of the world.
Oh, look. Another guy who's stealing all of Gaza's food.
Will not fail to answer this call.
There is no way you would ever want this guy on a boat filled with, like, food and aid. He's gonna eat it all by the time they get there.
On August 31st, we are sailing from Spain with dozens of boats.
And dozens more will join on September 4th from Tunisia.
Yeah, so they're getting paid by that Chinese billionaire. I know exactly the guy who's doing this. The Chinese billionaire dude.
And other countries.
Sailing together to break the illegal siege of Gaza, demand an end
It's not illegal.
to the genocide.
And to finally open up a humanitarian...
What do they mean by illegal? What is illegal about it? There's no government in Gaza. Wait, they don't have a state. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
corridor.
And while we are at sea, we're calling on everyone to support this global movement.
To join the encampments and demonstration that will happen simultaneously.
Now is the moment to maximize pressure.
So we need you.
Follow the global...
I don't know why he's wearing a watermelon bandana. That's really weird.
Samud Flotilla page.
Share, engage.
Yeah, there's the straw cow dung roof.
Donate.
But most of all, register to participate.
Captains, crew, journalists, people with platforms, organizers, medical workers, and humans of the world.
On land or at sea, we are all...
Yeah, lady, like, aren't you Muslim? How about you just self-detonate and, I guess women don't get 72 virgins in heaven. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do women have to do to, like, get something in heaven? Maybe, like, date a guy who's gonna blow himself up? Do it together.
all together, and we need you.
Come to our launch events.
Mobilize in your own country.
Spread the word that the decisive moment.
Yeah, notice how all of them are just gay as fuck. Yeah, they're just fucking losers. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Something that the political establishment and propaganda media don't want you to know. Ukraine's President Zelensky has just banned yet another political opposition party, one that questioned his legitimacy as president and used...
Gee, I wonder if it has anything to do with them being Russian agents that are trying to undermine the fucking Ukrainian political system.
Ukraine's Department of Justice to mandate the seizure of this party's members' assets. Now, this is just the latest of Zelensky's actions to do this.
Like, by the way, the issue here would be whether or not they're Russian agents. Notice how she's leaving out that detail that these were not Russian agents, they were not getting money from Russia, they were just a legitimate political party. Yeah, funny how she's leaving that out. Fuck Tulsi Gabbard, dude.
Sort of thing. He began banning major political opposition parties.
He did not. He was taking out Russian spies, you idiot.
In 2022, when he also started banning TV channels that were associated with his political opponents.
He did not.
And he took over total control of Ukraine's largest television networks, now controlled by their government.
Yeah, so she's lying about literally everything.
Zelensky's presidential term ended on May 20th. He canceled elections in the name of martial law, suspending Ukraine's...
I don't know if the martial law thing is even accurate, but there's obviously huge issues with having elections right now. Not the least of which, like, a huge portion of the country's territory is occupied by Russia. How in the mother of a fuck would they be able to have legitimate elections when a huge portion of the fucking country is occupied. This is like if half the United States was invaded by China and half the country couldn't vote, and then like you were trying to push for elections. Like, why? It's stupid.
Constitution so that he could stay in power. Now, defenders of Zelensky will...
Right, and this is the woman who works for the fucking insurrectionist. Like, she cares about the democratic system.
Say, hey, Ukraine is in the middle of a war. They can't have elections. Just stop for a moment and think, if we accept that excuse or criteria for suspending the Constitution and canceling elections, then we should presume that leaders in our own country...
No! Because the United States isn't occupied! You fucking idiot! Is Iraq or Afghanistan or like any other fucking country, do they have military troops that are occupying like practically half the fucking country, you idiot? So if a huge portion of Ukraine can't vote, what is the point of having a fucking election? She is such a fucking liar. Oh my God.
And our own establishment media will also use this same excuse and rationale.
Come fight me. Come fight me, you fucking liar. I fucking hate you. Dude. I can't believe these people exist. China's so safe. Billionaire Jack Ma rides his bike in public with no security. This is China.
是马老师吗？马老师，越来越齐啊！晚上吹风还好的，谢谢，拜拜。
Well, Chinese people all look alike. I don't know why you'd even need security in China where nobody'd even be able to tell who you are. And secondly, like, this is normal. You can find plenty of videos with Jeff Bezos walking around like New York City and shit without security. You don't have security everywhere you fucking go if you're a billionaire. What is this?
Privilege isn't being white, bonehead. Privilege is living in government housing and calling people oppressors while they pay your fucking bills. Get it? I'm done pretending that any of this bullshit makes sense. You want to talk about privilege? You want to talk about real privilege? Real privilege is wearing $200 sneakers when you haven't worked a day in your life. Privilege is walking around with $300 Beats headphones while you're living on fucking food stamps, while you're on public assistance, and it's paid for by people who wake up and grind every day. Privilege is having the latest smartphone with unlimited data and having zero idea where the bill goes because somebody else is always picking up the tab. Privilege is being able to protest every little thing that offends you without worrying about calling in sick to work because you don't have a fucking job. Privilege is being able to cheat, lie, fail over and over again in life and still get bailed out while people who play by the rules get punished.
Yeah, I'd pretty much agree with that. Why are they pretending this is acceptable?
My name is Allie, I'm better known for unfortunately Gorlog, but she's still
okay, she's still Valley.
Yes.
And where are you from?
I'm from Arizona, but my family's from Sinaloa.
Okay.
Okay,
Sinaloa, that's where my family's from too.
Wasn't she on Ozempic or something? I think she might have gained weight. I don't know why these people don't get like a gastric bypass. Like if you can't even lose weight on Ozempic and shit. I don't know. People don't make any sense. They just do stupid shit.
And why do you want to join the Bop House?
I mean, come on, look at the material.
Oh, 360? Yes.
In all honesty, I just want to say that like I'm a perfect example of who gives a fuck what anybody has to say.
Period.
And like regardless of anything, like you're the energy you put out, and I mean, let's all be successful together.
Yeah.
What's kind of interesting is there's she's trans. I've noticed a lot of the
I love that.
a lot of the red pill kind of community, they seem to be pretty fine with trans people, and they've hung out with her a lot. And she was trying to lose weight and exercise, and a lot of these, like, you know, male self-improvement gurus and red pill channels, like, they're pretty all right with, like, at least with adults transitioning, and they're supporting her with her weight loss and you know, exercise. It's kind of funny. I don't know what you mean by how do they think this is acceptable, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hassan and Bad Empanada Doxson tried to ruin Willie Mac's wedding cause his fiancée is Jewish.
Oh my god.
Bad Empanada is a known doxer and harasser. If you go on his Twitter...
Wow. Alright, we'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, retard. That's yeah, these people are scum. Dodo donated $2. Sadly, Tash and Jack and Mophead as well would agree with Greta Thunberg and her team. They are distracting from animal rights by caring about fake genocide. That isn't happening. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure they just stopped posting about that crap. Oh wait, whoops. Do I have any other... Let me see. She has a Spanish account? No, she doesn't post on there. Her stories aren't... Like, I've looked on their, I don't know if this is an Instagram glitch. I think on the desktop, it's giving me weird problems. But ever since they posted that dumb shit, and I called them out for it, I haven't seen them post any pro-Palestine garbage. I think they're thoroughly embarrassed enough. Like, they're very thick-headed. I've kind of dealt with them before. About, like, you know, the COVID stuff. So even when you prove them wrong, they're just very thick-headed and they won't admit they're wrong. Yeah, okay, they don't have any new stories. So I think I embarrassed them enough where they realized they don't know what they're talking about and they should probably stay away from just mentioning this crap. So I think they're done, if I had to guess, with the whole, you know, Gaza genocide bullshit. I don't know why I think the USB port in my phone is fucked. So, like, I mean, that's good. I don't trust them, you know, because they're, like, stupid and shit, but at least they're not posting any more of this Gaza genocide crap. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
How much would China and Qatar have to pay you to get on a flotilla and shill for fat Gazans?
Well, there's no way I would ever accept, like, any amount of money to violate my own ethical principles. So if I were to accept money from them, I'd double cross them and fuck them over. So I would be like, oh yeah, like, genocide in Gaza, give me like $50,000. And then I'd just make post after post after post on the boat, like talking about how this is a scam, we're all getting paid by the Chinese Communist Party, I got the money in the bank right now. See, look at this, I just stole their fucking cash, Gazans are fat, fuck you. I would just fuck them over. Like, what is the guy gonna do, right? Like, if somebody gives you money and they're like some foreign fucking entity, they work for the Chinese Communist Party, they're not even like American or anything, like, he's not gonna be able to do anything once the fucking money's in your bank account. So I would just take the money and fuck him over. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Appreciate it. Oh.
Twerk to the first song. No ifs or ands, only buts. You are welcome everyone. Time to go be homeless.
Okay, I will do that in just a moment. Thank you for the big donation, Axel.
Huh? What? Pardon me? What was that? Come again? I didn't catch that, eh? 777,777 watermelon bandanas.
I didn't either. Thanks for the donation, butt plug.
To be fair, giving money to foreign governments is not a bad thing if it's for a good cause like saving pandas.
Well, that is true. Saving pandas is a good cause. I like pandas. It's too bad there's not, like, pandas just walking around here. Pretty dope. Pandas are cool. Like, they're supposed to eat meat because they're bears, but they just eat bamboo. It's fucking sick. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Cam, donate $2. Do you ever work out to music like this? I do listen to synthwave. I think there are some synthwave tracks in my YouTube music playlist. So let me see. Some of them got deleted from YouTube, I guess because people uploaded them without permission. But yeah. Yeah, I've got some synthwave tracks. Got Defiant Order, Parachute Ending. Some like dark synth cyberpunk industrial. That's very loud. So yeah, my workout music playlist is public, by the way, if you want to take a look at any of my tracks. This one's really good. I really like this. Yeah, this song reminds me of Highlander if it was... I don't know, it reminds me of Highlander for some reason. But like with a synthwave kind of tune to it. So yeah, I do have some synthwave sort of music that I listen to. Thanks for the donation, Cam. Are you excited for Battlefield 6? Have you seen Black Ops 7 trailer? I'm excited for Battlefield 6. I saw a teaser for Black Ops 7. Is there like an actual trailer for it now? But yeah, Battlefield 6 looks like it's going to wreck Call of Duty. Like it's just going to be a better game overall. There were more concurrent players during the beta than there ever were during all of Black Ops 6, so I think that's a good sign. Battlefield 6 is gonna be a way more popular game than Black Ops 7. And again, Black Ops 7, they spent so much money on Black Ops 6. I think the figure was something like $700 million. That game almost took $1 billion to make. So they're absolutely going to use the same engine and bones of Black Ops 6. It's not going to be a very different game, and they're probably going to still implement the same horseshit that, like, ruined Black Ops 6, like the skill-based matchmaking and shit. So, not particularly excited for Black Ops 7. Maybe the single-player campaign could be fun, but, like, the last few Call of Duty campaigns have been pretty meh. And again, they've ruined the multiplayer with skill-based matchmaking. If they had gotten rid of skill-based matchmaking, and there's absolutely skill-based damage in Black Ops 6, that ruined the fucking game. It's actually miserable to play. I never play that game on my own. The only time I ever have fun playing that game is like, you know, with a friend, and it's just weird. We can hate the game together and then we end up enjoying it because we can complain about it together. But yeah.
Here's your favorite homeless thoughts advice on how to be a fucking bum. I told her stop being homeless and got banned.
Some safety tips for if you might become houseless, and especially if you decide to travel. Number 1, understand the layers of intersectionality when it comes to houseless discrimination. Word goes around our communities a lot about places it's okay to be homeless, but that might only be if you're white or male or cisgender, for example, which is why it's so important to check in with other travelers in similar demographics, just for extra safety. For example, Portland, a place that's very well known by houseless travelers as a safe haven. And although I generally like Portland, and I can totally understand why,
like, again, I've discovered this fairly recently. The majority of homeless people want to be homeless. That's why it's so difficult to solve the homeless problem. Like, there are cities that are offering free housing, and it has done nothing to lower the homelessness population. Nothing. So the majority of people who are homeless want to be homeless. They choose to live that lifestyle. And then, like, maybe, I don't know, 10, 20% of them are just fucking crazy. So, and then, like, a small percentage, like maybe 5% or something, are not homeless by choice because, like, again, they're crazy, fucked up, you know, something like that. Well, I guess, yeah, like, I guess the crazy population, they're not necessarily homeless by choice. So that would be included in, like, the 20% figure. But yeah, there's some people who just had really bad luck, made bad choices, crazy, alcohol, drug abuse. There's some people like that that are not homeless by choice, but the majority are. They just want to live like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Bust Fat Wad in Homeless Pussy.
Spec King of Pandas, did you know VG that in zoos in China they show pandas porn to get them to mate?
Yeah, I know.
The world's giant panda population is endangered largely because the male
Yeah, a lot of them don't know how to have sex, and they're lazy, and they literally show them porn to, like, teach them how to fuck and get them horny. It's really weird.
Zhang Zhihe is the director of the Chengdu research base of...
The shortest maybe 30 seconds.
And so far, one method is being particularly effective. That's right, turn down the lights and turn up the TV. It's time for panda porn. Pandas can now enjoy the sights and sounds of panda lovemaking in the privacy of their own cage.
What a weird, weird animal. Just bizarre. Pandas are just inexplicably bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Leo and longevity claimed androgens above natural T levels cause liver and kidney damage, potentially even liver kidney cancer. He used Tarikum, Tudka and Udka to protect them. Are you taking them, VG?
Androgens above natural levels do not cause liver and kidney damage. They're like, again, this is so there's research on this, by the way. You can look at men who are on testosterone replacement therapy. Testosterone replacement therapy doesn't mean just replacing what is, like, considered a natural level. It involves symptom management. So if you have symptoms of low androgens, like low sex drive, erectile dysfunction, depression, stuff like that, you may need very, very high levels of exogenous androgens to fix that. And there are randomized trials where men go through testosterone replacement therapy where they get doses as high as 600 milligrams per week of testosterone, which is a very, very high dose. and they do not get liver and kidney damage. Now, if you're getting high blood pressure from taking that, and you don't, take blood pressure meds like telmisartan, or get blood drawn to get rid of excess blood volume and platelets, yeah, you could potentially damage your kidneys, but like that's only because you're being fucking stupid. So it doesn't necessarily lead to kidney damage, and it's absolutely not harmful for your liver. There's no evidence whatsoever exogenous testosterone is harmful for your liver. None whatsoever. And yeah, I am taking above what would be considered natural levels of testosterone. I've actually lowered my dose. I've noticed over the last 2 days, the glands under my nipples are a little inflamed. So I'm lowering the dose right now, and I'm taking an AI, and I'm just going to take the AI until the nipple inflammation goes down. Even after the first dose of the AI, my nipple inflammation's down already. So I went from 30 milligrams, I'm down to 20 milligrams. So I'm going to deal with the, inflamed glands first. Should only really take a few days, probably, or maybe a week or two. Then I'm just going to keep taking 20 milligrams per day and see how that goes. And if I feel like I need any more androgens, I might try again upping the amount of testosterone I'm taking. I might, or I'll just use Masteron. Masteron also helps protect. It's antagonistic to estrogen in some ways, and it can help prevent gynecomastia. So with the Masteron, I might be able to increase my testosterone dose. But again, I want to get blood work done. I might be, a weird hyper responder. 210 milligrams testosterone per week is considered a pretty low dose. So it's kind of weird that I would start having inflamed nipple glands from just that dose. So I might be some kind of hyper responder, and I might have really, really high testosterone right now, 3,000 nanograms per deciliter or some shit. So I might not need as much as a normal person. So I think the best thing to do would just be to stay at 20 milligrams per day. Get my testosterone checked, see where I'm at. If I'm around 1,500 to 2,000, which is what I was aiming for anyway, I'm probably just going to keep the testosterone dose there, and then add in Masteron if I want any more anabolic response. I don't have access to Primobolan. The source that I'm getting it from, they're out, and I don't know if they're really going to be able to be a reliable source. So I don't have much choices when it comes to something that I can use as an AI like Primo. The EQ that they're selling, I wouldn't be able to do daily injections. They're selling it in those glass vials. So yeah, I probably just don't need as high of a testosterone dose. I don't it also could be the case that everyone's different, right? I might be converting more testosterone into estrogen than a normal person. I'm not sure though. When I got my testosterone checked, my estrogen levels were normal. So I don't think I'm necessarily converting at a higher rate. And this is also temporary. Some people, when they first go on, they end up getting inflamed glands, but then it goes away. So it's all this is why so many people end up getting fucked with steroids. It's because they think oh, these drugs work the same way in everyone, and I'm just going to go on 500 milligrams per week, just like all these people online keep telling me, and then they end up getting all these side effects and they don't know how to handle it. So start at a low dose, go slow, check your blood levels, see what side effects you have. If everything's good, then escalate a little bit, see how it goes. So it's not bad. Like, if I had, even assuming, like, the glands are just inflamed right now. I'll show you guys my nipples. Even if the glands were, like, the glands are just inflamed now, but even if, like, I don't know, my nipples stayed looking like this, I wouldn't care. It's not bad. Like, you can't even tell. So, like, see what I mean? It's, so, like, maybe a little puffy, but they look normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary there. So, you know, you can't see anything. So, it's all good. I'm not really worried about it. So, I'm just lowering the dose right now. And, the AI I'm on should lower the inflammation. And the inflammation's already down. Yeah, you can't tell. Like, and who knows, I might be crazy. Like, that's another aspect of it, too, because, like, I know I'm on drugs. So, when you know you're on drugs, you could kind of be imagining things. Maybe my nipples already looked like that. I don't know. It's not... But, the sensitivity is already down. I was noticing, especially in the right nipple, it was a little more sensitive, but, like, literally after the first dose of the AI, it feels like almost normal. And, they're looking less inflamed, at least to my eye, compared to the morning. But yeah, that's a lesson for you all. Don't go on 500 milligrams of testosterone the first time you do a cycle. It's a really fucking bad idea. I started with only 210 milligrams for the entire week, and I was doing daily injections, 30 milligrams a day. And there you go. I was getting estrogen-like side effects. So start at a low dose. And I did start at a fairly low dose. Like, you probably want to start at like 20 milligrams per day, just to be really safe. So don't believe these fucking idiots online who tell you, oh, that's a baby dose. Don't you want to make gains? Start at 500. Like, you know, 200 milligrams won't do anything for you. Start at the lower dose. You can always take more steroids later. You want to make sure you don't get side effects. So, you know, I think I made the right decision. Haven't had any bad side effects so far. The little bit of inflammation in the gland is easy to deal with, and it's probably just going to go away in a few days anyway. So, yeah. Again, anybody considering taking steroids, do not start with high doses. Really fucking stupid. And again, from my own experience, I've realized just how fucking stupid that is. Really fucking dumb idea. I'm just gonna go take a piss and then I'll do the twerk. Alright, let's do this fucking twerk session. Ugh.
Fuck it, you can even be rich. Just don't be a bitch, just go very good. Very good. Very good. Say what? Go very good. So yummy in your tummy. Have fun dropping dead for your protein. Don't be a bitch, just go vegan. Would you say I couldn't hear over your constant interrupting? If you were listening, I was simply telling you to not be a bitch. Just go vegan. So yummy in your tummy. Have fun dropping dead for your protein. Don't be a bitch, just go vegan. You don't need to eat flesh. You don't need to ride anyone to get around. Don't be a lazy bitch and just go vegan.
Alright. There you go. Wish I could bring my camera slightly at a different angle, but let's do a quick physique update. So I weighed in at 205 today. Slightly lighter. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, streams are pretty gay today. Ugh. Steroids don't make your dick shrink. They actually, if anything, make your dick larger. I've been getting bigger, harder erections since taking testosterone about a week ago. And I haven't noticed any testicular shrinkage. And again, that some people do not get shut down, or at least not a significant amount of shutdown from taking exogenous androgens. That may be part of the reason why I'm getting like inflamed glands under my nipples from taking such a low dose. So who knows? But I'm lowering the dose, taking an AI to get rid of the inflammation. Both. They can actually make your penis enlarge, and it increases blood flow. Dodo Donatillers, is Destiny on Discord. Can you tell him about your delusional take on homelessness, how you think majority of homeless people want to be homeless with no stats or studies? It's just your opinion. Go tell Destiny so we can get a debate in. It's not a topic I really care about, dude. Like, yeah, there's no stats, but like I've seen enough where it's like, yeah, most of them just want to be homeless. If not, like, they're all fucking crazy and beyond help. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maybe they should show porn to SJW woman to get them to stop hating men.
I don't know if that would help. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Did steroids give you dementia? Or make you ramble for extra long periods of time? I thought it was bad enough already. Someone will ask you one simple question and then you waste literally 10 to 15 minutes saying the same thing and speaking slowly. Wake up.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Thanks for the twerk. Make sure to check out the rest of the album on your free time. I'll do that. Thanks again, Axel. How long did it take you to get off antidepressants, and how were the withdrawals? So, I was on antidepressants up until, I think, like March or April of last year. So I had that mushroom trip that cured my depression, and I think a week or two after, I just went off the antidepressants cold turkey. I had absolutely zero withdrawal symptoms. I was on a particular antidepressant. I think it was an NDRI. It was a while ago. This was like, I think 3 or 4 years ago now. Going off of that one, I did get withdrawal symptoms. What happened first was I felt really, really fucking good for about 12 hours. Like, weird. It felt like I took some sort of, like, happy drug. And then after that, I would get a, like, vertigo dizzy sensation whenever I'd move my eyes around. So if I was, like, looking straight and then without moving my head, I'd look left or right, I'd get this weird, like, sense of dizziness. That lasted for about a week and then it went away. But other than that, I've been off and on a variety of antidepressants, and other than that one, I've never had any withdrawal symptoms.
I can't believe you got on test. You lost your natty card and I've lost my respect for you. It makes no sense, you look awesome the way you are. Now you fucked it all up. Dumbass.
Well, I don't live my life for other people, so I thought steroids were going to be the best decision for me. So far, I've really been enjoying it. It's only been a week, but I feel like I look better. I definitely feel better, have more energy. I'm going to be making more gains. Injury risk is probably going to be lower, especially with the growth hormone combined. So, I don't care. Everyone is on steroids, like, by the way. Like, not everyone, but, buddy, the amount of people who are on steroids, like, nobody fucking cares. People just take them, dude. It just is what it is. Thanks for the donation, though, Biden.
Can you make a tutorial video on how to get high school age, Chinese, vegan, virgin girls? Can you do it in an Australian accent too? Are you even capable of that? I don't think so. No cute Chinese vegan high school girls are messaging your nigger ass.
Good. I don't want to date high school girls. That's kind of creepy and weird. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Richard, please stop doing drugs. We don't want to lose you. We love you.
Well, sooner or later, we all die, dude. Happens to everybody, so I'm pretty sure I'm not going to die anytime soon. But, you know, it's going to happen eventually. We live long enough. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donations, if you were in this room and you saw the guy next to you get shot, what would you do? Are you going to try to overpower them, or what's your best bet? Can you do that gun flip around move that the Detroit Urban Defense guy does? Leaked Syrian security forces murdering a doctor. Yeah, so these are definitely people working for the Syrian government, without a doubt. I can't watch this video on stream, but well, you're probably fucked. There's like 5 fucking armed people there. If they were gonna kill me anyway, like, I'd obviously fight back. You have better chances fighting back than just letting them kill you, but yeah, that's fucked, dude. I am so glad I do not live in Syria. Holy shit. But yeah, they'd probably kill me. There's 5 of them, and they have machine guns. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Little anecdote: I am on dutasteride only, natural, no steroids, no test. I swear to God I got gyno and high libido side effect. Dutasteride can raise natural T levels by up to 25% permanently. That small increase made me bricked up since 2 years 24/7 plus gyno frown.
It may not be... So, DHT is protective against gynecomastia. So, these other androgens, they do protect against gyno, so you may... I don't know if you got your blood tested to actually make sure, but you may not have gotten an increase in testosterone. It may have actually reduced your DHT to a point where the balance of androgens were in such a way that it promoted breast tissue growth. Dutasteride is an extremely, extremely potent DHT blocker. Like, it nukes your fucking DHT. So you may have just basically nuked all the DHT in your body, and then that triggered gyno. And you may not have had an increase in testosterone. It kind of depends, but yeah. Drugs are weird, man. They do strange things. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
Battlefield community shitting all over this COD streamer saying they are aimbotting. Do you think they are?
Force era. That was so long ago. Oh my god, what the fuck? That was nuts! Wow.
That was an aimbot. That was an aimbot. So watch this. Turns, shoots at the rock, and it lines up perfectly with the guy there. That was an aimbot, for sure. Let me see how he snapped onto the one dude.
What the fuck? That was nuts!
That might have... But yeah, lines up perfectly, and he shoots at a rock? What are the chances? And he flipped around so quickly, and it was perfectly on the guy. That was an aimbot.
Wow,
100%.
I flicked straight at that guy through the wall. Oopsie. How are you getting 240 FPS? Good computer.
That also looks like an aimbot. Yeah, that also looks like an aimbot. I don't know, like, I don't know if some of these people are playing on console, because, like, consoles can have auto-aim. But that one was guaranteed an aimbot, for sure.
How much of this game have you played, though? Hey, teammate. Whoa!
Did he shoot through the wall? Wait. Was there a guy there?
Whoa!
That also looks like botting.
So I just got a free Abyssal Dagger.
That's so insane.
That one probably isn't.
Oh my.
As good as gas.
That one might not be.
Oh my god, I'm crying. What the fuck?
If you don't do the dishes, you don't have anything to eat off of.
True.
So nothing. I'm telling you.
Doesn't
okay,
look
so you
like
had
that was
2,000
botting.
viewers and you're calling me famous.
I think that's likely botting.
No way! I just lost a nutty clip to Bloom. Three TS, what the fish?
It's crazy what having good FPS can do for you. If everyone's still doubting me, cope, seethe.
Oh my
Buddy,
god, he did follow me in Delta Force.
That one clip was inexplicable. Inexplicable. He was shooting at the one dude, did a super fast 180, shot at the fucking rock, and it was perfectly in line with the guy that he was intending to aim at, who was behind the rock. That is kind of unexplainable. Thanks for the donation though, retard. But yeah, that I'm pretty sure that guy is botting.
1 minute he says you wouldn't know that because you probably don't read. I really don't like this guy at all. What piece of shit.
Nick, I want to ask you a question in terms of how are you I think that you are a but to make money, no, Eisenhower does not believe that the Holocaust did not happen.
Well, Eisenhower had concentration camps himself. You probably don't know that because you don't even read any books.
But I mean, they were camps for Japanese people, but they weren't systematically.
I'm talking about camps in Germany.
My point is.
What? Oh, so he's talking about POW camps? Yeah, no shit. Would Nick have preferred them to just mass execute any German prisoners of war? Yeah, POW camps are normal. That's what happens. He's comparing that to fucking rounding up Jews and putting them into fucking ovens?
Do you believe that you...
Okay, buddy, if this guy ever fucking tries to, like, gaslight you into saying he's not a Holocaust denier, like, he just blew it.
You are effective, or do you do this to gain attention and to make money?
Let me reply to that, because a lot of people accuse me of that. It's a pretty curious way for a person like me to make money by getting myself banned from the banking system. I can't have a personal checking account. I can't have credit card processing on my website.
You didn't know...
Yeah, because you're a cocksucker. Everybody hates you. Fuck yourself. What a dipshit. He's a liar. Like, we all know he's a liar.
Simple yes or no answer. Hitler, good guy, bad guy?
That's a top. Well, there are no good and bad guys. They're just people.
But that's not true, dude.
It is true.
I mean, so if you had to check one box...
Well, again, he's lying. Why has he said, like, Jews are evil? Why has he claimed, like, oh, there's this evil pedophile cult? So that's bullshit. He talks about people being evil all the time. Again, more gaslighting manipulation from this dipshit.
I'm going to say I'm neutral on that. I'm abstaining from that
There's no neutral.
You're saying that Hitler was not a bad guy?
I think that, it's
But then you're
war.
questioning why people may not want you talking? I'm giving you a platform.
Look, if we're going to say Hitler bad, then I'm going to say Churchill bad, and I'm going to say Roosevelt bad, and I'm going to say they're all bad. But if we look at...
Yeah, well, he blew it. Yeah, he can't deny he's not a Nazi anymore and is not a Holocaust denier. We all know. Thanks for the donation, retard. Or not retard, big D's. Just random vids are only $2. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that big chonko. Oh, what a nice cuddly lizard. Oh, look at his big tongue. Oh, I love big cuddly chonky lizards. Oh, he's so chonky and cuddly. Oh, I'd love to cuddle with a big lizard like that. Oh, that is so nice. Go find a Muslim scholar and try to piss him off, lol. Is this that big fat dude who tries to intimidate everybody who's smaller than him?
Because I called my dog Muhammad once, and he gave me like a wink.
What is this? What'd you say? Are you serious? I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Dude, I'd fuck that guy up.
I didn't know.
Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking pussy. I'd fuck that dude up. I know who he is. That guy's a bitch. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten arrested yet. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, Rhea Ripley. Dude, I love her ass. Oh my god, if she was vegan, oh, I would munch on that fucking rear end. Dude, I'm jealous. Yeah, Rhea Ripley's hot. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. That might have been staged, but I've seen that guy be aggressive with other people. Dodo donate $2. Destiny will definitely disagree with you. Lots of people simply get priced out of their neighborhoods and stuff. Also, I know you said you don't care that much, but if you hold this belief, it will have a domino effect with other things you believe. I think it's mistaken. Well, you can get priced out of your apartment, but again, you can get roommates and shit. Like, if you're getting priced out of your apartment, presumably other people are, and then, like, again, you can just get a roommate if or more roommates if, like, rent becomes ridiculous, or you can just find a lower, like a less expensive apartment generally. So, like, that doesn't explain the huge rate of homelessness. At least not that alone. And I know you said you don't care that much, but if you hold that belief, it will still have a domino effect with other things you believe. I think it's mistaken. Like, I could be wrong, but I don't think that alone could really explain the rate of homelessness. I think a lot of people are either choosing to be homeless. I've seen so many interviews where homeless people are like, yeah, I want to live this way. I could, like, move in with my parents and get a job and, like, get back into, you know, the normal world. But I've seen so many of them say that. I'm sure a lot of it has to do with mental illness, drug abuse. Sure. But if we're, like, even if we're being generous, there's probably a huge amount of homeless people still, like 20, 30%, who choose to be homeless, and then the rest are, like, crazy. So either drug abuse issues, mental health issues, and again, I don't know what you could really do to help these people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
If you had to guess, what do you think the core motivation is at the heart of Nick Fuentes? I watched his interview with Sam Hyde and he's so manipulative and dishonest, but he is charismatic and intelligent. He knows he's lying.
I don't know if I'd call him charismatic, and I definitely wouldn't call him intelligent. He is certainly a fucking liar. I know that. There's just a lot of, you know, retarded dumb fucks who will listen to what he says just because, like, you can find anything someone says, no matter how stupid, you'll find a group of people who will agree with you. And there's an inordinate amount of white supremacists, anti-Semites, and shit who are going to agree with Nick. Thanks for the donation, though, Carrot. Soulchild donated $2. Women who are radical feminists or hate men are unironically the best partners you could ever ask for and will love you with the intensity of 1,000 suns if you just treat them right. My wife was one of those before I met her, and now she would do anything for me. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Vegan Gain's a little bit angry but not insane. When he speaks shit your mouth and listen cause his level for stupidity is non-existent. You soft as a tissue, you don't want an issue, his restraint is gonna be very brief. You don't want no beef.
That's a beautiful poem. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
How would those Syrian soldiers kill you if they have machine guns and there's 5 of them? According to you, guns don't kill people. People kill people. But you're a big strong boy. You can't handle some 5-foot skinny Syrians? I thought guns don't kill people.
Yeah, well, you're a retard, so thanks for the donation, dumbass.
If had a giant hammer I would bash the fuck out of Nick Fuentes.
Well, can't say I'd have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So that she will show more of her skin to you. Now, this is on time and Shannon was like 56. She ended up filing a lawsuit in the beginning of this year against Shannon for $50 million. What was she claiming? She was alleging that when Shannon was at her gym, he was harassing her for her phone number. So this NFL Hall of Fame player is harassing her for her digits, but she gave it to him. Then this girl, Gabby, says, oh, well, Shannon Sharp was harassing me for him to go over to his house. He wanted me to go over there. And then, of course, she went. And not only did she go the first time, but she kept going back. She kept going back. Now, what did she say? She says during this time when she was going over to Shannon's house, Shannon was abusing her. This is what she put in her complaint, all of these allegations of abuse. But she would claim that all this abuse was occurring, and then...
Did you see Frank deleted his latest video we reacted to, and uploaded a new stream and short?
Why would he do that? That's weird. I don't know why he'd delete that one. "4 hours ago, malpractice awareness."
The street down there, but if there's not, I'm not gonna put like advertising material. I don't think that.
So he's like handing out flyers again and barely talking to anybody. And apparently there's another upcoming one. And that's scheduled... Wait. Yeah, this was scheduled for today at 2:35 p.m. And it's it's past 2:35 p.m. So I don't know if he made an oopsie. And we've already seen that short he uploaded. Okay. Well, that's Frank. He's not very bright. Thanks for the donation,
Twitter account.
Then she would send Shannon Sharp texts like this. You can see Gabby here send Shannon a text saying, hey, I want to be abused, daddy. So she's asking for the same abuse that she's alleging that Shannon Sharp did to her. She was complaining in her lawsuit that Shannon Sharp was a monster, that Shannon would tie her up. But then what would this same girl tell Shannon in text messages? She wants to sue Shannon for $50 million for tying her up. And then she sends Shannon a text saying, I want you to tie me up like this and abuse me, daddy. This girl Gabby was complaining that Shannon would record her having intimate relations with him. But then in her own lawsuit, she admits to having sex with Shannon on FaceTime in front of Shannon's childhood friends like Bucket. Imagine the audacity of her suing Shannon for $50 million for recording them having sex together when both of them know that he's on FaceTime with his friends Bucket saying, hey, look at her, Bucket. I got a good one, don't I? This girl is absolutely ridiculous. But guess what? This girl is laughing at Shannon all the way to the bank. She didn't need to study, didn't need to go to college, didn't need to sacrifice, and now she has generational wealth. More money than probably you and I will ever see in our lifetimes. So let me ask you, was this the whole plan?
Oh yeah, it was the whole plan from the beginning. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Today I'm proud to announce that I will be proposing Zoran's Law, a law that will keep the rich out of the New York's affordable housing. Zoran Mamdani, you say, freeze the rent, but for who? Rich people like you, hardworking, working class New Yorkers are being pushed from their neighborhoods to build affordable housing. No, it's an interesting campaign strategy.
Rent-stabilized units, when they're vacant, should only be rented to people who need affordable housing, not people like Zoran Mandami. You don't need to be renting rent-stabilized units to wealthy people. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're abusing the system. I'm going to propose not rent that apartment by law, except to a person who actually needs affordable housing. And I'm going to call it Zoran's Law because it's an abuse of the system. Rent-stabilized units.
Yep. Well, hopefully that campaign strategy works. New Yorkers are just fucking stupid. Have a bad feeling Zoran's probably going to win, and again, everyone's just going to be pissed at him because he's going to be a completely incompetent fucking moron, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, retard. Sverge posted a new What I Eat in the Day on the Goatus channel.
Alright, good morning, animals. That's I'll show you. It's hiding. There's some foods.
Kids, it's not a real video.
And from the beginning, was it extortion? Well, she certainly got paid. Just look at what she wrote. Here is what Gabby wrote regarding the settlement. She says, today, I have decided to retire from OnlyFans. Thank you for the incredible support you've shown me over the past few years. This community has given me a life I could have never imagined. Yeah, Shannon Sharp gave you a life you would never imagined. But let's keep going. I'll still be active on...
You should take up boxing classes. Just learn the basics, maybe get into some influencer boxing matches and get more money.
I don't know. So first of all, are there any influencer boxing things anymore? And two, I'm not sure if they'd let me box since I'm on steroids. I don't know if they do drug testing or care about that sort of thing. So I'm not sure. Maybe. Like, I'd like to do boxing, you know, just to develop the skill. Knowing how bad head injuries are and like getting hit in the head is, I don't know if I'd want to compete in boxing, even at that like very, very amateur level. Getting hit in the head is really fucking bad for you. But thanks for the donation, Greek Uber driver. I'd be down for like judo, jiu-jitsu, something like that, wrestling, but I don't know if I'd want to do any actual boxing competitions just because of how bad head injuries are.
Social media and have several new projects in the works that I can't wait to share. I'm truly excited for this next chapter. I love you all forever and ever. Oh man, this is so sad. Shannon Sharpe is out here retiring OnlyFans models. And here is Gabby's attorney, Big Tony Busby, confirming the settlement of the lawsuit. What does Tony say? He says on April 20th of 2025, the Busby law firm filed a complaint in Nevada, making several allegations against the one and only Hall of Famer Shannon Sharpe on behalf of our client Gabby. Both sides acknowledge a long-term consensual and tumultuous relationship. After protracted and respectful negotiations, I am pleased to announce that we have reached a mutually agreed upon resolution. All matters have now been addressed satisfactorily and the matter is closed. The lawsuit will thus be dismissed with prejudice. And dismissed with prejudice just means that Gabby is not allowed to refile this ever again. She can make no further claim. By Shannon Sharpe paying her all of this money, her lips are permanently sealed. Now, the question is, how much money did Shannon Sharpe pay Gabby Zuniga? Well, I'm going to tell you my best professional educated guess on that amount. But first, we need to ask, why did he settle it all? When Gabby first filed this $50 million complaint, so many people took to social media to say, hey, Shannon Sharpe should not settle, shouldn't offer this girl a dime. They said by settling the case, he would be acknowledging that he's guilty of these allegations. They said that his reputation was worth fighting for and he should go to the ends of the earth to contest this case. Now, I've made a few videos on this topic and I have said in each and every one of those videos that this case will be settled. It will never see the first day of trial.
I never said I had any injuries. I was talking about trauma to the head being bad for you.
I have practiced over 20 years and negotiated countless times, and I know the whole playbook. This case was never about Shannon Sharpe's guilt or innocence. Remember, this Gabby, she never went to the police. She never filed any type of police report. She never tried to get Shannon arrested for any of this alleged abuse that she's complaining about in this $50 million lawsuit. This entire situation was only about one thing. It was about the dollar. Now you may say, well, Lead, if this case was about money, why did Shannon offer to pay this girl millions of dollars? Shouldn't he have fought this case to protect his reputation? The answer is no. When Shannon's attorney let it slip that Shannon had offered this girl Gabby over $10 million, he didn't offer to settle this case in any type of guilt or innocence framework. If I'm going to be honest, in a very real way, Shannon settled this case for you. You say, for me? Well, what do you mean by that, Lee? Listen, the only reason Shannon makes any money at all is because of you and how you feel about him, how you judge him, what light you see him in. The only reason that Shannon makes any money is because you exist and you have money, and so companies want to get in front of you. These companies feel like you hold Shannon Sharpe in a certain esteem and you watch Shannon Sharpe, so they want to use Shannon Sharpe to get in front of you. When Shannon Sharpe teamed up with Cat Williams on that famous episode of his podcast, a lot of people were trying to figure out how much money did he make. Well, Shannon was being coy about the situation, saying, hey, I made however much you think I made. But Gabby let it slip that Shannon said to her, this is her allegation, that he made $6 million on that one episode alone. Now, how did he make that $6 million? It's because companies paid YouTube to have their ads on that episode, and then YouTube split the money that they got from the companies with Shannon. So Shannon got a lot of money by chopping up this ad revenue from companies that sent the money to YouTube. YouTube says, Shannon, we got all of this money. We are going to keep 45%. We're going to give you 55%. And again, that's money that YouTube received from companies to get in front of Shannon Sharpe's audience. Who is Shannon Sharpe's audience? It's you. Now, in addition to that, Shannon may have had some sponsorships, some brand deals from who? From companies. Who wanted to get in front of who? They wanted to get in front of you. So it's so important for Shannon that you see him in a good light, because if you don't, then companies will not want to pay him to get in front of you. You're not going to watch him if you don't like him. Take Joe Rogan for a second. A lot of people like Joe Rogan, and Spotify gave Joe $100 million to get in front of Joe Rogan. That Shannon liked to engage in all this race play in his relationships. Shannon likes to have all these...
Yeah, race play is great. I love being called the N-word. That's so fucking hot.
White women say, hey, I want you to put a big black baby in me. We all know Shannon's from the deep south and he's older. He's from the generation where a lot of black people didn't have a lot of money and they were using the bathrooms in outhouses. Shannon didn't have indoor plumbing until he was in high school or college.
I don't have a bad hamstring. I do have a fucked up adductor. Again, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to go on growth hormone. It's already getting better, and that's after like a week. So You know, I'm probably gonna get back into jiu-jitsu or judo or wrestling once the adductor gets better, because right now it's probably not a good idea to do it, but it is getting better.
Apparently, Shannon's upbringing in those times have influenced how he is today, and he likes to engage in race play, have these racial themes throughout his relationships. Maybe some of Shannon's audience would look at him like, man, I can't rock with that. They may say, you're a sick man. If people are offended and they stop watching him, then his audience shrinks. And if your audience shrinks, now companies are not going to want to pay you the same. Maybe ask ourselves, how much money did this girl Gabby receive? If we look again at Tony's announcement of the settlement, of course, there are no numbers that are shown. Almost always in these settlements, the terms of the agreement are confidential. You remember when Puffy settled with Cassie? No one knew how much Cassie received until Cassie had to testify on the stand and disclose that she actually got $30 million. So the question is, how much did Gabby receive? Well, I will tell you that in my personal educated opinion, I believe that Gabby got $33 million. Now you say, well, Lee, how did you come up with that number? Well, let me tell you. We have to remember that Gabby hired an attorney. She hired Big Tony. I promise you that Tony does not work for free. We lawyers, we attorneys, we charge on cases like this on a contingency basis. That means that we only make money if you win the case, but we are going to take a percentage. Now, how much?
I thought black people found the N-word to be extremely racist. How could you love to be called it?
'Cause it's hot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is the percentage. Usually it's 30% if we can get the case resolved, if we can get it settled before we have to file a lawsuit. But if we have to file a lawsuit, then our percentage bumps up to 40. Now, there are no hard and fast rules. This is just in general what attorneys charge. So we know that Tony filed the lawsuit. So let's say that he's going to get 40%. If Gabby's total compensation is $33 million, then Tony's 40% is $13.3 million. How much does that leave Gabby? It leaves her with $20 million. That's right. The girl that you see on the screen has gotten a wire transfer for $20 million in my opinion. You know, ask yourself, is she worth it?
Oh boy. Wow. Just crazy. Dude, if I knew I could get 20 million, like, it's no wonder women do this, right? Like, no wonder. If you're a selfish fucking bitch with no ethics and you know you can get away with it, like, it's no wonder women do this. 20 million, like, yeah, if you have no morals, why not?
You know, I will stop for a second to point out that it's commonplace nowadays on social media to have this kind of gender war, this men against women. A lot of men are asking women, well, hey, you know, what are you actually bringing to the table? A lot of men.
Hey, what do you think about buying and wearing sneakers with leather parts, or for example jeans with small leather patches? Would you avoid? Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter. You're supporting, you know, animal abuse, and I don't buy anything with even small amounts of leather. Thanks for the donation though, Axel.
Men think women's standards are too high. These women say, I am the table. Don't take me out to the Cheesecake Factory. Take me to fine dining. Take me on trips first class. Buy me these $50,000 Birkin bags. The men are saying, well, why would I do that? You're not worth it. And the women say, yes, I am. And they point to this. These women say, you're crazy if you think that I'm not on par with Gabby. I'm a 10. If Gabby got $20 million, why can't I? These women look around and see these cases where men are paying so much money to, let's be honest, kind of average looking women. They say, well, why would I expect less if people like Gabby can get tens of millions of dollars? You can't take me to fine dining? If she's worth 20 million, I at least have to be worth 15 million, right? And if we're honest, it is a fact that this girl got millions and millions of dollars. So who's right in this situation? You know, let me ask you, how much would you pay Gabby? We saw that she was charging $25,000 per cheek. Is it worth it? These are really interesting times we are living in. Now, let's do this as final question. I think that Gabby asked for $33 million so she could break Tony off 13 and keep 20. We know that Cassie got 30 million. The question is, how do you view Cassie getting 30 million while Gabby gets 20? Whose situation do you think is better? We know that Cassie had to endure 10 years of abuse, if we can be honest, from Puffy, but she got 30. Gabby, let's say, only gets 20, but she only had to date Shannon for 2 years. So Gabby gets $20 million, but she saves 8 years of her youth. We know for Cassie to get to 30, she was getting beat on. We saw the hotel video. We saw the video.
Yeah, she got a good deal, dude.
VG, I was fucking this black chick and she told me to call her a nigger and I did, and she squirted. You niggas are weird.
Dude, race play is just so fucking hot. I just love it. Bro, when I get a hold of Stefania, I am going to get her to call me the fucking N-word constantly. I'm gonna get her to call me like my N-word daddy, love your N-word dick. I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna be doing race play like fucking crazy. I also like calling white girls N-word lovers. That's also hot. I love it. It's just so fucking sexy. Thanks for the donation, Ben Stiller.
At any time, you could see him doxing people. He's probably the most famous for being the one who claimed he called CPS on Ethan and Gila. He's constantly encouraged and defended people doing it. He literally opened up a CPS merch line because he thinks it's so funny.
Got a hat. I did CPS, the CPS logo with the two...
What's happening with Stefania? You know, we're kind of like... Wouldn't say we're dating, but, you know, we're talking. I'm definitely gonna meet up with her at some point. Jesus Christ. What is this fucking thing's problem? There we go.
Skulls, of course. Two skulls. Not a reference to anything in particular.
He knowingly defames people. In my last video, I pointed out that Bad Empanada constantly claims that Lonerbox's dad was part of a militia group that killed a bunch of civilians. No evidence for it. His response is to give the most forced laugh I've ever heard. And then he just doubles down on everything he made up.
He complains that I call Lonerbox. That I said, that Lonerbox's dad participated in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, which he absolutely did, by the way. Lonerbox has never disproven this. Until he disproves it, it's true.
So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my dogs...
How can you disprove something that didn't happen? Like you can't prove a negative. That's philosophically impossible. Okay, Bad Empanada has sex with cats and dogs. Until he can prove that he's never had sex with cats and dogs, then it's true. So there you go. Bad Empanada has sex with cats and dogs. He can't disprove it, right? So Bad Empanada is a cat and dog fucker.
Gets found, Bad Empanada immediately posted everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name, my bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over the internet. It's also come out that he's swatting people, filing fake police reports, all while plugging his Patreon. So I figured if he's making money off of my docs, I should too. So thank you, Exter, for helping me cope. Do you have a big fat bulky wallet that's worn and beat down like this? Is your friend or family member living background story?
Dude, Bad Empanada is the biggest fucking piece of shit.
Stories about me and my wife.
A certain slop tuber who does nothing but make videos in which he attacks pro-Palestinian people and de facto, as a result of that, helps to further Israel's genocide in Gaza, has been outed as having been honeypotted by Israel. Israel is literally assigning slop tuber.
Yeah, I've seen Frank Tufano's, humiliation ritual in New York. Nobody wanted to talk to him. He was also too shy to talk to most people. He was being super awkward. Dude, like, there's no help for the guy.
Government-assigned Israeli wives.
Man, Mossad's really good at their job, because me and my girl started dating 8 years ago when I was still a nobody on YouTube.
Though the slop tuber in question is Willie Mac Show. He's suddenly making pro-Israel content constantly. He's suddenly making nothing but videos attacking pro-Palestine people.
I covered Assad before all this. It just turns out a war starting in the Middle East didn't make him any better at covering the news. So guess what? I was able to make more YouTube videos. He never addresses my actual points. It's just character assassinations for why I should be doxxed. Bad Empanada then doxes another YouTuber with the justification that he's a Nazi and that it's for journalistic interest. And then he says that's why it's important to dox me and my wife because she's Israeli.
You're actually allowed to reveal personal information about people, especially their real names, if it's within journalistic interest. If there is journalistic reason for doing so. And exposing a clear conflict of interest in this guy's content and his personal life is journalistic interest. It's why, for example, I can tell you that the YouTuber Zuma Historian, a neo-Nazi history YouTuber, is this guy. I can tell you this because it is within journalistic interest to do so, even though he did not release his information himself publicly. Just like how I can tell you that Willie Mac Show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to.
He literally just scrolled down and showed her full name. I reported the video, and he added this little blur, but it still doesn't cover her name.
She is Israeli, and she was assigned to him by the Israeli government. They've taken down this page, but as you can see, it is freely available on Google. They, for some reason, as the guy who's a public figure, decided to just publicly announce, in public, his wedding.
How is this allowed on YouTube? He does this thing where he constantly tries to justify his reason for doxing me. He's like Ethan doxed Denim when he sued them.
This guy has no right to complain about revealing his real name.
This is like saying, hey guys, I have a health problem, I'm going under for surgery like next week, so, I won't be able to make videos, and then you leak all my medical information, Like somehow you hack into, like you steal my medical records somehow and you leak it out online. Oh, well, you know, you said you were going for surgery, so what did I do wrong? Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, yeah, sure, dude.
Name to be doxing. Because Willie Mack Show went on the H3 podcast, which is a podcast that frequently doxes people. In Ethan's recent video talking about his lawsuit against
H3 podcast does not frequently dox people.
3 young women, he included unredacted legal filings that he made that include their real names and their real locations.
That's just how legal filings work.
Here's a video clip of Ethan Klein doxing a random Instagram commenter on his show. Ethan goes through the guy's Instagram.
So, apparently, according to Bad Empanada, suing someone is doxing? By the way, Bad Empanada has sued people. There are frivolous lawsuits that get thrown out. So he's admitting he doxes people?
Brings up pictures of his family members.
Commenter commented from their Instagram account with their full name talking trash to Ethan and had loads of pictures of them and their family on it. I didn't get sued. I didn't comment on your video with my full name. At the end of the day, my crimes are marrying a Jew and going on a podcast. He's nonstop lying about me and my wife, saying she was in the IDF. His fans are saying she murdered babies. He's saying propagandists should die as he's calling me a paid propagandist. They're saying we're valid targets. He posted a photo of what he thinks is my wife in the IDF, but they're actually just pictures of random teenage girls. I asked my wife what this was, and she thinks it's the Israeli Girl Scouts, so he's just posting little girls on Twitter. My wife didn't serve in the IDF. She came over here at 3 years old. On top of it, he doesn't even know her politics on that situation. He's just being racist. But the worst thing he did was post the date and address of her wedding the week before it took place. He does it multiple times throughout the video, showing an archived page of our site, because we did take it down to try and hide it. But nope, there it is. The time, the date, the address.
Yale and William McConville are getting married very soon. Yale, who is Israeli and Israeli government-provided wife.
So now our wedding is being messed with, and they were wasting the time of our venue, the hotel, and 2 police stations. It's cost me thousands of extra dollars in insurance and potentially closing down the entire building, and my bride is coming up to me and asking me if we're about to be double homicided at her wedding. I'm like, no, baby, these people don't leave their mom's basements, but she sees the news. She saw 2 low-level staffers at the Israeli embassy get shot and killed. She's worried. So I'm being told by the police that I should go online and see if there's any direct threats, and I see a video made by a guy who hates me, showing all of my information and giving a hypothetical where I'm a valid target because Destiny's a hypocrite.
Stevie said anything involving this Bad Empanada guy or anyone that supports him is justifiable ammo. Anything is justified.
How are they allowed to, like, be free people? They should be in jail. Holy fuck. Like, Willie Mack does not have any, at least he hasn't publicly shared any strong views about the Israeli-Palestine conflict at all. Like, what? The only thing he did was go on Ethan's podcast, and he's marrying an Israeli woman? And for that, they're saying, yeah, kill him. He's marrying a Jew? Like, that's literally the crime he's guilty of? He's marrying a Jew. Like, again, these pro-Palestine fucktards who are like, this isn't about anti-Semitism, this is about being against Zionism. Yeah, kill a guy for marrying a Jew. Okay, right. You're not fucking anti-Semites. You're not Nazis. Gotcha.
Against Bad Empanada and anyone that supports him. Let's apply those standards. Why are we saying this about Bad Empanada? Well, it appears to be because Bad Empanada doxed Willie Mack's wife. So, would Destiny be saying that those who dox people, those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence, should be fair game, and all of their supporters, all the personalities that back them up, all the chatters that back them up?
This is essentially a Destiny snark community. This guy's narrative for the past 6 months is that I'm covering for Destiny despite me making 2 of the most in-depth videos criticizing him. Their evidence behind this is I said Destiny is better at covering the news than Hassan and Vosh, which is somebody who has made videos on all 3 of these people. I think that's objectively true, but I digress. But most importantly, it's that when these 2 do something stupid, I make fun of them back. The truth is, Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers. So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me. He literally gets a donation that says, I understand what we must do. Wink, wink.
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him. No? Is that not the standard? That's what he's laying out for me here. Now, I have principles. I don't think it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's not me.
As he's literally showing my docs.
But Destiny is very clearly laying out that those are the standards that he believes in. Those are the standards he wishes to be enforced. Is if you're a doxer, if you call for violence, anything is justifiable against you supporters.
Order taken.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying, Max. Actually, I just explicitly said otherwise, actually, Max.
He's got a shit-eating grin on his face. He knows what he's doing. This thing gets retweeted by his friend J-Stock, who pushed the exact same narratives about me. I'm obviously very unhappy about this. It's affecting my real life, but instead of anyone actually acknowledging this, they do what Bad Empanada did and try to hypocrisy hunt to justify their actions. They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote-tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny is defending my already viral docs that's already in the hands of all the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter. It was actually kind of nice to see someone with a big audience who I've criticized in the past stand up for me and say, this is wrong. But look at this comment. Willie refuses to acknowledge the obvious, that Destiny is the biggest proponent in spreading his docs. No, it was actually Bad Empanada who did that. Do you know how time works? They hate Destiny so much they're ignoring the very reality we live in. That's what I don't get at all. Is he perfectly fine with his docs being spread around as long as the person who's spreading it is condemning it? At this point, my docs is already spread, the toothpaste is out of the bottle. What bothered me most in this moment was the narrative that I deserve it, or that it's part of some greater Destiny justice. If Queeman pulled up my docs and only said Bad Empanada sucks for this, I wouldn't care. It's the dog whistle call to action that's the problem. It's so obvious. Yet I'm seeing respected commentator Augie call me a hypocrite because I said doxing is wrong.
This is from a month ago. Willie says, you should delete this. It's just doxing and a shit thing to do to someone whose worst crime is being annoying on the internet. So you have that situation there. So there is twice replying to JSOC's docs, but then he got upset about fucking his docs being shared.
Yeah, holy shit, it's as if context matters. It's as if me calling out a tweet that already has 100,000 views doesn't add any negative effect. He pearl clutches and gives this big performance about my quote tweets.
I showed you 2 times. Here he is doing it a 3rd time just a few days ago before I even did the stream. And I actually had to like tell him, I was like, dude, delete this shit, right?
But on the same stream, Augie shows the uncensored link of JStock's docs. He also replied under JStock's docs on Twitter. So what are we talking about? Are we
You know what, VG? It's a shame pandas are herbivores because right now I wish they were in fact carnivorous just so they would maul the shit out of these pro-Plastian supporters.
Well, pandas, like, will attack people if they're annoyed or threatened or something. So, you know, I'm sure we could, like, maybe train pandas to attack anti-Semites. Like, you know, if we can train pandas how to have sex by, you know, giving them porn videos, maybe we could show pandas videos of these anti-Semites and then train them to attack anti-Semites. But yeah, they're fucking cunts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Could you shortly tell me why the pro-Palestine argument is stupid and how one can counter such arguments? Plus, if the charger of your phone is disconnecting randomly even though plugged in, it means the port is clogged with dirt. Needle helps.
I don't know if, like, I might try cleaning it. It's charging now. It's just very sensitive with how you put the USB cable in, and if it moves, it'll stop charging. It's a little complicated, but basically their whole argument is that Israel stole their land, and they've been trying to wipe out the Palestinian people for the last, 80 years or something, since 1946 or some shit. Or 48. It's none of that's true. Israelis legally immigrated into the territory that was known as Palestine. It was controlled by the British after World War I, after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. So Jews legally immigrated. There were ethnic and religious tensions in that area during this period of immigration. And what ended up happening was the Palestinian Authority at the time was working with the Nazi German government during World War II, not only helping them recruit for the SS, but they were also trying to convince Hitler and the Nazis to come to Palestine to exterminate the Jews there. Netanyahu has kind of like a crazy take on this, and it's probably completely ahistorical. He's claimed publicly that the Mufti of Palestine was the one who gave Hitler the idea to exterminate the Jews, and Hitler only wanted to expel the Jews. That's not true. No historical evidence supporting that. But what did happen, and what is historically accurate, is that the Mufti was told by the Nazis that they're exterminating Jews, and then the Mufti tried to convince Hitler and the Nazis to come to Palestine to exterminate the Jews there. And Hitler actually went to Palestine and met with the Mufti. So, from day one, before like any of these borders were made, before the establishment of the Israeli state, Palestinians were conspiring with the Nazis to exterminate Jews. So after World War II, the British just created a mandate for the territories of Israel and Palestine. They carefully considered, you know, a bunch of factors like what groups of people are mostly living in which areas, you know, economic and resource considerations. And, you know, they set aside Gaza and the West Bank for Palestinians and Israel for Jews. And the original plan was to have about a 40% Arab minority living in Israel. So there was never any plan of forcing out Palestinians. or I should say Arabs. There's no such thing as Palestinians. But anyway, after the British mandate, was like published, everyone found out about the British mandate. Arabs went to war with the Jews because they're Muslim extremists who, one, they wanted to kill Jews anyway, and two, this is just a thing in Islam. They do not accept any territory being held by Muslims being taken over by any other religious group. So it's just this radical Islamic thing. This territory that was mostly Muslim majority being taken over by majority Jews. They didn't like it, so they tried to kill all the Jews. They went to war, they lost. And then the rest is history. They've been crying about it ever since. And there's really nothing more to it. Israel's just fucking based, and all these people just keep talking about stolen land, settler colonialism. Palestinians are just fucking psychotic, insane people. They're just Muslim jihadist extremists. And all this bullshit about a genocide, again, it's just bullshit. Israel is not trying to kill civilians. They're trying to minimize civilian casualties, and they're allowing for the transport of humanitarian aid. So there's nothing to it. Everything these people say is just a fucking lie. And right now, they just keep talking about starvation, and they literally have no evidence of starvation whatsoever. They're just showing pictures of stupid retard babies. But thanks for the donation, Axel. Appreciate it.
Gonna call Augie a doxer? No, because they don't actually care about this. He's just being performative to justify what's happening to me. Augie acts confused throughout this entire segment.
Literally days after he threw a hissy fit. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't really make any sense to me. It's like, what the f are we talking about here? I mean, what argument are we making here? This is just crazy. It makes no sense.
I know why he's confused. It's because he never plays the original clip that made me mad in the first place. He just summarizes as they criticize Destiny, and that's why Willie's mad.
Too bothered by this, but instead he was bothered by some stuff that Queeman and J-Stock were saying. And basically what they were saying was, it's kind of hypocritical for Destiny to get upset at Willie Mack for getting doxxed when he has a history of doxing people and is currently right now calling for their doxes, right?
So he never plays the context and then acts like the reason I'm mad is because they called Destiny a hypocrite. Nothing about my wedding or my bride. How is that possible unless you're being bad faith? I'm not even sure if Augie knows what a dog whistle is. He's like, unless Queeman pulls up Willie's dox and then says, I love doxing Willie, it's all fine.
It wasn't even really a point against Willie Mack. It was mainly a point against Destiny. I don't think at any point Queeman was like,
so, by the way, again, these people are all the same. They're all small, weak, beta male fucking cucks that just whine and complain. It just, without fail, they're all just these weenie little twinks.
Like, yeah, and he got doxxed, I love that, I don't think he ever said that, right?
Bro, if you're this stupid, make life better for everybody and just quit. Destiny has recently doxed J-Stock and Queeman. His motivation behind this is that everyone they associate with him ends up getting doxed and harassed, so he's doing it back to them. The victims I know are Destiny's girlfriend, Dan Saltman and his family, me and my wife, Hutch and his family. Augie pulls up Destiny's employee saying she was swatted.
I was also swatted. Now, why would she be saying that she was also swatted in a reply to this clip? Is she saying that J-Stock and Queeman had some part in her getting swatted? Or that their communities had some part in this?
Yeah, clearly.
Bcufuel VGSJWS might call you racist for saying that about Palestinians.
Well, again, that's fine. They can come fight me. They're the ones who keep screaming Antifada, Antifada, so if they think violence against Zionists is, the way to go, I'm a Zionist. Come fight me. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, obviously, but it's all just a coincidence to Augie. Augie pulls up another example of a Destiny viewer saying they're getting threatening letters sent to their house, and Destiny's like, I don't believe them, but even if that happened, it's still not that community's fault.
A couple months ago, because I'm a fan of Destiny in the JSOC server, someone in his community sent a letter to my home. I've moved since then. Thanks for telling us, by the way. To my house saying, I defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and my patients. I'm gonna put an X to doubt on that one. And even if it did happen, right? Who's responsible for that?
What about the guy dog whistling that I'm a valid target and getting a dono saying they understand his orders?
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him.
I don't think creators are responsible for every one of their unhinged viewers, but it is not normal for a community this small to have so much doxing coming out of it. I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes place and it's just out of their hands. Dude, they're obviously feeding into it, but Augie knows nothing. He can't even recite me goofing on them accurately. J-Stock has criticized Destiny for creating a metaphorical rape machine, partially because he had sex with BPD girls. Then when these girls call him out for being abusive, everyone thinks they're just crazy. J-Stock then had sex with the same BPD girl.
Everything Destiny's saying here is true. Actually, it's not true.
Yeah, that's hilarious. They're such hypocrites.
Actually, everything Destiny's saying here is complete bullshit. Destiny says, and to think that this was the same guy, JSOC Juicesucker, who spent the last year saying having sex with mentally ill people equals rape. Crazy, huh? No, you retard. That was never the argument that you have sex with mentally ill people. That means you're raping them by default. The argument is that you don't give a fuck about their consent because you share their images, videos of them doing all kinds of sexual stuff. You'll share that with anyone.
No, Augie, JStalk actually specifically said it's not about sharing images.
I think that the main talking point is that Destiny distributes people's nudes. And like, it's like a weird
I think that's not the main talking point. I think one of a massive talking point here is the infinite rape machine, okay? How does the infinite rape machine work? It's a massive talking point. Which you'd know if you're a part of if you watch the Sunday video, it's not just about nudes, bro. It's about a system that let this happen for so long.
And what does Sunday say? Part of the machine is Destiny targeting mentally ill women.
And the victims are also selected, either for mental illness, allowing them to be easily construed as hysterical or deceptive when they complain about their treatment.
So when it leaks that JStalk is having a secret relationship with the same BPD girl and she crashes out on him multiple times, it's funny. I'm giving him shit. I'm allowed to talk shit back to these people. I talked to Augie about the same exact thing a month ago and told him if he wanted to find it, he could just watch the ending to my second Destiny video. But he didn't watch it. He'd rather make stuff up. Bro, you're sitting at a computer right now. Feel free to use it. Augie ends this hour-long segment on me, summarizing that the only reason I'd be mad is because I'm stupid or because Destiny controls me, feeding into the narrative that got me doxxed in the first place.
It's hard to like logically understand why he's posting this shit. I mean, the two options is literally just he's like brain dead retarded right now, or he's controlled opposition.
Really? That's all you could think of? Well, let me give you a third option. Our wedding is having to prepare for fake bomb threats, and my bride is worried about us and our family getting shot. Augie never once brings this up as a possibility for why I'm frustrated. It doesn't cross his mind. Seriously, if that's the extent of your analysis, you need to quit. In my last conversation with Augie, he told me a story about how he quit drama for a year because a guy named Salvo was doxing and harassing him and his family. So where is that same sympathy when it's happening to me and my wife? He shares the same empathy meter with Ian.
You know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up.
Most reassuring news I got was when my wedding planner told me that she talked to the venue and they told her that the riffraff doesn't bother them because they've done celebrity weddings and that they're in a Jewish neighborhood, so they're used to getting calls like this. In one sense, very reassuring because it means our venue wasn't spooked, and in another sense, very depressing because it means people are just calling and harassing this place because they're in a Jewish neighborhood. I don't know what should happen when it comes to Destiny or a Snark community doxing each other and others, but what I do know is Bad Empanada needs to be banned. He nonstop slanders people, doxes people, and harasses them. He recently swatted Kraut by falsely reporting them to the Austrian police for hacking his alt Twitter accounts. I don't think they were ever hacked at all.
He accuses me of hacking. Bad Empanada accuses me of hacking. Specifically, he accuses me of hacking 15 of his banned Twitter accounts.
His evidence of Kraut hacking him comes from a tweet where Kraut says he's archiving his accounts. That's literally it.
This here is the central claim. He claims, I got illegal access to 15 of his 22.
BBC reporting that entire Al Jazeera Gaza team has been killed. I am seeing some reporting that IDF claims one of them was also a Hamas leader lol.
Well, good fucking riddance, dude. BBC says Al Jazeera's entire team in Gaza City has been killed so far. 4 confirmed dead.
Had a big team in there. As I understand it now, their entire team in Gaza City has been killed, but they had a big team there.
What do they mean by entire team? So, first of all, this is coming from Al Jazeera and the BBC. They're both fucking liars. And 2, we know Al Jazeera has Hamas members. There's an Al Jazeera journalist who was keeping Israeli hostages captive in his fucking apartment. As if this means anything. If the IDF were targeting these people, yeah, at least one of them was probably a Hamas operative. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, get fucked. Oh, dude. You mess with the best, you die like the rest. If all these people can do is whine and cry about it, well, maybe quit while you're ahead. Because IDF is coming for you motherfuckers next. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Temporarily banned X accounts. But what did I tweet? I tweet, yeah, we managed to get archive files containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended.
Sewage, fruit eater, donate $2, coconut water, and melon.
Typically.
Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, we know he eats fruit. He's never been shy about admitting that. He thinks like fruit is natural, so he's also admitted that if he doesn't eat fruit, he ends up losing way too much weight and feeling like crap, so then lies in the sun for hours. I can guarantee you he does not lie in the sun for hours. If he did, he'd, like, again, this guy's from Latvia, and I think he has, like, Swedish ancestry or something. If he were lying in the sun for hours, I don't know what the UV index in Kazakhstan is like, but he'd be burnt. so he's not lying in the sun for hours. According to his ex-girlfriend, he'd mostly stay indoors watching porn all day, and then like maybe go for a walk or something occasionally. But thanks for the donation, Sewage Fruit Eater.
Accounts. Well, how did we get this? We went to Wayback Machine and typed in his accounts.
So f***ing obviously, it's not you hacking him. He's saying that that tweet is evidence that he was hacked.
Yes.
Bad Empanada actually just uploaded a video on why he thinks his police report was justified, and in it, he just reads his complaint.
So this is probably the most serious thing that he did, in that he publicly implied that he had hacked my social media accounts and obtained private information about me that is otherwise inaccessible from doing so, and that he was going to go through it and share it.
Hey, no, Neck, he's talking about the public tweets you posted. Oh yeah, this tweet where Crouch says he's going to screenshot the unhinged stuff I say. Yeah, that's evidence he's going to hack me. Please believe me, audience. Like, how stupid are his viewers?
An archive file containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended accounts. Now, you can't really get an archive file of someone else's Twitter. The only way you can get the Twitter archive file is by having access to the account, so that's very suspicious, isn't it?
Or you could just go to your public Twitter page and screenshot all your tweets. He's so desperate to sound like a victim here, when he's the one who falsely swatted Crowd.
He didn't want me to think that he engaged in potentially criminal activity. Why did he make public posts implying that he was engaging in that activity? Public posts that clearly the Vienna police who investigated the case thought were suspicious enough to warrant an investigation and an interview.
What Bad Empanada is not telling you is that the police dismissed his complaint as having zero merit. He's essentially reading his own complaint and then acting like that somehow makes it more legit. It doesn't. This is only a small portion of how stupid this police report is. In short, the police closed the investigation because it was a massive waste of time. But this still allowed Bad Empanada to get all of Crowd's personal information. When the police closed the investigation, Bad Empanada wrote an email threatening Crowd to stay silent on it.
Hi, Joseph. I did not swat you. You gave me legitimate reason to believe that you were hacking my accounts in an attempt to divulge my private information and posted very public threats against me. I'm relieved to hear that you apparently denied that you were really engaging in this behavior. I will not apologize for taking basic measures to protect myself, like filing a police report. When you publicly made such statements, I would prefer to not have to talk about this publicly, as you will note that I have refrained from doing up until this point, because I legitimately never did any of the things you claimed I did to you and have no wish to embarrass or divulge any personal info by releasing any of the files I received from the public prosecutor's office on this case.
Or in other words, stay silent or I'm going to post all of your personal information I got from the police. Crowd has vented a bit about this, so Bad Empanada has already started lying about the facts. Crowd is currently going around claiming that I swatted him. In reality, I reported him to the Vienna police because he was openly posting on Twitter about he was stalking/doxing me for months. The prosecutor thought the evidence I provided was suspicious enough to warrant an investigation, especially one about him illegally accessing my data. Crowd told me that the Austrian police are obligated to investigate every report, and the investigation came back saying Bad Empanada had little more than circumstantial evidence, that his accusations of violent threats can both in objective and subjective manner not be proven due to there not being any violent threats, that the accusation of libel or slander is not detectable. This video is so embarrassing by him. He is non-stop lying. And from what I've seen, Bad Empanada has no evidence. He's just wasting everybody's time to get a dox. Seriously, how is this guy not banned from everything? There is some good news though. Bad Empanada is apparently on the run. I thought it was just a meme when he posted, "Today's stream is delayed as I am fleeing to a different country." But it turns out this might be real, as Ethan is monologuing his next move to track him down. Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we're closing in. We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he's actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably shocking for him to hear, as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. Bad Empanada, if you ever decide to return to Australia, will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy.
Yes. Dude, I'm so glad H3 finally woke up and he's going after these fucking people. It's great.
To get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything to avoid returning. Why am I telling you this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day.
Bad Empanada chimed in. Does it feel good to be hated literally everywhere you go? I mean, first of all, Bad Empanada, you're outcast from society. Like, we live in Los Angeles, California. You are on the run.
I mean, you know you're a piece of shit when even Assad pulls up Bad Empanada's video of him dying.
Dude.
Coffeezilla beefing with Whistling Diesel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I heard about some of this. This guy is promoting an outright fucking scam. Dude, it's so weird. Day trading. Like, all of these financial scammers, like these get rich quick guys, they all use things that don't work anymore. And I mean, it seems like these go in cycles. I remember, like, fucking 20 years ago, there were these get-rich-quick, financial gurus. Oh, we'll teach you how to do day trading and $5,000 for the course. They're doing it again. It doesn't work. No one does that. Like, you can't make money doing it. It's fucked. We'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Me, and even he's surprised about what's happening.
Just like how I can tell you that Willie Mack show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to, but I can tell you she is Israeli, and she was assigned him by...
Best to skip, to be honest. This is Drama Slop Empanada content? Yeah, I don't really fucking give a shit about this.
Like, I appreciate that he stopped watching immediately, but why are we acting like it's just slop? I'd argue it's a bit more ill-intended than slop content. Assad is a guy who thinks the subreddit LSF posting his stream clips quantifies as stalking and harassment.
If I was a smart person, I wouldn't be getting ritualistically humiliated by socially maladjusted
freaks that are agoraphobic on a daily basis in a mass harassment campaign online. But I do that for a living.
But Bad Empanada posting my personal info, it's just drama slop. Then he watches him again a few days later.
Bad Empanada is a good example of this, where I think he's like a crazy person. He is chaotic good, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Please explain.
Like, think about how little little time I spend like shitting on Bad Empanada or whatever. Because like, I think he's coming from, like, we have different methods, we have different tactics, we have different techniques.
His tactics are dox.
Would the Islamic YouTuber Dow Wise beat you in a cage match? He looks like he's well built, lean, has a high school, Chinese vegan girlfriend. He's bigger than you. Has a lower body fat percent than you by far. I was gonna ask if you started bulking actually.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
False police reports, false CPS reports, slandering people constantly.
But overall, we're working on the same side.
Hassan is literally saying he supports what Bad Empanada is doing. Like, Hassan clearly knows at this point who Bad Empanada really is. He literally had a one-on-one conversation with him where Bad Empanada said these people deserve to be harassed, meaning anyone who mildly disagrees with them.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a fuck. Each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
He knows the guy he's supporting is doing this and purposely promotes him anyway. A week passes and they're talking out about my docs and peddling lies about my wife to discredit valid criticism about them. They're just trying to assassinate my character.
You're just doing investigative journalism. They're saying Bad Empanada unearthed that. Is that true? I think Bad Empanada or somebody unearthed like the Willie Mack shows getting married to like an IDF lady or something, which makes sense. He was the guy who did the big expose on like you with the Al Ali bombing, hospital bombing, right?
Yeah. He's a brilliant political, probably one of the best minds in politics right now.
Truth. So yeah, compromise.
Like, man, I just keep forgetting. You can justify anything as long as you're more pro-Palestine than the other guy. I want to end this video with a story. When I was at my most overwhelmed figuring out all the new logistics for the wedding, Ethan Klein actually hit me up and offered to organize security for it so everyone could have peace of mind and enjoy the day. He had no reason to do that. I don't know Ethan. I made videos on him in the past, but he reached out anyway and lent a hand when he had no reason to. What got me was a text he sent me saying, I got you, bro. Don't worry, your wedding will be perfect. It was. So thank you. Subscribe to the channel and buy a wallet.
Well, that's really nice of Ethan. Seems like a decent guy, but like, oh my god. That is absolutely fucked. Alright, let's watch this and then we'll get into the, like, starving Palestinian thing. Like the fitness YouTuber guy. Like, it's fucking hilarious.
Out by a huge YouTuber, Whistling Diesel. He says, "You're not the brightest bulb, are you?" When responding to my video where I talk about his flirting with day trading, where he made a video claiming to turn 10K into 1 million to prove people are lazy. And he says in the video description, "I wanted to create a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money enjoy." So we're going to talk about this because apparently I have been epically trolled. This is according to his big response on Instagram. Did I genuinely just troll CoffeeZilla? I don't think I've seen anyone buy every hook I've cast. This is amazing. He didn't include any of my screenshots I've sent him. Wouldn't that be proper journalism? Time to show Steven Findenstein why I have 9.99 million subscribers. Guys, watch out. Mr. 9.99 is coming at us big time with both barrels. So I want to go through, we're going to go through all our text messages together, which, by the way, are linked in the main video, have been from the very beginning. We did quote him in our video, but he says the full context exonerates him. It changes the story. We're trying to lead you astray, so I'm going to show you everything today so you can see for yourself. But first, I want to talk about this main thing that he seems to be saying where this is all a troll, right? Where have we heard this before? Anytime you take someone seriously, it's all a big troll. Well, let's look at the comment section of Whistling Diesel. These are the people who know him best. They're saying, don't underestimate your subscriber base. They can make and definitely break you. One hell of a way to screw up your channel and destroy your reputation. Not watching this channel again. Now, did all these people miss the joke? All of you, this is not my selection of your comments. I mean, it's funny, in his Instagram post, he like selectively grabs a few screenshots where people with no likes are defending him, saying, if you're taking Whistling Diesel seriously, you're not that bright of a person. But on your comment section, not filtered, where it's all the top comments, people are saying Cody's doing a durability test of your career. So apparently everyone missed the joke. Nobody understood that this was a giant big laugh. This actually isn't even the first time it happened. Previously, he got in a fight with people because he called a Ferrari a, quote, normal car. You just think it's crazy because you're poor and have low standards. That's the bare minimum. And when people rightfully called him out for this insane out-of-touch take, instead he once again kind of said, well, they're just not getting the joke.
This guy got offended that I called everyone poor. You know what? Cry me a river. Do you think if I walked up to Jeff Bezos and said, you're poor, would he get offended? No, probably not. Mr. Jeff is gonna laugh. Because Jeff Bezos knows he's not insecure. But yet, if I go up to a homeless person and call them poor, they still laugh because they know they're poor. They're not trying to, I'm not poor. They don't get all sensitive about it. But yet, if I call one over by greasy and redneck with 5 missing teeth poor, they get all upset and cry to mommy.
And here's where we first see Whistling Diesel's special brand of comedy.
Dude.
Yes, he will use a Vine boom effect.
Why is this guy such a fucking nasty cunt? Yeah, okay. These people just have like a personality disorder. Yeah. What is the point of calling your audience poor? What do you get out of it? Yeah, like if anyone's insecure, it's this fucking guy. Jesus Christ, you're driving in a Ferrari? Like, why do you need to call other people fucking poor, dude?
5 times in a row.
Over by racing pin, redneck with 5 missing teeth, poor.
But also, he will often say something kind of sincere after he makes this big joke.
Maybe that's because you know that you're not where you want to be in life, and you're mad about it.
So the over-the-top character serves something that he ostensibly believes. He really thinks if you don't like out-of-touch millionaires like him calling people poor, that must be just because you're a hater. You're not where you want to be in life. Not realizing...
I don't do that. Like, I think one time somebody was trolling me in Streamlabs chat and I made a joke about him being poor, but I don't do that.
He has actually lucked out. He lucked into a very high income job. And I can admit that because, hey, guess what? I'm a YouTuber as well. And yes, sure, we work hard, but at the same time, it's not as hard as like being a teacher, which gets paid way less. It's not as hard as being a cop, a firefighter, which get paid way less than a lot of YouTubers at the top end. So this idea that a...
Dodo Donators, you promised to watch this today.
Or does chaos theory and quantum mechanics ensure
don't
that
worry.
nature will...
We'll have time to watch that today. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Also, you finna watch this.
A strange letter arrives at the home of God.
We might be able to watch that today. I'll make sure I make time to watch this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ferrari...
Opinion on Toyota GR86. I think I know what car that is. Yeah, that's their like cheaper sports car, right? Isn't this like expensive? No. Oh, are these used? Yeah, 228 horsepower. I guess that's the only way they can be that cheap. 228 horsepower is pretty underpowered. I don't know if you can tune these to get up to like at least 300, but like really for a sports car to have like some real kind of speed, you'd want at least like, you know, 350 to 400. 228 is a little anemic. It's nice that it comes in a 6-speed, but I don't know. Like at that point, it's okay, I guess, but yeah, like around 30 grand used. It just doesn't seem like that interesting of a car.
Is a normal car, and that everyone else who can't afford it must just have low standards, I think is just incredibly stupid. Now, just so I wouldn't get trolled again, I wanted to make sure that this sentiment he's expressing about Ferraris isn't secret.
Retard $20 whistling Dixie's ex-girlfriend so fucking bad. Who would you let her call you a dirty nigga? I don't find her attractive. Not my type. She's conventionally attractive, but she's just not my type. Yeah, just not my type. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Secretly a 10,000 IQ comedy play, right? It's not some satirical thing that he doesn't actually believe. So we actually discussed it over text, and he said this. He says, a Ferrari is very attainable, and anyone that thinks they're unattainable should raise their standards and try harder in life. But it's not about cars. People stay impoverished because they think big things are unattainable and lower their goals. And so, yeah, when you press him on this thing he's joking about, it turns out he actually does believe it. He does believe people are impoverished just because they haven't set high enough goals. And you're going to see something similar with this day trading thing. He's going to claim that he went in there with an over-the-top attitude, and it's just all a troll, and we fell for it. But when you actually get to the heart of what the video's saying, the video is pushing Alex as this super great trader. Cody is just the foil to that as the uneducated guy, which is something we pointed out in our main video. I mean, we directly addressed it. And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious. So he's going to claim we got trolled because he played this character, but when we ask him, actually, what do you believe? Does he ever say, oh no, it's just a joke. I don't actually think people should be day trading. I'm not actually trying to promote day trading gurus. No, he doesn't say that because I don't think that's what he believes. But we're going to jump into it because, you know, we're going to talk about the full context because actually what you're going to find is that we Adam 22'd this guy, okay? If you remember Adam 22, we warned him not to do the scam and then he did it anyways. And then he later called us a grifter. And I'm like, wait, why did I try to stop you? Well, this is kind of what I did with Cody, Whistling Diesel, is when I first went to him, I was thinking, look, this is kind of an interesting video, but really I want to just tell him that the guy he promoted might be a fake guru, right? I just want to warn him because maybe he wasn't educated. So a lot of the conversation you're going to see is actually me just trying to plead with him to not continue spreading this misinformation to his audience, right? Not continue to do this. And that's what I was so surprised by is now he's saying like, oh, this was all a big satire, but you never mentioned that in our conversation where I'm telling you, I'm warning you that if you didn't know, now you know, you've been warned. So let's talk about it here. This is the start of our conversation. This is, hey, this is CoffeeZilla trying to reach Whistling Diesel. I'm reaching out for comment about your recent YouTube video where you featured a Forex day trader who's selling courses. FXAlexG is his handle. Did you get paid to do that video or in some other way like access to his Bugattis? It's not your normal type of content and seems sponsored. He says, can I prove it to you? So I prove it. Says, Epic, as much as I'd love to say he paid me for the headlines, I actually wanted to see if I could make money day trading. Trying it for the new experiences and content, although it's hilarious how people are reacting to it. So there we see, he doesn't say, hey, this was a big joke. He doesn't say, oh, this was a big satire. He says, I wanted to see if I could make money day trading. And so he posts his screenshots with Alex, and here's the content idea that he comes up with. He says, I'm experimenting with different style videos where I basically try a new experience or buy something new to try it out. I thought a Cody invest all his money day trading a video would be cool, where I shadow you for like a day and we use 20K of my own money to see what we can do with it. Obviously, we don't want to actually lose money, but we could...
Retard donated $2. Let me see.
And we pray for the people in Gaza. I don't care. People say that's third worldism. That's not third worldism. That's called being a good person. I'll do you one better. That's called being a Christian. That is called being a Christian. It doesn't matter what color they
Buddy, he wants to exterminate all people who aren't white.
are, not to sound liberal, but it's just true. It doesn't matter. We don't want them to live in America, and we don't agree with their values necessarily. But as Christians, to see innocent people being slaughtered like this, you have to speak out against it.
Right, innocent people who support Hamas, support 9/11, want to kill Jews.
You have to pray for these people. And the only people that say otherwise are spiritually Jewish or actually Jewish. The only people that their hearts are so hardened to the suffering of others that they could say there's a virtue in hating those people. They're all guilty.
This is the same guy who said Hitler wasn't a bad guy. So Hitler wasn't a bad guy. But we need to care for the people of Gaza. It's just the Christian thing to do. It's all lies. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. Yeah, I love this. LMO, what a fucking fag. I hate Nick. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Pretend to do all the worst moves like panic buy and sell based on no information, and you're just cringing, LMAO. Alex responds, I think that's a fire idea, we can make it lit. So this is where the whole argument that, hey, it's just a big troll, it's just a big satire. But at the core of the video, Cody's trying to actually learn something about day trading. He's trying to show people something real about day trading, which is why this whole thing of like, it's just a satirical joke doesn't really fly with me. I ask him directly, is
buttholes look good but are gross? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, buttholes do look good. How are they gross? Like a vegan girl's butthole? They're nice. Like, if you just poke around near the entrance, like, you're not gonna get poop on, like, your fingers or mouth or anything, or dick. Like, yeah, if you want to, like, actually stick your cock all the way in, you gotta, you know, have an enema or something, but yeah, just, like, fucking sniffing, licking around the area, put your fingers in a bit, like, nothing's gonna happen.
Is it your statement that the whole video was a joke? And he responds, my statement is the same as from the beginning. I wanted to try day trading as a beginner, so I did and filmed the experience, lol. So when you actually press Cody on like, hey, why'd you do this? Was it a big joke? Was it a big satire? You actually get, no, it was a sincere try at day trading as a beginner. Yes, he played up this character, which we talked about in our video, but ultimately it was about him sincerely trying. Now that was later in our text thread, I just wanted to show that. I'm gonna go back up to the top and we're gonna continue from there. And in these screenshots you see, okay, sort of like, hey, if you're confident, I'll do like 100K, it'll be viral, I think. I have no clue what I'm doing. Oh, I'm confident AF. We just have to catch a good session, so we have to have a good time. So here's these extra screenshots here, literally just tell me with 1 day notice. This is Alex G. He's talking to, what if we did it this week? I'm down, let's do it. Anytime this week works. Okay, so then he responds to me. And I legit made 9K from 10K in 2 hours trading. Probably gonna make another video for people calling it scammy. So again, you know, he knows people think it's scammy that he did this. I said, thanks for the context. What broker did he or you use? And did you think it was weird that he asked you to blur stuff? Now Cody responds, I don't even know what a broker is actually. All we blurred was his account balance. Now, I found this a little weird because like a broker is like the most important thing and also how people fake trades in Forex. So at this point, you can go watch my videos on Trader's Domain right now, which has been charged by the CFTC. You can go see my stuff on Omega Pro where there have been charges by the FBI. But, you know, I'm thinking at this point, maybe Cody just doesn't know, right? So I tell him, He's been accused, FXLHG, multiple times of fake trades and faking stuff. He does technical analysis, which is a bit like astrology for finance. There's little evidence it works over long periods, and tons of evidence that 99% of traders lose. Forex is one of the most scammy markets in the world, and faking trades is the oldest trick in the book. Broker is who executes the trades. There are ways to rig trades in your favor. He responds, I see. I sat there and watched it all. Made 9K in 2 hours-ish, haha. I actually told him when to pull out my money and everything. And so you'll see, I continued to plead with this guy. And you get the sense that I'm not actually trying to get him here. Like, I'm just trying to explain it to him. I say, I hear you, but I can't say without more info whether those trades were rigged, right? Because things are blurred. I don't know which broker they're using, but what I can say is that Forex is full of the biggest fraudsters in the world, and this guy checks a lot of the boxes. Now later, obviously, we realize he's, promoting this prop firm that he actually owns, which is insane. He's telling people, minors, that they can, trade on their parents' accounts, which they're not allowed to do. He's telling people to VPN, right? But then I say, they want to use people like you to self-promote so viewers buy the course. He says, interesting, I didn't even know he had a course, lol. Everything I watched that day was legit, though. We didn't fake anything. Then he says, literally, as you're texting me, my COO messages and says he caught an ex-employee charging 30, whatever. He's trying to give me another story. I'm not going to bite. I say, yeah, that's the main way most of these gurus make money. Think about it logically. If you just have a proven system to make millions of dollars consistently, why would you give it to other people for $2,000 a pop? This is always the question I ask these people. It's like, it doesn't make sense to give away your edge. You could just start up a massive hedge fund if you really had the strategy, raise tons of capital, and scale it to billions. Instead, all these guys do is get a MetaTrader account, get a bunch of flashy cars, sell a lifestyle, and teach basic technical analysis, promising young people to get them rich. The guy's motto is set and forget. It's the definition of a get-rich-quick scheme. Everyone knows there's no such thing as getting wealthy by setting and forgetting. I mean, again, I can't believe he's coming at me going, you should have shown more screenshots. My guy, do you think that makes you look good? It's just me explaining, like, really methodically how the grift of these gurus work. And so I think it's funny, he's like, show more of our text. Fine, we'll show all of them. It's just Cody being like, well, maybe I saw everything, even though I know nothing about day trading, according to him. I would know somehow if it was legit or not. So we have a long conversation. I will, again, link all of this below. A lot of this is, once again, me saying, look, there's a reason that people who have profitable strategies, they're just running hedge funds, right? Why would...
If you... Like, CoffeeZilla said this in a million videos, and he's actually gotten financial experts to talk about this. If anybody had an investment strategy that actually worked, you wouldn't be able to just tell everybody about it publicly because it's not going to work anymore. Like, it's so stupid.
Would you give away your alpha? People don't understand that in finance, different strategies have a size limitation because at a certain level, you're affecting the market with the size of your trade. So as you size up, your alpha starts to diminish because you start to become more of the market. So the idea that if you were super successful, you would sell your trading ideas is insane. And I just explained it here. It's complicated, but TLDR, if you had success in the Forex market, the last thing you would do is give away your edge. And I explained to him, there's tons of people doing this. Then he gets to the whole, I didn't promote him thing. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. He's factually skilled enough to make double my money in a few hours. And then we get back to Cody's beliefs about society and money. I truly believe society is so stupid that if I made a video about how to easily make $1 million, which is what I'm doing in the series, they still wouldn't take advantage of it because society is trained to avoid risk and not aim high. Again, that was the perfect chance to say, hey man, it was all a joke. Instead he goes, I'm showing people in this series how to easily make $1 million. That's what Cody says behind the scenes. Now, if this is part of the epic troll, if this is still part of the over-the-top brand, I guess I just don't get Cody's unique brand of comedy. Quote, hence why him giving away his edge.
He's a liar. He got paid to do this shit, promote a scam.
Probably isn't affecting his edge. The same reason I was scared to show people how to make good YouTube videos for years because I thought everyone would do it.
Yeah, so this guy was just a piece of shit. I don't know, like, I don't know why they have to lie and like, do all this, like, fucked up shit. It's, don't they make enough money on YouTube? Like, what the fuck's going on? All right. Let me see. I'm gonna get this guy's Insta. Just a second. Where was it? That's not it. No. Here we go. Bro. So we've all been hearing about the, everyone is starving, nobody can get any food. This guy was doing a live stream or something with Jeff Nippard, and I think Jeff Nippard is like one of these pro-Palestine, fucking cucks or some shit. So this fucking guy is a self-described Gazan bodybuilder. Sharing the truth with Palestinian causes. So this was uploaded July 30th. So apparently this guy who's starving working out and trying to build muscle. Waiting for the, oh look, he's working out, he's not starving comments. Do people who are starving work out? Do they do push-ups and sit-ups and all this shit? Like, by the way, you can just see the guy's face. He's not a big dude. This profile picture that he has on his Insta, he's not big. He's just a skinny guy. Just the way he is. You can just see his face. Does this look like the face of a starving person? Versus...
Disturbing new videos from Hamas are drawing international...
Barely. Yeah. So there's an actual starving person. This is an Israeli hostage. So you can see their faces way more gaunt. And I mean, you can see the guy's body too. Way more gaunt. This guy is just a thin-set person who's getting about as much food as he used to. Maybe he's not eating quite as much protein because he's having to rely on, like, the macaroni that they're fucking dropping in. But yeah, July 15th. Yeah, see? Decent amount of, you know, muscle mass. Not starving at all. And he looks about as big as in his profile picture here. He's always been kind of thin. It's just here... you know, the angle and lighting and everything. But you can see his arm looks about as big as it was, you know? And again, this is a guy who claims to be, like, starving and shit. Jeff Nippard follows this fucking dipshit. So yeah, here's the starving Gazan. And here's somebody who apparently isn't starving, and Hamas is treating the hostages really well. You know, like how Hamas, they don't want to, like, actually kill Jews and all the hostages. They're actually, you know, grateful how well Hamas is treating them. So, non-starving, well-treated hostage and starving Palestinian. It all makes sense, right? It all makes sense. So, this guy clearly isn't starving. Totally fine. And, like, we've seen the footage. Everyone you see at these aid stations and shit, they are not underweight. A lot of them are fat. And you can see, like, this guy's lean. I'm not saying, like, he's obviously not fat. But he's got body fat. You know, you can see he has fat here. Doesn't have, like, the craziest definition. You know, like... normal sort of body fat for a athletic person who's watching their weight and, you know, trying to have, like, a beach body type thing. And he's just a small guy. That's all there really is to it. Just a small dude. Not everyone is going to be, like, a gigantic fucking bodybuilder from lifting weights. Not everyone has the genetics for it. So he's getting plenty of food. It's obvious. But yeah, starving Gazan. Gazan diet breakdown. Calories 105. 410. 350. Yeah, sure. He got 865 calories. So this guy is claiming... I don't know if he's claiming he's eating this on a daily basis, but he's eating 865 calories out of what he claims to be a 2,400 daily requirement. So he's getting, he's in a 70% caloric deficit, according to him. And this is what he looks like. 70% prolonged caloric deficit, and this is what you look like? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, right. Horse shit. So he's eating more than he's claiming. He's not in a consistent 70% caloric deficit. They're all liars. So for reference, Jews in the Holocaust... I'm sure you've all seen these famous photos. I don't know why it's making me... Why is it making me download it? Fuck's sakes. So I'm sure you've seen photos of the concentration camp victims. These people were eating about 800 to 1,200 calories per day, sometimes up to 1,500. So these people who are actually fucking starving and started getting, like, wasting away, you can see they have no muscle mass. They're getting edema and shit in their legs. That's what happens. This guy is probably eating around 800 calories per day. That's about, again, 800 to 1,200 calories. That's what Jews in the Holocaust were eating. So how in the fuck is this guy able to look like this, eating around 850 calories per day, but Jews in the Holocaust, they were eating about as much, if not more than him, and they ended up starving and wasting away? It's almost as if he's a fucking liar, and he's full of shit, and he is not eating that little. Quite a bit more. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
How are you, miss? Support small business? No? What's up, man? Support small business? Thank you. How are you, sir? Support small business?
Dude, he looks so weird. Just what a weirdo.
Don't want anyone to feel left out. Gotta yell at everyone.
What a fucking weirdo. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Son Goku donated $2. Muscles on women are hot. People need to understand that looking bulky comes from having too much body fat, not muscle. Here's a good example. You seem to be into older women. But yeah, she looks good. Yeah, she looks good. Everybody has their own preference. But yeah, she looks good. I'm even attracted to women on steroids. I think it's hot when girls are on gear. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. So, let's look at some of this shit. What does my diet look like in Gaza?
By the time I'm recording this video, it's been 2 months since the borders have been closed here in Gaza. No food or products have entered Gaza since March 2nd. The markets are like completely empty, and the situation is getting worse every day. And since I don't want to just say that the situation is bad, today I'm going to be taking you through my day, and I'm going to be showing you everything I eat and how many calories I get in throughout the day. The first thing I need to do is to calculate my maintenance calories, which is the amount of calories that I need to get in a day to maintain my body weight, not lose or gain anything. And to do that, I'm going to be using this equation to estimate my RMR. Then I'm going to multiply the number I get from it with one of these numbers. Right now, I would say I fall into the moderately active part of it, so I'm going to be multiplying the number with 1.55. And this is the final number that we have, around 2,400 calories. So now I'm going to be tracking everything I eat throughout the day, and we'll see if we can hit this number. And make sure to watch till the end, because this video might not be about what you think it is. I'll explain what this means later. Alright, so I just woke up. I'm having this date biscuit for breakfast, and it packs around 400 calories, so that's a solid start. And you know, the funny thing is that in one of my previous videos I said that I only have olive oil and za'atar for breakfast, and right now we are running out of za'atar. After that, we made some bread on our clay oven, so I had a small sandwich with a tablespoon of strawberry jam, which adds up to around 80 calories. Right now.
Notice anything?
Let me take a look. Restricted video.
Each president served their term.
Hate Instagram.
I really don't know.
Take a guess, around how long?
Like, time?
Yeah.
Hour?
No, like years.
Oh! I said time and you said yeah.
Yeah, I count that.
7.
Yes, I'm sorry for confusing you. What language do the people in Idaho speak?
I don't know.
I'm
okay? First of all, you should be giving me everything up here for free. And then he should up here the whole day up in a garbage can when they should be up in your face now. Okay, they in a garbage. Where's those burgers at? Why would I want 30? Let me up right here. Straight up.
These people need to be in jail. That is horrific. Thanks for the donation, Jason.
Right now we are using the last bag of flour that we have, so we gotta be careful how we use it. By the way, I want you guys to guess the price of this bag of flour right now. Come on, think higher. This bag of flour weighs 25 kilograms, and right now it costs $180 here in Gaza. So yeah, this should be put in a museum as the most expensive flour bag in history. Almost 4 hours after that, we started making lunch, which is basically our main meal of the day. Today we made some falafel, and yes, whenever we want to cook something, we have to cook it on wood fire, because right now we completely run out of cooking gas. Alright, so I just looked up how many calories there are in the falafel recipe that we used, and as well as deep frying them and everything, and it turns out that every one of these falafel patties has like 50 to 60 calories. I used 6 falafel patties.
Yeah, sure. That sounds like a massive underestimate.
In these 2 sandwiches, so that brings it up to like 300 to 360 calories. And with the bread and everything, we get a total of around 500 to 550 calories.
Bullshit.
Which brings us up to around 1,000 calories so far, so yeah. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. After I had my meal, I got into my workout, and since I don't get in that many calories on a daily basis, I'm using extremely low volume for my training. I'm training 3 days a week instead of 5, and I only do 2 to 3 exercises per workout. So I do pull-ups, bent over rows, and bicep curls in my pull day. I do push-ups, dips, and lateral raises in my push day, and I do pistol squats and some holds for my leg day. And this is what my physique looks like right now. I haven't been really making that much progress recently, and I was actually expecting to
Oh, okay. Weird. The guy who's in a forced calorie deficit is growing, making progress and building muscle. Oh, all right.
hit a plateau considering the situation we are going through. But overall, alhamdulillah, I'm happy with the results that I got so far, and I hope it doesn't go anywhere. After that, I didn't really have any meals up until 8 p.m. We had some leftover falafel mixture, so we made it for dinner. And of course, on wood fire. Alright, so basically these sandwiches are gonna be my last meal for the day. And just like lunch, they're gonna add 500 more calories to my daily total. And right now we have our answer. 1,480 to 1,580 calories. I added 100 more calories just in case I tracked something in.
Dude. This guy is massively underestimating his caloric intake. I think he's gotten at least an extra 500. No chance.
Correctly or anything. And honestly, out of 2,400 calories that I should be getting in a day, this is just depressing. And now, in the beginning of the video, I told you that this video isn't about what you might think it is. And the reason behind that is that right now I am doing a before and after video, and this is the before video. Yes, the before, not the after. Because let me tell you, if the situation keeps going this way over the next month or two, we are not going to be talking about how expensive these foods.
Alright, so this is 3 months. That video was posted 3 months ago.
With everything that's been going
So let's fast forward 2 months. Yeah, the guy looks about the same.
on over the
At
past
least in the
few
face.
weeks and months here in Gaza, my daily routine has been as stable as the stock market. Sometimes I would try to plan my day and write down a update. So this is what my physique looks like right now.
And let's see. Let's compare. Literally the same. No change. Exactly the same. So, despite him being in, according to his Instagram post, a 70% caloric deficit, and the video he posted saying he got 1,500 calories when his maintenance is really 2,500, so that would be, what, roughly a third deficit? The same. Okay. Right.
As you can see, months here in Gaza, my daily routine has been as stable as the stock market. Sometimes I would try to plan my day and write down a to-do list, but 2 hours later, I'm not even in the same area that I was in when I wrote down the to-do list. So today, I'm going to be taking you guys through a full day of eating, training, and coaching here in Gaza. I'm also going to be showing you how we cook our meals, how we charge our phones, and many other details about our lives here in Gaza. Alright, good morning everyone. Right now it's 8 a.m. I'm having a cup of tea and a piece of bread for breakfast. I've been having this exact breakfast for like the past 2 months, and there's basically nothing to have with it. But you know, the fact that we even have the past 2 months breakfast.
What did you say?
I'm having a cup of tea and a piece of bread for breakfast. I've been having this exact breakfast for like the past 2 months, and
Okay. So, again, presumably he's been eating about the same for the last 2 months. So, again, we saw his physique in the last video. This is 2 months later. Retard donated $2 coffee. Zilla beefing with Whistle and Diesel part 2.
Today, one of
Okay, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
there's basically nothing to have with it. But you know, the fact that we even have the flour to make the bread and have it for breakfast is such a blessing in and of itself. Alhamdulillah. So I'm gonna have my breakfast and we're gonna get on with the day. After breakfast, we realized that we are almost out of bread. So we made some dough and I went out to bake it in the public clay oven nearby. Alright, going to bake some bread right now. I still have no idea where the clay oven is, but you know, we'll figure it out. After walking for a bit, I finally found the clay oven, and there wasn't really anyone baking bread there, but it took a while to heat up the oven and start baking my bread. So after waiting for around 20 minutes, my bread was finally done and I took it back home. We got the bread right here. Nice. I just got home from the clay oven. Now I'm gonna be chopping some wood so that we can make lunch with it. For the past 3 months, we haven't had cooking gas like at all. And whenever we want to make any of our meals, we have to make it on wood fire. So yeah, I'm gonna chop some wood right now. Then we're gonna start making lunch, inshallah. Chopping the wood, I started gathering it in this bag, and literally translates to grape leaves. Right now it's one day we made some bag, and that leaves your hand looking, well, not so good. But anyways, now the wood is ready, so we started making lunch with it. For today, we made some rice stuffed grape leaves, or what we call it in Arabic, waraq inab, which literally translates to grape leaves. Right now it's 1 p.m. We are finally done making lunch. Cooking on wood is such a struggle, honestly. Right here I have my bowl of grape leaves. I actually looked up the calories and macros for the ingredients that we use to make them, and it turns out that every one of these rice stuffed leaves has around 12 calories. Right here
Oh, right. Here we go, dude. He's under... Yeah, okay.
I have around 35 leaves.
He's doing it again. He's undercounting.
So that's around 420 calories, which I know isn't much, but alhamdulillah, I'm just grateful for having such a meal.
Yeah, sure, dude. Sure. He's deliberately undercounting.
Throughout my day. So yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this. Then I'm gonna get some work done for my clients, and I'm gonna get into my workout around midday, inshallah. I had lunch, then I connected my phone to the charger for a bit, and I texted some of my clients to check up on how everything is going for them. But wait, there is one question I need to address here.
So how many... Wait, I think I missed it. How many calories did you say total for lunch? 427?
35 leaves. My phone to the charger for a bit, and I texted some of my clients to check up on how everything is going for them. But wait, there is one question I need to address here. Now,
dude, rice is surprisingly calorically dense. That's why I don't usually eat it. Like, a little bit of rice is a lot. Like, on the back of the thing, for the dry weight, like, even after you cook it, when you add up the total, a little bit of rice in the bowl is like 500 calories. So, it adds so much so quickly, and it's not that much volume. So yeah, this guy's deliberately undercounting his calories.
Now, you might be wondering, how do we charge our phones here in Gaza? Now, for most people, what they do is that they send their phones to charging stations. They are basically stations where someone who has a source of electricity, like a generator or some solar panels, offers to charge people's devices for a small fee, like 33 cents for one device. For me personally, we recently got this piece that allows us to charge our phones directly from our batteries. We just connect it to the battery, then we connect our charging cable to it.
Gigliardo donated $2. Look how scripted this is. The mom is asking leading questions to the kids. She got a double chin. Just watch the first half. Oh, okay, this is gonna be great. How difficult is it to calculate calories? This guy makes gross miscalculations. Well, they're all in on it, dude. They're all in on it, okay? They all work together to lie, to spread a narrative that, oh, Israel's starving us. You know all those videos where you see people huddling around, like screaming for food? Those are all scripted. They're told to scream and like yell and shit. I'll show you one. This is fucking hilarious. Yeah, a guy on Instagram sent me this. It's fucking retarded. Here we go. So look at this. They're all told to scream, yell, beg for food, make it look like you're really suffering. She broke character. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we're starving. Give us food. Oh, look at that. Oh, when they don't know they're being filmed or something, they start laughing and smiling. Oh, look, they're all having a fun time. Look. They're all in on it. They're all in on it. It's just a big scheme. But, let me take a look, Gigliardo.
In West Gaza City, a family displaced by war returns to their tent. First mum and the youngest children. Then older sister Layan, who's been at school.
يا ليان روحتي؟ كيف قدمتي الامتحان يا ماما؟ سهل ولا صعب؟ كيف اليوم كان منيح؟ مالك تعبانة؟ ليش؟ ليش مش قادرة يا ماما؟ إيش مالك؟
Has anybody investigated this? They're probably Hamas kids or something, right? This is these are the only people they're allowed to interview. They're people who work with Hamas. That whole documentary thing that came out, I think the BBC published, that kid was the son of a Hamas operative.
School runs just 1 hour a day. The children rest briefly before homework, English lessons.
يلا بسرعة روح هات لي دفاترك وقلامك أنت وياه. إيش يا عبود ليش أنت التاني بدكش تقول؟ بديش أقرأ. ليش؟ عشان جوعان. طب بس اصبر شوية يا يما. حتى شوف يا. وروح اشرب كوباية مي.
You want to bet this kid has... Okay, so please explain to me. Why does she look normal weight? Why do these other kids look normal weight? But then him in particular starving. Like yeah, he probably has like a health issue unrelated to like food. Retard donated $2. Wow. Scoop, NVIDIA has done deal with Trump administration to pay U.S. government 15% of revenues from China H20 sales. Unprecedented quid pro quo for export licenses. I don't know if that's accurate. I'd have to look into that. I don't know. That's not a good idea. You do not want China having access to high-end GPUs. They're kind of getting them anyway, but still, not a good idea. Thanks for the donation, retard.
ليش؟ عشاني جوعان. طب بس اصبر شوية يلا. حتى شوف يا. وروح اشرب كوباية مية زي ما أنا معودك واشرب كوباية مية بتحس بالشبع بتجيني تاخد درسك.
Oh, look, Double Chin Lady is stealing all her kids' food.
هيكونكوا ناسيين كل إشي.
Okay, bro, give me a fucking break. So, I've said this before. I don't have kids. I have a cat. I would never even dream of eating food before my cat ate. If I was broke or starving and like the US invaded Canada and, you know, like there was no food around and I could only get a little bit of food, I would feed my cat before I ever ate. So this double chin overweight fucking lady apparently is getting enough food to still be considered overweight or obese. But apparently her kids are starving. So what I'm getting from this is either her kids have some kind of health problem or she's stealing her kids' food so she can be fat. Either case, I have no sympathy.
وانت التاني اشوف ايش ماخذ always often sometimes.
Before the war, the mother, Iman, taught English.
بتيجي every month ايوه يا ماما ودي ويك صغير خلص اليوم هذا الدرس زادت الميه يا ربي من هنا ها بسكتهم هيك بقول لهم هذه شوربه يا ماما زي شوربه.
Oh my god.
The median weight for a healthy 13-year-old boy is 46 kilos.
Yeah, why don't you weigh her? Weigh the mother. So tell the mom to take her clothes off and show how fat she is. So why is she so fat, but her kid is skinny? What? Like again, please tell me what fucking mother would eat enough food to stay fat, but then her kid's starving? Like, what is going on? Am I in fucking crazy land? You're telling me American or like Western journalists are seeing this and are thinking, oh, how dare Israel? The mother is fat. Like, am I the only one seeing this? Oh my
the
god.
The median weight for a healthy 13-year-old hospital, 100 people have been.
This is just fucking retarded. Oh look, another fat ass.
Dr. Mohammed Kahil says the hospital has little food to.
Yeah, all people normal weight. Like, why are all these women fat? Like, I'm noticing this in particular. Women in particular in Gaza are fat.
Like, offer patients.
They're stealing their kids' food. They have to be.
Whose injuries.
Oh, there you go, retard. So, again, family members, normal weight, but then, oh, skinny, starving person. So this is somebody with a genetic disease.
فيبدأ الجرح بعدم الاكتمال أو تشافي الجرح مما يؤدي إلى مكوث المريض لفترة.
Literally all their family members are normal weight, but they're starving. So they're either sick with something like parasites or they have a genetic disease or some crap. This is just a joke.
And now I can charge my phone with it. And you know what's crazy about these batteries is that they literally survived 2 bombings. I'm not even kidding. They were in my house. My house was bombed, so we pulled them out of the rubble and we took them to my grandma's house. Then my grandma's house was bombed, so we pulled them out of the rubble, and here we are right now. And honestly, the fact that they are still working is just mind-blowing, to be honest. And the way that we charge the batteries themselves is through this long cable that connects them to our solar panel. And this right here is our solar panel. And as you can probably tell, it also survived the 2 bombings. Yeah,
buddy, clearly the bombings weren't too bad. Dude, something is fishy about the story. A solar panel surviving 2 bombings. Are you missing out? Like, are you not telling us some key details about this? Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I see. Like, and you told me like you've been going to the gym for like 4 years on and off. Yeah, I would say like
you there, inshallah. I'm gonna get into my workout right now, and you know, nowadays I'm trying to get back into working out since I had to stop working out over the past few weeks because of the displacement and everything that's been going on. For now, I'll be using a full body split. I'll be doing 5 deadlifts and squats. This workout once or twice a week, but whenever I have a decent meal or a decent amount. Nice. A rule that I've been following in my training since this all started here in Gaza is sacrifice the volume, keep the intensity. I believe this is a rule that bodybuilders use when they are trying to get down to extremely low body fat percentages, like when they are competing in a bodybuilding show. Because when you are in such a big caloric deficit, your muscles just tap out after a few sets into the workout or out of your workout and to be back at it once again.
The roids and her vegan mind can't see straight. The women are clearly on the thinner side. That's not a double chin dipshit. They're wearing scarves that push on the face, you fucking moron.
Yeah, sure. I bet. Thanks for the donation, vegan dipshit.
Like, this is my first workout in a while, and it just feels amazing. Now, of course, no post-workout meal, but we're gonna end off the workout with a physique update. So this is what my physique looks like right now.
Literally looks the same as he did back in the first video. Like, the lighting is a bit different.
By the time
So he's obviously gonna look a little different on camera, but he looks like the same to me.
So this is what
Yeah, like about the same. Again, the lighting's different, but if you just try to like trace the roundness in his shoulders, about as round.
Mr. Vegan Gains, I heard Hamas is stealing the money and food. Then they force the Palestinians to claim Israel is withholding aid when journalists come to interview them.
Yeah, that's true. Hamas is also shooting and killing people who are taking aid, and they're stealing it for themselves. I think somebody actually sent me a video about that. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Gaza terrorists from Hamas military wing execute Gazans seeking food in broad daylight. In Gaza, only Hamas is allowed to loot aid. Hamas issues a threat to civilians not to loot aid without its permission.
من محاربة التجار الفجار وتسوي نفسه من مكاسب المملكة العامة. الآن حرق لتجيب ضد اللصوص المساعدات وضد التجار الفجار من وحدة سهم داخل منطقة الصاروخ. نسأل الله العلي القدير أن يعم على هذه المنطقة. ارجع في قنبلة. الآن داخل منطقة الصاروخ ضد الفجار وضد لصوص المساعدات. يحرق الآن داخل المنطقة، يحرق جب للصوص المساعدات داخل منطقة الصاروخ. الآن ابعد عن الجب يا محمد، هيتفجر التنك. ارجع عن الجب. هذا مصير كل واحد خاين. لف علي، لف علي.
By the way, look at the Hamas member. Look at his big fat fucking stomach. So yeah, they're eating pretty well, clearly.
الآن يحدث في منطقة الصاروخ من محاربة التجار الفجار الآن حرق لتجيب ضد اللصوص المساعدات وضد التجار الفجار من وحدة سهم داخل منطقة الصاروخ. نسأل الله العلي القدير أن يعم على هذه المنطقة.
Yeah, so it's what they do. Thanks for the donation though, Nature Boy.
Please review this workout plan. I think it is GOAT status. Will get you insanely ripped.
Hi everyone, so just a couple weeks ago, my favorite 7... Well, I'm not gonna bother watching a video I made already. But yeah, Frank literally could not lift as much as Naturally Stephanie, the girl vegan YouTuber. And just like last time, the video is getting overwhelmingly downvoted. People in the comments lightweight. Dude, he is the most, like, weird-ass, awkward person I've ever fucking seen in my life. How, like... I don't know if he has Bell's palsy or something. It's... There's something wrong. You know? I know his sister is mentally disabled. I don't know if there's something diagnosably wrong with the guy because he does not move properly like a normal fucking human being would. It's really weird how fucking awkward he is, like, just doing anything. Like, he cannot lift. Just really fucking weird. Well, thanks for the donation, gay retard. So, like, he looks the same. I don't think he really like, he said he wasn't working out. So maybe he's, like, a little flatter, but when you just trace the outline of, like, his arms, they look roughly as thick. I think it's just better lighting. There's, like, better down lighting and shit. Here, he is clearly getting light from outside, and it's more direct and brighter, so it's less contrasty, but, like, again, look at his, like, traps, the size of his neck. It's about the same. Like, you know, you can see, collarbone. It doesn't look any more, like, when you get really thin, you look bony. He doesn't look any more bony.
So this is what my physique looks like right now. As you can see, definitely.
It's literally the same
Like
to me,
right now,
dude.
I haven't been really making that.
Like again, there's his lats. So just, like, again, trace with your mind, like, you know, the outline of his lats. It's about the same. So this guy is like at least heavily implying that he's been in anywhere from a 30 to 70% caloric deficit consistently for the last 2 months. Yet he hasn't lost any weight. Like, and especially when you look at body fat percentage. To be fair, like he said, he wasn't really working out. But body fat percentage, it's about the same. Like, he doesn't look any, like, leaner and more toned. It's about the same.
Definitely not my best physique update so far, but I'm happy with what I've been able to maintain so far.
That much progress recently, and I was actually expecting to hit a plateau considering the situation we are going through. But overall, alhamdulillah, I'm happy with the results that I got.
Like, he's just a small set dude, but again, this looks about the same to me. So look at the size of his neck and the traps. Like, I'm seeing the same amount of muscle, roughly. And again, he probably has, like, bad arm genetics and shit. Like, he's just a smaller dude. But, like, look at the... Like, you can see a little bit of the fat around his waist. It looks about the same. Everything looks about the same. Again, if anything, he looks a little leaner here because the the type of lighting, it's harsher, more directed lighting, where here it's like brighter, more diffuse. It's literally the same. You could maybe say he looks a little more pumped up here he did say he wasn't training as consistently, but he looks the fucking same. So there's no way this guy has been in a caloric deficit ranging from 30 to 70% consistently on a daily basis for the last 2 fucking months. He is massively undercounting the amount of calories he's eating. Clearly. Ranveer donated $2. Let me see. Canadians harass Indian couple and hump their car.
I got the plate number. Yeah.
Want me to get out and fucking kill anybody? No.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Can you
Hump you? I didn't touch
your license?
Did I record?
Lie.
You got a free phone, you
Yeah.
fucking you stupid
Oh my god, don't do that. What the fuck are you doing?
If I saw that, I would beat the fucking shit out of those kids. Like, I'd literally fuck them up. Look at these racist white fucktards harassing an Indian because of his race. Do you think Canada is becoming unsafe for Indians? No. There's always, like, racist retards wherever you fucking go. That seems like... where was this? This seems like it might be out west. Like Calgary?
Get in trouble. What happened? Get in trouble. Stupid
I got the plate number.
Hey,
Yeah.
want me to get out and fucking kill anybody?
Yeah, it sounds like a Calgary-ish, like western... There's more racists when you go out west in Canada, so like Saskatchewan, Calgary, that sort of area, there's just more racists. BC, certain areas of BC can be pretty bad. So, like, they're always around. I don't know where this took place. It just says Canada. I'm not sure where it was. Looks like Brody. Their names are Ryerson, Watt, and Robert, and Ryerson has a snowmobile, ATV, and boat on his Facebook profile. Holy fuck, guys. Don't try and be too unique. Next prediction, some failed hockey careers, too. Does anybody know where this... He was charged. 18-year-old Kawartha Lakes man. Kawartha Lakes. Where was that? Oh, this is... No, this is in Ontario. Huh. It's around Barrie. I've heard bad things there, too. Yeah, it's a bunch of hick retards out in, like, middle of nowhere, Ontario, basically. Well, that's good. He was arrested, uttering threats. Yeah, you know, there's always dumb fucktards, you know, wherever you go. Thanks for the donation, Ranveer.
So far, and I hope it doesn't go anywhere. After that, I didn't really have any meals up until 8 p.m. We had some...
Far. Okay, I'm just kidding. This
literally looks the same. He did his poses in a different order, but let me go back again. Like, literally the fucking same, dude. So, again, like, some of this can be deceiving. So, harsh lighting, you see a shadow here. Whereas this is more diffuse. There's no shadow here. The shadow's over here. But, like, again, if you just trace an outline around the guy's, like, shoulder, trap, stuff like that, it doesn't look like he lost any size. And again, if anything, he looks leaner here. So, like, if you're starving and losing weight and you're still, like, exercising, whether it be deliberate or, like, just whatever you're doing on a daily basis, walking around, you'd think you'd look leaner, but if anything, he looks leaner here when, like, according to him, he was able to get more food consistently. It's, like, it doesn't add up.
This is just depressing.
Right now it's 6 p.m.
Again, we're only able to judge based on what we can see. It's hard to say if he lost any muscle. He did say he wasn't working out as consistently. Even after a week of not training, the inflammation and stuff that happens from exercising, it goes away and it can make your muscles look smaller. I don't know, maybe he lost a little, but he looks like practically the same. It's really hard to tell, and he's not weighing himself. We don't know what his body weight change is. And just based on like visual changes, again, this guy is heavily implying he's been in a 30 to 70% caloric deficit consistently for the last 2 months. Does it make sense, like, the lack of visual change when over the course of 2 months, a 30 to 70% caloric deficit? So, like, if we were to be very generous and say he was in a 30% caloric deficit, so, 2,400 calorie maintenance, times 0.7, he's consistently getting 1,680. So that would be a 720 calorie per day deficit. Times 7, that's 5,000 calories over the course of the week that you're in a deficit. It takes 3,500 calories to lose a pound of body fat. So that would be roughly, what? Divide by 3,500. That would be 1.44 pounds body fat loss per week. So this is over the course of 2 months. So times 8, he should have lost about 11.5 pounds. Coming from like a mix of fat, muscle, whatever. That does not look like a 10-pound difference or a more than 10-pound difference. Like, this is just basic math. And again, that's being generous with assuming he didn't go below a 30% deficit on any of these days.
By this time of the day, I usually got all of my tasks done, and I just go for a walk or maybe go to the roof for a bit, you know, to take my mind off of everything that's been going on recently. So right now I'm going to the roof, and I'll take you guys with me. Bro, look at these guys just chilling and playing volleyball. You know, I've always wondered why this area is called Deir al-Balah. Now, Deir al-Balah means the house of dates.
So, by the way, if you look at tribes people, I think there's probably a documentary on YouTube about this. Tribes people sitting a lot. I think there might be some kind of documentary about this. Shower, no. I remember there was a video about this on YouTube. What you'll find with a lot of hunter-gatherer tribes, they don't have infinite access to calories. So what you end up seeing is nobody does anything. So you'll have a small group of people go out looking for food or something, or doing any kind of work that needs to be done, like, you know, collecting water. Everyone else sits around and does nothing. They just stare into the distance. And it's because they don't have any energy to do anything else, and they're not getting all the food they want. So again, these people claim to be starving, they don't have access to food and all this crap. Here they are playing soccer, wandering around, having fun. Like, whenever you see people who genuinely do not have, like, good access to food, like hunter-gatherer tribes people, they sit around and do nothing all day. They don't play, they don't run, they literally just sit down, stare into the distance. Here's this guy doing a bunch of shit, working out, trying to build muscle, or at least maintain it. There's people wandering around, playing soccer with each other. Like, it's like nothing's adding up. And again, with the amount of calories this guy says he's been eating, he should have lost about 11.5 pounds over the course of the 2 months, that this, like, video series happened. And it doesn't look like he lost 11.5 pounds.
I've always wondered why this area is called Deir al-Balah. Now, Deir al-Balah means the house of dates, or like the land of dates. And dates grow on palm trees. And look at this. There are so many palm trees, mashallah. Now, like you guys probably know, Deir al-Balah is one of the very few areas that are still in good condition in Gaza Strip. And honestly, the last time I saw such a view was back when I was in Rafah, before we evacuated from it in May 2024. Because before we evacuated from Rafah, the area was still in good condition and there weren't many bombings there. But right now, it's been over a year and Rafah is nothing but trouble. By the way, look how beautiful the sky is.
It's kind of interesting how this guy is not mentioning anything about Hamas, hiding hostages, not blaming them, not talking about how they're causing any problems. It's weird. It's almost as if he's worried about getting found and killed.
Oh wow, there's a bombing there. And there. So right now it's 7:30 p.m. We are making our last meal for the day. We're gonna be having lentils for dinner. Whenever we have some bread, we make lentils with it. If we don't have bread, we just make some kind of pasta or something. So yeah, we're gonna make this meal and we're gonna be having it in like an hour or so. And that's gonna be it for the day.
And honestly, as much as I hate cooking on wood, but having hot meals throughout my day is a blessing to be grateful for, to be honest. And right here are the calories and macros for my last meal for.
Yeah, right. Oh my god. Bullshit. Oh, 450 again. I'm noticing a trend. Every single meal does not go above 450 calories. Like it's weird how it's just that arbitrary number.
For my last meal for the day.
Okay, right.
Lasted.
So he's claiming he ate 967 calories when his daily energy expenditure is 2,400. So more than a 50% deficit. This is a joke, dude. This is a joke. He's eating far more than he's claiming. He has not lost the weight that he should have lost, given the caloric deficit he claims to be in. It doesn't add up. So I'm not gonna act like I'm not gonna act like he might not be able to eat as much as he actually wants to. I'm sure that is a problem for him. He is eating far more than he claims. If he there's no way to objectively tell because he doesn't have a weight scale, as far as we know. He didn't weigh himself and say, "Oh, look, I lost 10 pounds since last month or something." He looks to be about the same body weight, if we're being generous.
Why does Frank call his cookie dough product Frankie's hand-cranked cookie dough? What the fuck does hand-cranked mean here? Did he jerking off with it? What does he mean hand-cranked cookie dough? Has he ever made cookie dough before? Is he a retard or something?
Well, he is a retard or something. We know that. I don't know why he calls it hand-cranked. Probably some weird gay joke. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So if we're being really, really generous, maybe he lost 3 or 4 pounds. Again, he looks about the same though. In terms of body fat percentage and all this. He doesn't, like, he was already fairly lean. He had visible abs. Like, if you lose another 3 or 4 pounds, it's pretty obvious if you lost more. Like, worst case scenario, this guy might be in, like, maybe a 200, 300 calorie deficit at most over the last, like, 2 months. But, like, give me a break. These people are all in on it. They over-exaggerate. They bullshit. They make things seem to be worse than they really are. And again, I think it's suspicious that he's talking about, oh, these bombings, lack of food, but he's not mentioning anything about Hamas. Like, this guy knows as soon as he fucking says anything about Hamas, they're gonna find him and kill him.
On the screen right now. Now, as you can probably tell, this is nowhere near the perfect routine that I wish to have. But you know, I try to get the most out of my days as I can, whether that's with training, with coaching people, or with making these videos.
This guy's a liar. Look, this guy watches Jeff Nippard.
When you only have...
This guy's a Jeff Nippard fan. Okay. This guy can do basic math. He knows about calories in, calories out. He did not lose the amount of weight you would expect over the course of 2 months, if any weight at all, from the caloric deficit he claims to be in. So he's knowingly lying. It's just so obvious. And then here's Jeff just entertaining all of this guy's stupid fucking bullshit. We'll react to this next. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
When you only have a couple water gallons to train with and your diet is so bad, even calling it suboptimal is a compliment, you need to make sure that everything you are doing is on point. Like, you don't have any more room for error. That's what I always keep in mind when it comes to my training and fitness journey here in Gaza. So today, I'm going to be getting some advice and tips from someone that knows a lot more.
And by the way, all of these people were dancing in the streets and celebrating when Al-Qaeda flew a plane into the World Trade Center, and they expect sympathy at the hall. Let me hear this again accent.
Israel doesn't want the world to see what Gaza looks like from above. But journalists, Dalama with Osama bin Laden, Hitler, the from Al Arabi TV got the footage, and he is going to fly his plane into the World Trade Center to protest the genocide in Gaza.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
More than me, to say the least. Yes, I'm going to be talking to none other than Jeff Nipper. I'm going to be asking him a few questions on how I can optimize my training and nutrition, and how I can make the most out of what I have available considering the situation we're going through. And yeah, without further ado, I'll leave you guys with the video. All right, so great to have you here today. Thank you for making the time for this call.
It's great to be here, bro.
Yeah, so today I'm going to be talking to you about, how someone like me in such cruel nutrition, basically nutrition, like mostly nutrition, but, in general, like cruel circumstances, cruel conditions, can work their way around the obstacles that they have to still kind of maintain gains, or at least maybe like make gains, in the best scenarios. So yeah, I want to get straight into it. And I want to ask you, when it comes to poor nutrition training, would you rather go for high volume or high intensity? Because, high intensity training would, allow you to get the workout done much quicker, since you're going to be doing less sets and less exercises. But, higher volume training is going to be less exhausting. And in this situation, you're looking for both, right?
Yeah, so I'm cutting right now, and I'm fully on the low volume, high intensity wave. So I think based on the best research we have, it's pretty clear that you can maintain muscle on a lot less volume than it takes to build muscle from scratch. Yeah. And so my preference when I'm on low calories is to do like quick and efficient workouts and just basically send everything to failure. Like that's what I'm doing right now. So that would be my preference. And like when you have limited calories, like you just don't have the same energy, right? Like you may not be able to do like the 2-hour marathon workouts, but like you could get in an intense 30 to 45 minute workout and get the job done. And I honestly, man, in your situation, that's what I would say is the way to go. What do you think of that?
When I first started training, I used to do a lot of volume. I was having some intensity in there, but like I was doing more volume than I needed. And I remember like for the first, I would say like 6 months of my journey, I would say I did make good progress, but it wasn't the best, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it was not the best progress that I could have made for these 6 months. Like I remember I made like a before and after transformation from like the first 100 days in my journey. And okay, I mean, it was pretty impressive. Like a lot of people told me, oh, you made great progress and stuff. But I would say like most of that is because of my situation. But, looking at it from a training quality perspective, I would say I was missing a lot.
Big D's donate $2. Let me see.
A bunch of illegals got rounded up and arrested by ICE doing cockfighting.
Making roosters fight to the death with sharp blades attached to their claws.
Real third world shit. And they were arrested at a cockfight, and then there's people on Twitter defending them. Can you read that tweet?
DHS says there's no racial targeting. Then explain why ICE showed up to a misdemeanor cockfighting event in Mississippi, a state where it's not even a felony. ICE wasn't there to uphold the law. They were there to punish culture. This wasn't about law.
Cockfighting is culture.
It was a hit job. ICE doing the dirty work for extremist nonprofits who want to wipe out traditions they don't like.
So they're defending cockfighting.
They're not even good at arguing against ICE.
That's pretty good.
You broke up a cockfight? It's not even a felony.
It's tradition.
Yeah.
Dude, these people are fucking horrendous.
In our next story, these people are doing funerals for the chicken at...
Oh, geez. Oh, I thought that was Rafaela for a second.
People are doing funerals for the chicken at Trader Joe's.
Here today, some more.
Oh my god. They don't even realize how hypocritical they are.
The untimely death of the chickens whose bodies are...
Cockfighting is bad, it's animal abuse. Yeah, deport anybody who does this. Oh my god, vegans are crazy. They're against abusing chickens. Oh my god.
Chickens who were slaughtered at Purdue's Petaluma Poultry Slaughterhouse. We are here to honor their lives because no one else is.
So this is stuff you worry about when your life is pretty easy. Instead of worrying about how to get dinner on the table, you're worried about how dinner was treated.
Yeah, buddy. You've got a lot of dinner on the table, so yeah, maybe you should start thinking about it.
Before it was put on the table.
What was dinner's name?
If God didn't mean for us to eat the animals, why are they made out of delicious meat? You know? No. Buffalo
humans taste like pork.
Chicken wings with ranch? Oh, you're not supposed to eat that. Oh, you can't have shrimp cocktail. That's just supposed to be the water bugs. You could drink the spicy ketchup, though.
Yeah.
That's the part that doesn't make sense.
There's no hope. Everyone is a fucking idiot, dude. Thanks for the donation, Big D's.
That tweet in the last video complaining about ice locks like it was made by ChatGPT because it was very rambling and on and the use of the M dash do you now at the M dash is VG ChatGPT likes to use that a lot, so I think that was China/Russia bot.
Interesting. Good eye. Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In it. So I 100% agree with the high intensity, low volume thing.
Yeah, I mean, like the science-based community is interesting because, like, you know, things I feel like come in and out of fashion based on new research, which is probably not the best thing, right? Like, you really shouldn't change your opinion based on every new study that comes out. But you know, for a while there, I think most people would have said like volume is king. Like, you really need to do a lot of sets to maximize muscle growth, and I still think that's true to some extent. Like, if you have a lot of calories and you're trying to optimize everything, yeah, it does seem like more volume does lead to more muscle growth. But with that said, if you don't have intensity on the muscle, if you're not pushing the muscle hard, it really has no reason, I think, to stick around. Like, the intensity has to be there regardless, right? So yeah, to answer your question, in your case, I'm going low volume, like 1 or 2 sets per exercise, push those sets hard, get in and out, and then get on with the rest of your day.
Yeah, that's what I've been applying to my training recently. Like, I would say I do 1 or 2 exercises, like max, but compound exercises, like obviously, because, you know, I'm not going to be wasting my energy on isolation movements. 3 sets, failure, and that's it. Like, my whole workout is like 15 or 20 minutes. So yeah, no, and I gotta say, like,
I like it.
I gotta say, like, the maintaining muscle part of it, it's 100% working. Like, despite how much how much my nutrition is not on point, but I'm still like noticing not that much difference in my muscle mass.
Bro, that's awesome. And it's not just muscle mass too. It's strength and your health. Like, all of these things can still continue to improve even if your diet is suboptimal, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I mean, the fact that you're maintaining your muscle mass is incredible. Like, that's great.
Thank you. I mean, coming from you means a lot, you know. So now, when it comes to intensity, another thing that I'm looking at is rep ranges. So, you know, like when it comes to rep range, we know like how different rep ranges prioritize different stuff when it comes to strength, hypertrophy, and endurance. So let's say that I'm pushing a set, like a working set, to failure. How many?
Dodo donators. Also, the apostrophe looks like the ChatGPT one, not the one you have on your normal keyboard. And yeah, normal people don't use an M dash. It was 99% likely AI made and probably some bot trying to create division in our country. There's a lot of that on Twitter. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it is weird. Like, it's so funny too, because like you'd expect them to do that like a real person because they're crazy. But that's a good eye. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How many reps do you think I should be doing to failure to, you know, kind of make up for the lack of nutrition that I have?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So like, what kind of exercises are you doing right now? Like, are you able to train heavy or is it just bodyweight stuff?
It's bodyweight, but weighted stuff. Sometimes I do actually train with weights, but those weights are mostly like, you know, like water gallons and stuff. So they are weights that I can't really modify, you know, like accurately.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, I'm picking up a few plates or something and doing exercise with them.
Yeah.
But they are in general like weights that I know for a fact I'm able to do 6 to 10 reps with it.
That's cool, man. Okay, because for a while there, I saw on Instagram you were training at a gym, right?
Yeah.
But you're not there anymore. Right? So now
the gym was bombed, actually.
The water jugs.
Unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Bro, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's wild.
You know, thank God for it.
Yes, but you're still making it work with the water jugs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so like, really what matters when it comes to rep ranges is, are you pushing the muscle to or close to failure? The actual number doesn't matter much, right? So under normal circumstances, yeah, it really doesn't, man. Like, the best research we have on rep ranges shows that anything from 3 up to around 50 reps, that's 50, not 15, causes roughly equal muscle growth that only activate when you have a heavy load or if you're close to failure, okay? But if you're doing a really, really light weight, your body has no reason to turn on those high threshold muscle fibers, right? It'll just use the smaller, lower threshold ones. But once you get to like rep 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, those big high threshold muscle fibers have to activate, because like when you get to the end of a set of 50 reps, it's grindy, and that's how you grow the muscle. So like the rep range doesn't really matter as far as hypertrophy is concerned. Now, under more optimal circumstances, I would say doing sets of like 50 reps is just needlessly exhausting. Like, if you don't need to do that many reps, why are you going to torture yourself with that? Like, a set of 50 reps to failure is brutal. I would much rather people do.
Dodo donators, I'm sure there are some fringe insane morons who might think that and might even post about it, but the amount of volume of insane delusional takes you see on Twitter are designed to polarize political groups and make you think the fringe is not so fringe. Well, yeah, I know China's doing that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sets of, like, honestly, man, like 6 to 8, maybe 6 to 10 for the most part. Like, almost all of my training
that's what I do.
Is 6 to 10 reps right now. So but the thing is if you're doing like bodyweight stuff, those 6 to 10 reps should be challenging. Like, don't just stop at 10 reps because you hit 10 reps. Like, if you got more, then keep going.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what your like loading ability is right now, I guess.
This changes a lot of my perspective to it because, you know, when it comes to like, you know, thinking about it as going to failure being the main, you know, task here, or like the main goal.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how light I
Would the Trump tariffs work if he decreased taxes so that people won't have to give as much money to the government? Probably not. In all likelihood, no. Most, you know, economic experts have said it's not going to make up for the loss in tax revenue, and the deficit is just going to keep getting driven up.
I'm pushing like I am using of weight, I'm not gonna get to 50 reps, right?
Yep.
So maybe like I would say I would get to like 15 or 20 reps. That's when I'm going like extremely light.
Yep.
So you know, thinking that 3 to 50 reps is like equal when it comes to hypertrophy, as long as you're pushing to failure, that's a game changer for me. I mean, thank you for telling me about that.
Yeah, man. So if you went back like 20 years ago and looked at the textbooks, they would say, okay, your 1 to 5 reps is your strength, your 6 to 12 is your hypertrophy, and then your 12 to 50 is your endurance or whatever. Now that is true for strength. Like to get stronger, at least optimally, you do need to lift heavy weight. Like you're not going to get strong with light weights. It just doesn't happen unless you're like a complete beginner or something. But yeah, but with hypertrophy, it's way more flexible. You can hit any number of reps as long as you're taking the muscle close to failure. It's going to recruit all available resources and it's going to grow. There is one slight exception, and I need to say it just for the sake of completeness. The one exception would be when you go below around like 30% of your 1 rep max. So if you're doing sets of like 100 reps, that does seem to be worse. Like, or you know, once you get above 50, it's suboptimal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's why you set the range for 3 to 50. That's like you know, where you need to be to at least, you know, ensure that there is some kind of hypertrophy to it.
That's right.
So yeah, that makes sense a lot. So yeah, I guess all sets to failure now, no matter the reps.
Bro, just send it, man. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I already do. But you know, I was kind of confused about it.
Good.
Right now, I have like a mostly carb diet, right? So yeah, when it comes to like protein, I would say like I have lentils and white beans, and that's it. So anything other than that is like pasta, white rice, white bread, or any of that stuff. So now keeping these, you know, foods in mind, I have 2 meals a day. All right, I try to time my workout around the first one. So what would you say is a good timing around the first meal that would ensure me like to make the most out of my workout?
Yeah. So let me make sure.
Before the workout, after the workout, something.
Yeah. Okay. So you have 2 meals a day, and you're basically wondering like where should you put your workout? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. So I mean, I think the timing aspect doesn't matter nearly as much as people think. Like total calories and total protein is the most important when it comes to nutrition. And the good news is training is more important than nutrition. Like if I had to if I had to break it down as far as muscle goes, training is probably like 80%. Like as long as you're hitting some kind of bare minimum for nutrition, like training is going to override any kind of nutritional optimization. So that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. And then as far as nutrition goes, the most important things are total calories and total protein intake. Timing is like quite a ways down in terms of importance. All right. So it doesn't super matter. With that,
I just logged in. What did I miss? This guy, we've just been reacting to this dipshit. He's this dude from Gaza who claims to be in like a fucking Nazi Holocaust level caloric deficit on a daily basis. But over the last 2 months, he has not lost any weight. So, and he's apparently into fitness and stuff.
That said, given that training is the most important thing, I would say to time your nutrition in a way that allows you to train the best. So what is going to give you the best energy and what's going to give you the best strength? Okay. Now, for most people, that's probably eating a meal about an hour to 2 hours before training, because you won't be hungry going into the workout, and you know you'll have some carbs that can fuel that workout, right? With that said, lately, I've been experimenting with fasted training. So I've been doing my workouts on an empty stomach, and I've been doing it now for a few weeks, and it's honestly great. Like my energy and strength is way better than I expected it to be. And so if you want to try it, if you haven't tried it, try fasted training. The research shows like it doesn't like burn your muscle up or anything like that. And some people just find that they have better workouts if they're training fasted. And then you get your post-workout meal in, and then you have like another meal in the evening or before you go to bed or whenever it is. But I would say it really, that mostly comes down to personal preference, because like I said, the total calories and the total protein is by far the most important thing. When it comes to timing, it's mainly a matter of like convenience and then what's going to allow you to get the best workouts in.
Oh yeah, and actually for the fasted training, that is what I was mostly like convinced with. So
there. So like it's not like, oh no, I'm under 50 grams a day panic mode. It's just like, okay, like I said to you earlier, like the training is the most important thing, man. And you know what? You told me like at the beginning that like you think you're maintaining your muscle, you know? And I've seen on Instagram like it looks like you're doing awesome.
Oh, weird. So I'm starving. I'm only able to eat like around 800 to 1,000 calories a day when my maintenance is 2,400. He said this 3 months ago, and Jeff just admitted that he received a message from this guy the other day, and he thinks his muscle mass is the same. hasn't really changed. So after 3 months of claiming to literally be on a Jewish Holocaust diet, again, Jews in the Holocaust ate roughly around 800-ish calories per day, give or take. I think the average was like 800 to 1200. This guy has maintained his muscle mass, hasn't lost any weight. Or body fat. His body fat looks about the same. So, yeah, things aren't adding up here. All these people are whiny crybabies, and they make up lies and bullshit. Every single fucking one of them. Those are some very bold claims to say that he is starving like a Holocaust survivor. He's the one making these videos. He's claiming, oh, I only ate 800 calories today. I only got 1,000 calories per this day. I think the one video he said he got like 1,500. Again, this guy said his maintenance is about 2,400.
Master Gains, why are we watching this nerd circle jerk? Throw on some Master Hamza, nigga.
I kind of hate Hamza. I'd rather not. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass. I'll skip through
At
this.
maintenance calories, or at least close to it, then the lower protein is going to have less of a negative effect.
Have some kind of plus. I would try to, like sneak in a little bit of lentils, but in general, like it's what you have available. I mean, if
I think to actually like use this as like a hack to keep, to stick to it like for as long.
Yeah. So, food shortage, starvation, but he hasn't lost any muscle, hasn't lost any body fat. Right. It all adds up. That's what happens when you starve. You don't lose any weight. No wonder so many Americans are obese despite dieting. Like, some people, they just violate the laws of thermodynamics, and no matter how little they eat, they just don't lose weight.
One of the top car YouTubers, Whistle and Ego, crashed out on me, and we're going to take a look at his response video, which is called CoffeeZilla Durability Test Number 1. Now, if I had to summarize it, it's 39 minutes. Basically, it went something like this.
Coffee didn't include any proof of Alex scamming anyone. It isn't including proof of anything. Does not include the proof. We don't have proof of any of that. Again, I'm waiting for the proof without showing the facts and proof of it. Let's not include any of the proof. Coffee didn't include proof of anything.
That's right. Cody was not impressed with my evidence, with my arguments. And to that, I have to say, well, yeah, that's because you didn't listen to any of them. Cody strategically avoids the last third of the video. He just cuts it off right before I start explaining the background and history of Alex, Rocket 21, the various sketchy things he was doing before he got brought onto Whistlin' Diesel's platform. But instead of talking about that, here is the exact moment he would have started watching it, and here's what he says.
Okay. We're gonna wrap it up really soon because I know I'm beating a dead horse with him not fact-checking his video.
Oh, isn't that convenient? Right when you're about to get to the part of my...
Right. Big D's, no tellers, have you seen this one yet?
Let me ask you about the story that you have told that's a really difficult story, awful story, but about the boy who you were in contact with who was killed, shot to death. What happened?
So, this little boy is similar in age to my son, brown eyes. My son has...
So this guy's a liar, by the way. We all know he's a liar.
His brown eyes. I see my son's face when I look at him. This little boy, he's not ISIS. He's not a combatant. I didn't get this secondhand. I didn't see it from afar and then assume I saw it. I touched it. I felt it. Other people saw it. This young little boy, his name is Amir. I know that because when he walked over from the crowd of people, he walked toward me. We thought maybe he was hurt or maybe he was asking for some more food because all he had in his arms was a small bag of rice, half a bag of flour, some lentils that he had picked up from the ground. He didn't have much. And we thought maybe he was asking for more food or maybe he was hurt. We notioned him over and he came up and he extends his right hand. This young boy holds his hand and he kisses it. Then he comes to me and he holds my hand and he kisses it. In Arab culture, that is a very significant sign of respect. As he was standing there, we were both looking at him and he was very emaciated. He had
he looks pretty normal to me. Very emaciated. You realize you're literally showing the photographs, dude? Why do they add that in when they're literally showing the photo? I don't know, don't believe your lying eyes.
In Arab culture, that is a respect. He was very emaciated. He had no shoes on. He's standing there, and I put my arm on his left shoulder, and I look at him, and I can feel the bones in his shoulder. I can feel the weakness.
Yes, when you put your hand on someone's shoulder, you can feel their bones. You can feel the bones on my shoulder. I can feel the weakness. He's like 7. No shit, 7-year-old children are not strong.
In his arm. I can feel the vulnerability. I can feel the desperation. I'm looking at him in the eyes, and then
Okay, this guy lies about everything. This guy is a liar, and he is either ideologically motivated to do this, or he's doing this for cynical reasons because he's getting paid to go on these news networks or something. This is a very easy tell. When somebody is telling the truth and they want to blow the whistle on some sort of injustice, they will tell you, I was at this location, I was doing this job, like this boy came over, he said hello, and then like I saw IDF forces like open fire on him for no reason. It was really weird. I reported it. Like they will just stick to facts. I was here at this time, this person did this thing, this happened, end of story. When somebody's trying to manipulate you and is lying about something, oh, I saw this boy, he was just like my son, he was so similar to my son, and I felt this connection to him because he was like the same age as my son, and he had very similar eyes, and this boy, he was like so starving and emaciated, and he looked just so innocent, and he had a bag of lentils and potato chips, and I thought he was going to come over to ask for more potato chips, but you know what he did? He grabbed my hand, and he kissed my hand, and in Arab culture, it's not gay or anything. Like, we might think that's a gay thing. It's not a gay thing, and he's not like a gay 7-year-old who is trying to have sex with me. No, in Arab culture, that's a sign of respect. And this boy was just so sweet and loving to show like that sort of gesture to me. Like, that is just a fucking, like, such a tell that this guy is a lying, manipulative fucktard, and everything he's saying is fucking bullshit.
Say to him, I said, people care. America cares. You're not going to be forgotten. People in the world care. And he doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Arabic, but the connection we had in looking at each other, he felt for the first time.
No one fucking cares about your gay relationship with a fucking Palestinian kid.
Time in a long time that there was someone that cared. And I got down on a knee to his level, and the items he had in his hand, he sets them down on the ground. He raises his hands, and they're small, fragile. You can see bones sticking, just the bone.
Does any of the story make any fucking sense to you? So some random Palestinian kid. Let me see. American forces, Israel. So they're basically dressed up like this. Wait, let me see if I can find an actual photo. American security forces, Israel aid stations. Not sure if I can find any actual photos of American security. But you get it. Like, they're going to be dressed up like this, basically. So you're telling me, like, a kid who's like 8 or 9 years old in Gaza is collecting food at one of these aid stations surrounded by a combination of IDF and American security forces for no particular reason, walks up to a dude looking like this and kisses his hand, and then this guy leans over, starts touching his shoulder, and then like starts hugging him. Why did this kid do this? Is this adding up to you? A 9-year-old kid, and again, like, I think people forget, Palestinians hate Americans. They, like, these same people were celebrating the 9/11 terror attacks. A 9-year-old kid who has been indoctrinated to hate Jews, hate Americans, support radical Islam, support fucking Hamas, is coming up to, like, a guy who looks like this and kissing his hand and, like, giving a hug and having an intimate moment? Like, nothing about the story is adding up, and the way he's telling it just reeks of fucking manipulation and dishonesty.
Going through the skin, and he places his hands on my face, and he kissed me. He looked at me in the eyes, and he says, "Thank you."
Where did he kiss you, buddy? Was it on the lips? Like, this is starting to sound like an inappropriate relationship you're having with a 9-year-old boy.
He said it in English. Like, people are...
He's lying. This never happened. He's lying about all of this.
Starving in Gaza. People are dying.
So okay. Where do we get to the point where this kid is killed? So, you kissed a 9-year-old boy. When do we get to the part where this kid was killed?
In Gaza. Amir goes back to the main group, and he goes out the exit. Coming in and going out, they're tied right back into the active combat zone. And there's an IDF combat outpost just off the corner of SDS-2. So the IDF are shooting at the crowd that's leaving. As the crowd left and they would hit the Morag corridor to go west, the IDF would shoot at them. And the bullets start...
Okay, so you're telling me the IDF is waiting outside of aid stations to shoot kids who are carrying bags of lentils back home. Who is believing this? Like, oh, yeah, I just kissed that 9-year-old boy. I lost him too soon. Damn you, IDF. I was going to have sex with him later.
Hitting off the ground. There's video of this. It's on the BBC video. Hitting off the ground.
There's no video of that. So he's lying. We've seen the video. They're shooting out warning shots, and they're shooting bullets right next to these people because they're trying to control a riot that was going on.
Dirt flying up. So when I heard the gunfire kick off, the automatic machine gun fire, I thought we were under attack. I thought something had happened. And I see the shooting keep going on, like just the rap, and Palestinians dropping on the side of the road. So Amir didn't make it home. He walked 12 kilometers to get some food, picked up scraps off.
Where's the evidence that this kid actually died? This guy is just such a fucking liar. That guy is a crazy lying fucktard. I don't know why anybody is agreeing to do an interview with that dipshit. That guy is so fucking sus. It's crazy. So, he was working for American security forces in Israel at an aid station. A 9-year-old boy decides to kiss him, and then he sees the 9-year-old boy walk out, and he gets gunned down by Israeli forces. Okay. Yeah, I believe that. And Obama had sex with a fucking meth addict. Right. Alright, well... Kid Boo donates $2, but Destiny will still tell you to go to school. 4 million Gen Z adults are becoming jobless, our degrees becoming worthless, pretty much. I think the rate of joblessness among people with and without degrees after post-secondary education is narrowing, and I think in the, like, 20 to 27-year-old age group, it's matched. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Q donated $2. Why is UK and Aussie land such shitholes? They are turning into hardcore police state where you can get arrested for anything.
The very heart of Britain is shaking. In a sudden explosive crackdown, Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government has launched mass arrests of farmers and voters accused of non-compliance. Behind palace walls, King Charles has reportedly lost his temper in an unprecedented outburst, warning that the country is on the brink of losing everything it stands for. What started as quiet protests has now erupted into a full-blown crisis, one that could change Britain forever. The crisis gripping the United Kingdom has taken a dramatic and terrifying turn. Over the past few weeks, what began as
Why does this sound like AI brain rot? I'm not watching this. It sounds like this is AI.
Content with maintaining order have been deployed.
Yeah,
King
this is AI brain rot. I don't care. Send me a different video on the same topic if you want me to watch it.
Australian government is banning under 16s from social media and YouTube. How will Minecraft creators find love now? I've got a better law. Every parent who buys an iPad for their kid should be in prison. You might be wondering, how's the government going to make sure that kids aren't on social media? That's right, you and me are going to have to upload our IDs to every single platform. How convenient that right when anti-war sentiment is at an all-time high in Australia, the government wants to know the home address of every poster in the country and to kill online anonymity for good. Got to keep the children safe, right, Elbow? From post on social media.
So, yeah, it's just mass surveillance. This is all bullshit. This has nothing to do with protecting children. This is all about mass surveillance. We all know, like, I've seen videos on this already. Kind of done with the topic. It's stupid, but thanks for the donation, Q.
Draw starving gig, and VG standing next to him, and VG is eating yogurt, and VG is saying free Palestine. Also, gig is naked and emaciated with a skinny wiggly. By wiggly I mean penis cock. Please draw this VG, it is all I need in life. Nora is a transform.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Vanquish no need Teller's full video watch. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation. Oh. And by him, you mean that douchebag?
Nightmare fuel.
This is the scene of one of the most harrowing diving accidents in recent memory, where beneath the tranquil waters of Pointe Pitre.
Okay, I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Lauda.
You ever read Thus Spoke Zarathustra? I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I like Nietzsche. He's really based and makes me feel like getting after it like a huge vascular warrior. It's all a game where you make your own rules if you have the testis.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation, though. Magnificent Big Dick. I haven't read Nietzsche yet. Yeah, it's fairly accurate what that guy kind of looks like. Gun. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
Trinidad, maintenance crews work on an oil line that snakes across the sea floor, a high-pressure job that not only seals pipelines, but also fates. This is the story of the Paria diving incident. Welcome to a series that I'm calling Scientifically Interesting Ways under pressure to provide a dry working environment.
Was this just the story where the guy opened up the wrong door and then they all, like, died instantly?
As part of the repair, the crews must remove an inflatable plug inside the pipeline, inserted into the pipe to seal it and prevent remaining hydrocarbons from escaping out into the environment. Around 3 PM, GoPro footage captures Kazimau Jr. as he collects a wrench required for the removal of the plug, and hands it to Chris Boodram, who hands it off to another member of the repair team. As Kazimau Jr. begins to lift himself out of the water and onto the platform, his team begins to loosen the inflatable plug. But unbeknownst to them, the pipeline beyond the plug is essentially a vacuum. It has been drained of oil weeks earlier, leaving an empty space where temperature changes, trapped air, or the weight of the ocean itself had caused dangerously low pressures between the pipeline and the platform. This scenario is known as delta P, or differential pressure, where the pressure difference can generate thousands of pounds of force in an instant. The moment the plug loosened, the chamber was cast into chaos.
Ooh,
seawater explodes into the chamber, filling it and creating a vortex down into the pipeline, sweeping the team with it. Inside the pipe, the ocean rushes in with an estimated 7 tons of force.
Pretty sure they would have died, like, instantly.
For 95 seconds, the divers are thrown about like ragdolls as they barrel through the metal walls of the pipeline. Just as their bodies begin to convulse as the oxygen in their lungs gives out, they skid to a stop. And slowly, the horror of their new reality sets in. They are entombed within a claustrophobic 30-inch diameter metal pipeline, 16 meters below the ocean surface. Their eyes burn from the oil residue that still coats the interior of the pipe, and each breath stings their lungs from the remaining fumes.
Within a second, it was like tornado, everything just spinning and beating you up, and
they lived
so fast. You couldn't
They lived?
I didn't even remember actually getting pulled in the pipe. I just
Holy
remember getting
fuck.
pulled through the pipe at unbelievable speeds. Couldn't hold my breath no longer, man. Truth.
Dude, that's crazy. The guy survived.
Too long. After a while, your body, your lungs just fight to try to gas a breath, and when you're forcing your airways close, you see a noise. Your body suffering to pull air. Unbelievable nightmare. Eyes burning. Every time you try to open your eyes, it's burning. You're pitch black, you can't see nothing. Your throat burning. Your ear
This guy sounds Jamaican as fuck.
is ringing. Your body sore. And at that point, I tell myself I was going to dead.
I thought he was going to say Bumbaclot or something.
Remarkably, all 5 divers have survived the initial event and find themselves trapped inside the pipeline in an air bubble that has been created by undulations of the sea floor. For a
Holy
moment, there was
crap.
panic, but also relief. Alive and conscious, they call out to each other. Somewhere in the darkness, Chris Boudrum realizes his left arm is badly hurt, possibly dislocated or fractured, as well as his ankle. The others call out with similar injuries.
Can everything alright with you? No. Any element break? Your leg, alright. Yusuf, anything happen to you? Yeah, boy. What happened?
Despite the pain, adrenaline kicks in. They must find a way out. But the divers don't know exactly how far they've been pulled or which direction they are now facing. One end of this pipeline leads back to the subsea habitat where they came from. The other way leads to Berth 5, an onshore refinery which has been firmly sealed due to the repairs. After some debate, they make their best guess at a direction and start to drag their battered bodies through the pipeline.
Holy
As they do,
shit.
they come across an oxygen tank, which they periodically take sips from to keep clean air in their system and fight off the impending nausea and delirium. The going is slow and tough. Slipping against the pipe residue and injured by the trauma, several of the men can only move for moments at a time before exhaustion sets in and they need to rest. They also start to notice another problem. The water level in the pipeline is slowly starting to rise as they head into a downward section of the line. They continue onward on their backs until Chris Boudrum has only 6 inches of air remaining between his nose and the top of the pipeline. It is around this time that Chris comes across a second oxygen tank, but also a realization that they can't continue like this. Chris, still able to move forward, suggests that he will take
Chimbo Slice, Tony Tillers, my grandma caught me jelking. I think it turned me on even more. What does this mean? Means that you are destined to jelk. Thanks for the donation, Chimbo Slice.
one of the 2 oxygen tanks and push on to find help.
We can't go no more further like this. There's a lot of water ahead. When you have 2 tanks, you're not sure if the tank's full. I make them understand the situation.
Leaving the other 4 men behind in the darkness to rest in a small air pocket in the pipeline, sharing whatever breathable air remains. Chris uses his remaining good arm and legs to pull himself through the flooded pipeline. As the water fills the pipeline entirely, he flips over onto his front, pushing the tank ahead of him and starts to swim, not knowing if he's headed towards safety or deeper into trouble. Slowly, he starts to notice that it becomes harder and harder to draw air from the tank. His oxygen supply is running out, and he knows his only hope is finding another air pocket somewhere within the pipeline. As each breath gets harder and harder to pull in, he takes what he believes to be his final breath from the tank, and just as he thinks his fate is sealed, he collides with a second air tank. Frantically driving the tank into his mouth, he gasps for oxygen, and also takes in a mouthful of oil collected as the tank has scraped across the residue of the pipeline. Swallowing the oil, but now with oxygen in hand, he frantically pushes on. Minutes slowly pass, each more agonizing than the last, until finally he breaks through the surface of the water into a secondary air pocket, this time halfway filled with water. As Chris moves through the air pocket, he comes across a third oxygen tank, and as he does so, he hears a noise behind him, and from the water emerges Faisal with the remaining oxygen tank. Faisal urges Chris to pause and rest, but Chris refuses, saying they've already been in the pipeline too long already. As Chris pushes on ahead, Faisal pauses to rest, promising to follow behind him. Now carrying his 2 oxygen tanks with him, it is only a short swim further of 10 to 20 meters before Chris again collides with something, this time the upward bend of the pipeline. He has made it to one of the berths. Unsure if he's at berth 5 or 6, he knows that he is now moments away from discovering potential escape or certain death. As he heads up the vertical section of the pipe, he doesn't find the inflatable plug that would have otherwise been in place sealing berth 5. He has found the dive chamber, but to his astonishment, no rescue team is there to meet him. His heart sinks. He drops the half-full tank below him, knowing that it would descend slowly in case Faisal was surfacing beneath him. But as he reaches out to pull himself out of the pipeline, he finds the rim of the pipe sits just inches out of reach. Exhausted, he clings to a chain which hangs in place and prays someone will find him. Time passes agonizingly slowly as he sits in the darkness. Then suddenly, he hears a knock on the outside of the pipeline. Instinctively, he knocks back. Close to blacking out, faint and exhausted, a light suddenly emerges into the dive chamber above.
Oh my
And at
god.
6 p.m, now more than 2 hours after the initial incident, Chris is finally pulled free. The crews on the dive barge haul him aboard, battered, covered in oil and coughing up water, but alive. He immediately tells the others that the 4 other men are still down there, alive as far as he knows, and pleads with them to mount a rescue immediately. Divers topside are gearing up to do just that. Several volunteers, including the son of one of the trapped men, are getting ready to go back down to the habitat and into the pipe, because with every passing minute, the available oxygen remaining in the pipeline dwindles. First, a short dive attempt is made to the bottom of the elbow, where the air tank Chris dropped is retrieved, and some accounts also tell of divers knocking on the outside of the pipeline at various points and hearing knocks back from the trapped men inside. But shockingly, it is at this critical moment in the rescue effort that it is halted. The officials in charge of Paria Fuel Trading, the company that operates the pipeline, decide it is too dangerous to send in rescue divers, as there is no commercial dive equipment available on site. Instead of an immediate rescue, a slow, cautious approach is taken, and despite the arrival between 6 and 7 p.m. of 2 further dive vessels,
Draw VG and Gig stuck inside the pipe, and what would happen if there was only one oxygen tank? Will VG share the tank or will he leave Gig to die? Let's find out as VG draws this incredible image. Also draw VG saying something relating to the scenario.
All right. There you go. That's me getting out of the pipe, and I'm telling you to hold on to my pipe so we can get out of the pipe, and I'm rescuing you. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
both fully equipped with commercial diving equipment, the company decrees a total ban on diving, fearing a secondary Delta P event could still occur. Around 8 p.m, bangs are heard on the pipeline near Berth 5. Hearing of the accident, families of the divers now wait in the refinery car park, desperate for further news. Later in the night, the dive team bring in an ROV to the entrance of Berth 6 and try and probe the pipeline to locate the men. This process takes several hours and ultimately fails as the ROV becomes tangled in one of the oxygen tanks remaining in the pipeline. At 2:30 a.m, now on Saturday, bangs are again heard at the riser of the pipe of Berth 5.
Dude, that's crazy. They could have been alive for like, what? That would have been like 15 hours or something by now? That they're stuck in the pipe?
All through the night of February 25th and into the weekend, families and colleagues of the trapped men wait in agony for news. But the Paria
Dude, that would be such a horrendous way to die.
Trading company doesn't communicate with them. Hope remains firm that maybe the 4 divers found a stable air pocket and could survive for many further hours. Divers on standby are reportedly itching and ready to go, some even willing to take the risk and dive without official approval. An unsubstantiated claim suggests that Chris even tries to check himself out of the hospital to mount his own rogue rescue operation. But the command holds firm. No divers are allowed back in the pipeline, but equally, no alternative rescue attempts are being made. Finally, after hours of anguished waiting, a fateful plan is formed. The Paria Fuel Trading Company authorizes the removal of the Berth 5 blind flange, the seal at the mainland end of the pipeline. However, in the 13 hours that Kazim Al Jr., Yusuf Henry, Fazl Kurban and Rishi Nagazar have spent at the bottom of the pipeline, their bodies have now adjusted to the increased pressure of the environment, estimated to be somewhere between 2 and 3 atmospheres of pressure. This pressure is also what is holding the water in place and supporting the last remaining air pockets within the pipeline. At around 6 a.m, teams are ordered to remove the Berth 5 flange, and just a split second, the pressure in the pipeline drops from 2 atmospheres to 1. Immediately, the water level in the Berth 6 riser is seen to drop by about 11 meters, as the water rushes to redistribute through the pipeline, forcing out remaining air pockets and flooding it entirely. In this moment, the 4 trapped men's fates are sealed. Either they succumb to the effects of rapid decompression as gas bubbles form in their blood supply, or alternatively as the air pockets collapse, they simply drown. We don't know what happened in between, but it wasn't until 6 p.m. that night, 12 hours later, that the families were notified that efforts had moved from rescue to retrieval.
Yeah. I got an idea. You know how there's like guys stuck down there and we can fish them out? Let's drown them.
On Monday, 28th of February 2022 at around 6 p.m, the bodies of Kazim Al Jr.
Dude, like this sounds absolutely insane.
Yusuf Henry and Faisal Kurban were retrieved from the pipeline. The 4th diver, Rishi Nagazar, was retrieved a few days later in the early hours of Thursday, the 3rd of March. The later autopsies revealed that all trapped men had survived at least until Saturday morning, with one potentially surviving until Monday. Devastated by this outcome, an official commission of inquiry was convened in 2022 to investigate
they tried to
the
kill
incident.
them.
In late 2023, the findings it delivered were damning. The commission reported that Paria had no proper rescue plan in place for such an emergency, and that it had not made any real attempt at rescue. During the inquiry, Paria officials had stated that they had no legal responsibility to rescue the men once the accident had occurred, fearing exposing themselves and the company to greater liability. The commission condemned Paria's actions and inaction as amounting to gross negligence, possibly criminal.
How would you rate the management of this incident on that day?
Excellent.
Thank you very much. 4 men died on an incident that you were to manage, and you consider that excellent.
This stance, prioritizing liability concerns over the urgent life-saving efforts required, outraged many.
It's a balancing act, right?
It might be a different balancing act if it was your father that was in the pipe or your son.
In September of 2024, charges were filed against the managers of the Paria Trading Company and Land and Marine Contracting Services, the company contracted by Paria to repair the pipeline. But just last week, in June of 2025, the Privy Council presiding over this case heard arguments that could determine whether anyone is ever held legally accountable. The statute of limitations for this case, the maximum time period after an event during which legal proceedings can be initiated, is 6 months. The criminal cases brought by Trinidad's Occupational Safety Agency fall outside the 6-month window following the 2023 Commission report. So this criminal case may be thrown out entirely on a technicality. As of last week, the council has reserved judgment on this matter. In the end, the tragedy of the Paria diving incident serves as a stark reminder of what happens when the laws of physics meet human.
Dude, that is crazy. So basically this company didn't know what the fuck they were doing, making people do stupid, dangerous shit. No plan how to manage if this incident happened, and then rather than launching some sort of rescue effort, yeah, let's drown them to death. Open up the other thing so they drowned. What the fuck? And then they might not even get charged because 6-month statute of limitations.
Video you don't like, it's a little inconvenient for you. You go, oh, well, we sure proved it, guys. We don't want to beat a dead horse. I sure showed him.
We're going to wrap it up really soon because I know I'm beating a dead horse.
Literally, did you think you were going to get away with this? So yeah, of course you didn't think I had any proof or evidence when you just skipped the parts that you don't like of the video. It's so strange. Instead, we just get 39 minutes of Whistling Diesel basically trying to say he's not a scammer. I mean, you can see from he changed the title. It's now called YouTuber Calls Me a Scammer, but embarrasses himself instead. But I never did call you a scammer. That wasn't the point of the video. The point of the video was, why are you bringing on this Forex day trader when Forex day trading is a terrible idea and the guy has a super sketchy history of sending people, including minors, to offshore brokerages that'll probably take all their money. He also owned Rocket 21, a prop firm where they made more money the more the traders lost. But instead of just accepting that, this whole video is like, hey, I'm not a scammer. CoffeeZilla's implying that I'm a scammer, although he admits that I never call him that.
Understand, he might not directly be calling me a scammer, but he has directly called almost everyone he's made a video on a scammer, and some of them have actually been legally pursued. So the fact that I'm implicated in this, right, the fact that I'm the subject of his video, I'm the thumbnail, it genuinely is reckless.
How is it reckless? You promoted a guy that I'm calling out in my video, and I reached out behind the scenes before it to warn you about the whole thing and give you a chance to address it. Instead, Cody's the one who doubled down not once, but twice now, claiming that everything is above board, and I have no evidence, except that he ignores all the evidence I do have. Now, I want to specifically also get into a stupid argument that he puts forward, where anytime he does get to something where he knows it looks bad or he knows he can't really address it, he just does the card of, oh, I don't really understand what I'm doing. I'm a newbie. It is also offshore, and it has no CEO listed, meaning we don't even know who owns it.
Starting to get into stuff that I actually have no clue. If you want to watch the video, you can and judge your own opinion. I don't know what an offshore brokerage is and what that implies.
It's just so silly for someone whose main point is there's no proof. When I provide proof, he goes, well, you can look it up. I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't really know if it's bad to send money offshore.
Can't fully speak on that.
It's also banned from accepting U.S. investors.
Once again, this is getting into really stuff I can't really speak on because I have no clue how it works. But he does mention like using this broker is sketchy because you have to use a VPN. I don't know if people know, but in most countries, like stuff like Instagram is illegal. Like you have to have a VPN to access Instagram from Russia, just so you know.
Oh my gosh, this guy it's so much like out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, he's like, oh, I don't know. Is this bad, guys? Is this bad to be an offshore broker? And then on the other hand, like, well, you guys know VPNing is like, it's really common, like Instagram, right? Guys, just so you know, the US protects people from Forex fraud all the time. And one of the classic ways to get into Forex fraud is to go offshore. There's no good reason as a American customer you should be sending your money offshore.
Then he tries to say that Alex is promoting trading for minors. Now, this is getting into a part of the video where like I just don't know enough about trading. I guess there's a law that says you must It says you must generally be 18 years or older to open a live trading account. To be honest, I don't know enough about trading.
Once again, the old, I don't know enough to actually talk about this. And then, of course, we'll get the double down.
He thought he would like pin me for something. He was like, were you surprised to find out Alex promotes his course to minors who aren't even allowed to trade? I said, I don't know the implications of minors trading, but it sounds like an amazing idea. Like, I'm not sure how it could hurt to learn something new.
So yeah, Cody just doubles down. He's like, yeah, you thought I'd have a problem with minors day trading? Oh no, sir, I'm gonna defend that too. Now, I do want to address that Whistling Diesel claims that if it could be proven that if Alex had done anything sketchy, he'd have no problem admitting he's wrong.
If it was proven that Alex had done something wrong, or especially illegal or scummy or scamming anyone, I have genuinely no problem deleting the video and making a statement that I don't...
This guy... I don't know. Are, like, these massive YouTube channels that strapped for cash where they have to do this? Or are they just, like, super fucking ridiculously greedy? Or if anybody waves some dollar bills in their, like, under their nose, like, oh, yeah. Like, if you've already got money, why even fucking bother?
Stand behind that.
Oh, great. So he has no problem admitting he's wrong, admitting that he got behind someone that's bad. So we'll go through the rest of this video and see if we can find some of that. So we're gonna return to Alex pushing offshore brokerages. He calls this a trusted broker. And then later we find out in the video that he doesn't know who the owner is. And Whistling Diesel's response here is just unbelievable.
Who is the owner of LQH Markets? And he told me, quote, I'm not sure who is. Apparently his whole community is sending money offshore. He calls it trusted, but he doesn't know who owns it.
So here we just get a black screen response that says, yeah, because I look up the CEO of every company I buy from. But again, this is not companies, you're not buying a Capri Sun from this company. You're putting all your money there. I mean, this is like Forex trading platform. It's such a dumb argument. And not only do the customers not know where their money's going, the person promoting it, Alex, the guy you said that if you saw any hint of him scamming or doing something illegal or sketchy, you'd run away, you'd delete your video, right?
I have genuinely no problem deleting the video.
Well, here you are defending the fact we have no idea who owns this offshore brokerage that he's pushing people to, that he's claiming is trusted, he's putting his name behind, but he doesn't know who it is. And your response is, oh, companies I buy from, I don't care who owns it. Like, what? You put your money into random places where you don't know the owner and they could steal your money anytime? This is just such a pathetic argument. And again, I don't know why he's doubling down for Alex. I mean, the video mainly was about Alex. Cody's the guy who promoted him. Now, after getting called out by the entire comment section about not talking about Rocket 21, which is the prop firm that Alex owned while he was selling courses that was making money when people lost, he says, CoffeeZilla references a prop firm, Rocket 21, at the end of his video, which at a point, Alex owned a portion of. He shows several bad reviews of people not getting their money. Alex doesn't even have ownership in the company anymore, and Coffee's pulling current reviews and pinning it on Alex, saying Alex is scamming people. Now, I shouldn't have to do this, but I'll go ahead and prove that they were getting bad reviews about payout problems while Alex was still promoting the company. Here's Alex streaming on October 9th, 2024. He mentions Rocket 21.
We're going to be giving away 10 50K Rocket 21 challenges.
And here you can see several of the reviews. Scam prop firm, this platform, they closed my position and closed my challenge. They don't want to give my friend his 10K payout. Do not use, everyone has been waiting weeks on their payouts. Beware, a scam. I received a certificate of withdrawal, but never got the
Bro, it's... I don't know. You know, it's funny how everybody has, like, a problem with me and thinks I'm an asshole, but then they'll watch, like, dipshits like this who will literally promote scams and, like, help their fans lose their life savings with these, like, get-rich-quick schemes, crypto scams. That's all good, but, yeah, I'm an asshole.
funds. Stay away. They are not paying out. Stay away. Quote, worst experience ever, hands. Hopefully he will change his mind.
I have genuinely no problem deleting the video and making a
Buddy, look at this guy's, like, you can just see, look at this guy's eyes. He's a scumbag. This guy's a lying rat scumbag. You can tell just by his face.
Statement that I don't stand behind that.
Of Alex G doing sketchy or shady things.
Yeah. So, let's see. Dodo
always hold some cards. To imagine if you could know the future.
just by crunching some numbers. It would be quite a superpower. From what we understand, most physics laws are fundamentally reversible. This means that if you reverse the direction of time in the equations, they remain valid, and the physical laws they describe still hold. So people have wondered, could these equations be used as a kind of crystal ball, able to predict events in the past as well as the future? Is the universe fundamentally predictable, or does chaos theory and quantum mechanics ensure that nature will always hold some cards too close to its chest? In this video, we're going to answer this big question, and I'll give you my take on it as well. Get ready for a wild ride through physics, explained in plain English. That's coming up right now. A few hundred years ago, physics was the success story of science. Sir Isaac Newton found that his laws could not only explain the motion of apples, but also planets. This led to an enticing idea. If the universe runs on physical laws, maybe it's like a giant clock, a machine ticking along. The ultimate expression of this idea came from Pierre-Simon Laplace. He imagined a super intelligent being, now famously called Laplace's demon, who knows the exact state of every particle in the universe, every position, every velocity. If this demon had Newton's equations and unlimited brain power, it could use them to compute the past and the future of the entire universe with perfect accuracy. In Laplace's words, the present state of the universe would be enough to calculate its future state exactly. In theory, the universe would be totally deterministic, like a cosmic clock, where every tick follows from the one before. There would be no surprises whatsoever. This clockwork universe idea seemed plausible. Physics equations were incredibly good at making predictions. For example, using Newton's gravity equations, the astronomer Edmund Halley predicted that a certain comet would return in 1758, and it did, right on time. This was a big deal. It was one of the earliest tests that showed Newton's physics could predict an event decades in the future. Even today, we use classical physics to predict things, like solar eclipses and planetary orbits, years or centuries ahead. It feels pretty close to fortune telling. If you know where everything is and how it's moving, Newton's equations let you calculate where things will be later on. It's no mystery, it's just math. So classical physics gave us hope that the future is written in the laws of nature, waiting to be calculated. So let's do this. What's the problem? I'll explain that in detail, but first I want to thank our partner CyberGhost VPN for sponsoring and making this video possible. Prying home and come before you browse your It turns out knowing quote-unquote perfect information about every little particle is practically impossible. And even if you could know it, some systems are so sensitive that tiny uncertainties can explode into huge differences. Enter chaos theory. It doesn't mean pure randomness, but unpredictability within a deterministic system. Even with completely deterministic Newtonian physics, certain systems are incredibly hard to predict in practice. A classical example is the weather. Weather follows the laws of physics, fluid dynamics, thermodynamics, etc. So you'd think if we had enough data and a big enough computer, we could predict it far ahead. In reality, weather prediction hits a wall beyond roughly 2 weeks. Forecasts become useless. Why? Because the weather system is chaotic. A tiny difference in initial conditions, famously a butterfly flapping its wings, can lead to a totally different outcome down the line. This idea is often called the butterfly effect. Technically, it's sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Even though the weather obeys deterministic equations, in practice, you can't measure the starting conditions perfectly enough to predict the distant future. Edward Lorenz, the pioneer of chaos theory, showed that improving your measurement doesn't indefinitely extend your forecast. There's a finite limit to how far ahead you can predict some systems. For weather, that limit is on the order of weeks, not years. Similarly, lots of systems in nature are chaotic. The turbulent flow of water, the stock market, can be chaotic. So even though Newton's equations are deterministic, our ability to use them as a crystal ball is limited. Chaos is nature's way of saying, oh, you think you're so smart? Predict this. So the glitch is deterministic doesn't always mean predictable. We might know the laws, but we often can't gather or compute the information needed to use them beyond a certain point. Does this mean the universe isn't deterministic after all? Or just that it's too complex? Well, when it comes to chaos, all is not lost, because even though in practical
Sociopath, rapist, don't he tell others to use a bit of force on Jasmine? Be honest, did this pred take a dub here? I can't watch it. It's making me log into TikTok. Yeah, it's making me log in. Here's the brown boy. How does a Nicker get beat up by a pred? He is catching twice. I don't know. I can't watch that video though, dude. It's making me log in. Thanks for the donation, sociopath rapist.
terms, systems like the double
Dodo donate chillers, please react from 1 minute on.
Libtards, like these weird liberal people.
Body.
Boom. You know, I was actually a leftward leaning little pussy, you know, when I was younger. I used to go on this website called Reddit, which...
Why does he always say things like this? I used to go on this website called Reddit. Like, nobody knows what fucking Reddit is?
It's kind of like a social media for gays and for feminists, basically, which is, you know, 90% of the world these days.
I think he means Tumblr. Reddit is extremely diverse. Like, extremely. He's talking about Tumblr.
And so I was like a far left kind of little pussy. I thought Elon Musk was like a scammer and whatever. And I just happened to
it's because he is.
Stumble in like the right rabbit hole where basically, imagine like I was like a pussy when I was growing up, right? Got no girls, no self-respect. My friends bullied me, for example. And I was going on, like just normal social media. Everyone's a feminist. Everyone's all this bullshit. It's just bullshit, right? I just ended up going down this.
He uploaded this 14 hours ago. What the fuck is going on with his hair? I just noticed it looks like, yeah, he like totally shaved the bottom of his head, and he has like this microphone on the top of his head. I was wondering what the fuck is wrong with his head. He looks different.
This rabbit hole where one day on this, like on the sort of social media, Instagram and whatever, and Reddit and stuff, people were talking about this sort of community or this group of guys that were like a danger to society. It was the guys who were like right-winged, and apparently they were like, oh, misogynist. They hate women, and they're trying to kill women, and they hate women. They're a danger to society. And someone linked the group that they were talking about. You can't really see it anymore now, but someone linked it. And I clicked on it because I was interested, and I still remember the first sort of post I saw was someone saying something like, guys, make sure you lift weights. I had just started lifting weights, like weightlifting to build, like, strength and muscle and stuff. I just started weightlifting like a few weeks before that. So I clicked on it. I was like, oh yeah. And he said everything that I already believed. Make sure you lift weights because it will discipline you. You have to be consistent when you build a...
He rambles like a bitch. Just never gets to the point, just rambles. There's so many irrelevant, pointless details in everything he says. Oh, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, pendulum, weather, and turbulent fluid flow are unpredictable. They're unpredictable because...
Do you like almond, oat, or soy milk best? Soy milk. I think it tastes the best. Probably best for you, too.
We cannot measure the tiniest variations in initial conditions, which subsequently lead to big changes in their behavior over time. But in theory, if we had perfect information or perfectly precise measurement tools, all these systems would be predictable because they're rooted in deterministic physics equations. So the future behavior of macro-scale phenomena like these and many others are predictable in principle. We just need perfect information. Now, we may never have infinitely perfect information, but if we have near perfect information, which quite likely is possible in the future, we might not be able to predict the weather years in advance, but we could, for example, predict the weather a month or even several months in advance. This, in my opinion, will happen. And the same thing goes for most other phenomena, which are also rooted in deterministic physics.
Sociopath rapist Tony Tillers, the brown boy, probably Middle Eastern, was trying to bring his dumbass age of consent from Afghanistan to America and tried to make it okay, but he took a dub. How would you feel? This dumb white N-word really lost.
Yeah. What would you do?
Listen, I want to talk. All it. Look at me in my eye. Look at me in my eye. I'm talking to you. You not, nigga. It ain't no weird shit. I got little sisters. They're homies. That's not bragging, bro.
I got 8 nieces, all under 9 years old.
Nigga, that shit is not.
Oh, stop playing with me, boy.
Cool. What's up with you, bro? I'm a man. What's up with, so you want to do that shit? You think that's what they got? Brothers. They got sisters. They got fathers and uncles. What's you, bro? I'm a man. My niggas. I'm gonna let him holler at you. Lucky, like, I'm like, oh.
Just blow my mind. Ladies in the head.
Stop playing with me, boy.
They found him twice?
Stop playing with me, boy.
Corey, basically, your co-worker was coming up here to meet an underage girl. He got called by the PPC, Professional Pedophile Catcher. We come to clean up the streets. We are the new. That man.
And he loses twice.
Just blow.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, sociopath rapist. Black is whack, white is right. Donate $2.
Living off of coffee from a pot.
I don't think that's a way of torturing their employees. Seems fine to me. Restricted video. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Physics. But the monkey wrench in predictability, quantum physics, is the twist that changed the story. Experiments in the early 20th century showed that at microscopic scales, nature behaves differently. In quantum mechanics, you can't predict exact outcomes, only probabilities. This isn't because we're missing details, though some have argued that we are. More on that in a moment. It appears to be a fundamental feature of the universe as we know it. As one of the founders of quantum mechanics, Niels Bohr, said, in quantum mechanics, we can only predict probabilities for measurement outcomes rather than the outcomes themselves. The outcomes are not determined, so quantum mechanics is indeterministic. In plain language, you can set up an experiment with an atom or electron exactly the same way each time, and you'll get different results in a random pattern. We can calculate the odds of each result with incredible accuracy, but we cannot say this is definitely what will happen next. A famous example is radioactive decay. Say you have a bunch of unstable atoms. We can measure a half-life, the time by which half of them will have decayed on average. And that prediction is very reliable for a large group of atoms. But what about a single atom? When will that one decay? Quantum mechanics says we have no way to know. It could go in the next second or linger on for years. In fact, as scientists often note, the moment when an individual atom will decay is completely random. It's impossible to predict when any given atom will break down. There's no hidden timer, we've found. The best we have is a probability curve. This kind of fundamental randomness is like a built-in limit on predictability. Another quantum principle, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, says you can't even know certain pairs of properties with unlimited precision at the same time, like a particle's position and momentum. If you can't know them exactly now, you can't plug them into an equation to predict the future exactly either. Even if we had Laplace's demon's ambition, quantum physics throws up a roadblock. The demon couldn't get perfect data to start with, because the act of measuring something, like an electron's position, disturbs its momentum and vice versa. So the demon's initial perfect knowledge is not possible. It gets even weirder. Quantum mechanics, at least in its standard interpretation, says a particle doesn't even have a definite position or outcome until you measure it. It exists in a sort of superposition of possibilities. We can call it a wave of probability. The Schrödinger equation in quantum mechanics actually does let us predict how this wave of probability evolves over time, so that part is deterministic in a mathematical sense. We can predict the future state of the wave function exactly. But when we actually observe a result, the wave function collapses to a single outcome, and which outcome we get is inherently random. So if you ask, where will this electron hit the screen if I shoot it through a double slit? Physics can only give you a probability distribution. You'll know the pattern after many electrons, but you can't predict where any one electron will land. In other words, nature at its core, as far as we currently understand, is probabilistic, not deterministic. Now, some physicists had a big problem with this idea, most notably Albert Einstein, who famously said, God does not play dice with the universe. He suspected maybe our theory was incomplete, that perhaps there are hidden variables underneath the quantum randomness, and if we knew those hidden details, maybe we could predict every quantum event like clockwork. This led to ideas like superdeterminism, which basically says maybe everything, including our own choice of what to measure, were predetermined all along. It could not have been any other way. It's a bold idea. It would return us to determinism by limiting true randomness. However, so far, there's no experimental evidence of these hidden variables that everyone agrees on. In fact, experiments in something called Bell's theorem have demonstrated that no local hidden variable theory can reproduce all the outcomes observed in quantum mechanics. This means that you cannot explain quantum outcomes by assuming there's some predetermined hidden information stored within particles or their immediate surroundings. In plain terms, if there are hidden gears making the universe deterministic, they'd have to be non-local hidden variables. This would be really strange, like particles influencing other particles faster than light, or particles would need to be intertwined with everything in the universe in a kind of a conspiracy theory way. Most physicists currently accept that quantum events have an irreducible randomness to them. So where does that leave us? At the smallest scales, physics equations give us probabilities, not certainties. The future, at least in the quantum realm, can't be predicted with 100% accuracy. Only the odds can be calculated. This is a fundamental limit in the known laws of physics. But hold on a minute. Notice that I said known laws of physics, because there's a big caveat here. You can absolutely conclude from what I just said about quantum mechanics that the universe is fundamentally unpredictable. That, sorry, Dr. Einstein, but the universe does play dice with the universe. But not so fast. Because you see, here's the problem. Everything we know about quantum mechanics is based on our interpretation of what we think quantum mechanics is really trying to say. Even the idea of probability is based on our interpretation of the wave function. It is the norm squared of the wave function. No one knows exactly why probability emerges from the square of the wave function rather than some other mathematical meaning. We accept this to be correct because it is exceptionally accurate in matching experimental outcomes and making predictions. This probability is an observable phenomenon, but the underlying wave function itself is a mystery, or at least there's no consensus by physicists on what it physically represents. What you should know is that the wave function itself is not observable, not even in principle. The meaning behind it is based on interpretation. It's a complex mathematical object. If you buy the Copenhagen interpretation, which is what's most commonly taught in beginning quantum mechanics courses, then it is just something that contains information. If you buy the many worlds interpretation, then it's physically real, representing multiple branches of reality. If you buy the pilot wave theory, it is physically real and guides real particles. What I'm trying to say is that the true nature of quantum mechanics is subject to debate and some philosophical judgment. Our current understanding is that it is fundamentally probabilistic, and certain aspects of it are not predictable. That indeed God does appear to play dice with the universe. But I want to leave you with this. Just because quantum phenomena largely cannot be predicted in advance, meaning that just because we can't predict behavior of individual atoms and electrons and other small-scale objects, it does not mean that macro-scale phenomena are also unpredictable. Quantum effects typically become negligible at everyday scales due to a phenomenon called decoherence, where interactions with the environment cause quantum systems to lose coherence, or their quote-unquote quantumness, and become classical. As I stated earlier, things like planetary orbits, solar eclipses, and tides are completely predictable, years and decades in advance, because they're based on deterministic physics, where quantum effects are negligible. But I would argue that other phenomena that we consider chaotic today, such as the weather, the stock market, even group behavior, such as presidential elections, are also predictable in principle, because they're also based on deterministic physics. There are two things we need to make better, longer-term predictions in these areas. We need a mathematical model that takes into account all the variables that affect these phenomena, and we need more perfect information to model the initial conditions. Even though we don't have all these tools today, in my opinion, I predict that we will have these tools within the next 5 years. Now, don't forget to click the link in the description to get the special discount CyberGhost VPN.
Dodo wanted me to watch that. So apparently it's hard to predict things because quantum such and such.
Godfrey Harold Hardy, a mathematician in Cambridge. It's from a young man in India. He says he's poor, never went to university, but he's written down some formulas, and he's asking for feedback. Some of these formulas are the most groundbreaking pieces of math Hardy has ever seen. Complex equations that even the world's top mathematicians could spend pages trying to unpack. The kind of work only a true genius could produce. A genius unlike any other. A poor boy from India obsessively writing down formulas, convinced they are messages from the gods. Someone whose religious beliefs will clash with the world around him. A man shadowed by death at every turn. A mathematician whose creative genius likely doesn't stem from formal academic education, but from the lack of it. Even today, to many, his mysterious formulas remain beyond full understanding. This is the story of someone who might have won the world's highest honors if only things had gone differently. This is the tragic story of one of the greatest minds in history, Srinivasa Ramanujan, also known as the man who knew infinity. This video is largely based on the book, The Man Who Knew Infinity, by Robert Kanigel. And a quick heads up before we begin. In this episode, we'll mention depression and attempted suicide. If you don't feel well, don't be shy to get help. Ramanujan grows up in a respected family. They belong to the Brahmins, the highest caste in India. The caste system plays a central role in Indian society. Rooted in Hinduism, it dates back thousands of years and divides people into a 5-tier hierarchy. At the bottom are the Dalits, also known as the untouchables, often forced into low-paid, stigmatized jobs, like hand-cleaning toilets or collecting garbage. At the top are the Brahmins. They often work as teachers or priests. Each caste is further divided into thousands of smaller subcastes. Ramanujan and his parents are Vaishnavid Brahmins, and they follow the rules that come with their caste strictly.
Ignore the horrible singing. Here's Joey. Are you sleeping better since you've been on the juice? I hope so.
Yeah, generally. My sleep schedule is just kind of fucked right now. I've been having trouble sleeping at night, but during the day I have really good sleep. Thanks for the donation, the other now. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Look at this kitty. Oh my god, he's so sentient.
Joey, 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 Joe.
Oh, I love him.
Joey, why are you so cute?
Oh my goodness. You're singing to him.
Joey, why are you so cute.
He looks so soft.
Why? Look at this beautiful guy.
Oh, he's
Look at
so
this beautiful boy. Look
Oh my god.
at him. Just look at him.
Oh wow.
Look at him.
Oh, I love that kitty.
Oh, I can't take it.
Oh my god, he's a good kitty. So sentient. I love Joey. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. One donate $2, new Muhammad video. Let me see.
Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul was a powerful leader of the Khazraj tribe in Medina. Although he and his tribe embraced Islam, bin Salul often disagreed with the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet called him a hypocrite, but did not dare to punish him physically, because the Khazraj would defend bin Salul and revolt against Islam. Bin Salul owned female slaves whom he forced into prostitution. One of them was Musaika.
I just gotta go take a drink, get a drink. I'm thirsty, but I'll be right back. All right. Goonie goo goo.
Whenever guests came to his house, he would offer Musaika and the other female slave to sleep with them for a price. Musaika and the other slave had no choice but to obey. They knew that if they resisted, their master would beat them. Forced into prostitution, Musaika became pregnant multiple times and gave birth to several children.
Gross.
Then bin Salul saw another opportunity for profit. He approached the fathers of the children and demanded payment.
I made good money prostituting my slave women. When one of them gave birth, I'd go to the father and offer him to ransom the child. If he refused, I just waited. Once the child was old enough, I'd sell them at the slave market. Either way, I profited.
Yeah, this is Andrew Tate's pimping hose degree long before Andrew Tate.
Musaika and her mother were devastated by the cruelty.
Bin Salul treats me worse than an animal, as if I'm nothing. No soul, no feelings.
Let's talk to Prophet Muhammad about this. Maybe he can help us.
He? Don't you know that he has many slaves too? Why would he defend a female slave against her owner?
What should we do then?
After that, Musaika refused to sleep with any of the men bin Salul asked her to.
You have to do
Bin
whatever
Salul
I
became
tell you to
angry
do.
and
I don't
started
want to do
hitting
it
her.
anymore. It's not right.
What do you mean you don't want to do it anymore? Who do you think you are?
Her mother came to defend her, but bin Salul beat her up too. At night, Musaika and her mother pondered their lives.
Bin Salul profits while your body is broken. Is this Islam?
I think Prophet Muhammad
Yep,
is our
this is
last
Islam.
chance.
We will make him listen.
Prophet Muhammad was surrounded by his companions in his mosque. Mulaika and her mother approached.
Ya Rasulullah, I bring before you a festering wound in the soul of Medina.
Speak, Ya Ukhti.
My daughter Musaika is forced into prostitution by her master bin Salul. She is repeatedly humiliated and used. Where is the justice for the slave girl?
Bin Salul.
Prophet Muhammad was reluctant to act against Abdullah bin Salul, but he knew he had to do something.
Bin Salul shouldn't force you to do so. Allah just revealed this to me. Quran, Surah An-Nur, verse 33. Do not force your slave girls into prostitution for worldly gain when they wish to remain chaste.
Does that mean that if they do not wish to remain chaste, it is okay for them to do so?
Well, what's the problem if they're okay with it? Ha ha.
Will you not forbid this prostitution?
Weird.
Will you not punish bin Salul?
Oh, the verse continued. If someone is coerced, Allah is certainly all-forgiving and most merciful.
What? What does that mean?
Allah will forgive your daughter for prostitution as long as she doesn't do it again.
Forgiveness. For her. She doesn't need forgiveness. Bin Salul is the one who sinned. And he walks free?
I didn't do it on purpose. Bin Salul forced me. I delivered several babies, and he sold them to the men who raped me.
The verse is finished. Allah has spoken.
What is the punishment for bin Salul? Will you not put a stop to this prostitution?
He already answered you. Now go.
You slave women should know your position in the Muslim Ummah, okay?
Yep.
Musaika and her mother left the mosque with big disappointment.
What kind of justice is that? He can order Muslims not to drink alcohol or eat pork, but he cannot forbid prostitution or slavery?
Quran, Surah An-Nur, verse 33, is intentionally vague and ambiguous, allowing everyone to interpret it in a way that serves their own interests. The Prophet obviously is playing a trick on us, pretending to defend us, while in reality, he does not. He didn't even declare any penalty for bin Salul.
Musaika has to know that she cannot refuse her master's control over her body. She cannot accuse those men of rape because, under Islam, her testimony is not considered valid in a Sharia court. The testimony of a slave holds no legal weight. Period.
According to Allah or Muhammad, slaves are not human enough to testify in the Sharia court. Tafsir al-Qurtubi, Quran, Surah al-Baqarah, verse 282. Malik, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, and the majority of scholars have stated, the testimony of a slave is not valid. Imam Shafi'i wrote in his book, Ahkam ul-Quran, and the testimony should be from the free men, and not from the slaves. Similarly, these free men should be the follower of our religion, i.e., they should be Muslims, while the testimony of non-Muslims free men is also not accepted. Imam Abdullah ibn Abi Zayd writes in his fiqh book, the testimony of someone who has been given a fixed punishment, or of a slave, a minor, or a kafir, is inadmissible.
If you had a choice to get vegetables with little to no microplastics and no pesticides or extra chemicals in growing, would you buy it instead? People in the comments answer this as well, please.
Don't care about pesticides, microplastics, sure. I don't know if there's really any microplastics in vegetables, though. Thanks for the donation, Take Cock.
Admissible. A civilization's true moral compass is revealed in how it treats its most vulnerable members. In this regard, Islam's historical treatment of enslaved women raises serious ethical concerns.
I mean, the fact that they have slavery, period, raises huge ethical concerns.
Islamic law permits Muslims to have sexual relations with their female slaves and supports practices that systematically dehumanized them. These women could be transferred, loaned, or shared between relatives, guests, or even other slaves, with no regard for their consent, autonomy, or dignity. Tafsir Durr Manthur, under the commentary of Quran, Surah Al-Mu'minun, verse 6. Abd al-Razzaq narrated on the authority of Atta that he said, "It is a common practice that a man would made his slave girl halal, permissible, to his slave, son, brother, and father, and the woman made her slave girl permissible to her husband. Indeed, I have heard that a man would send his slave woman to his guest. When her perceived value declined, she could be resold in the slave markets, where a new master would purchase her, and the cycle of abuse would begin again. With each new owner came renewed exploitation, first the second, then the third, and so on, trapping her in a relentless cycle of sexual subjugation with no path to freedom." But it didn't stop there. If a male slave managed to marry a female slave, forming even the smallest resemblance of a family, the master still had the right to take that woman away. His ownership overpowered her marriage. If he desired her, he could separate her from her husband and sleep with her himself. Sahih Bukhari, Book of Nikah, Chapter 25. Anas said, the meaning of the Quranic verse: "Married free women are forbidden to you except your married slave women that your right hands possess. But there is no problem if a man, i.e. the owner, takes his married female slave for himself from his male slave."
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Anna Kasparian, your low IQ attacks against TYT's name is rich, considering Israel doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide and provided the weapons the Azeris used to ethnically cleanse Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. How about you? Shut the fuck up with your fake concern about Armenians, you 2-bit genocide supporting douchebag. So, like, that is just such a bizarre thing to say to H3. Like, it shows you how fucking wacko and radicalized the Young Turks are. To this day, Ethan still has a really cucked position on the Israel-Gaza thing. So, like, he doesn't hate Jews enough. You need to really hate Jews and want to exterminate all of them, unless... or else you're evil and you're a Zionist and you're pro-ethnic cleansing and genocide. Funny you had no issues with the name of the show until people began rightly criticizing Israel, and you have to be brain dead to think that an American political show that barely ever even discusses Turkey is named after a Turkish political group from a century ago. I'm sure that's what Rod Stewart was also doing when he named one of his most popular songs Young Turk. Yeah, so Anna's dumb as shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Watch this video on the Nutty Putty Cave incident. Very interesting.
When families gather for the holiday.
I'll skip through that next. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This horrifying idea is reiterated in Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani's commentary on Sahih al-Bukhari, in which he verifies the narration's authenticity. In al-Kashmihani's narration, Ismail al-Qadi mentions a slave girl who was married to a male slave. Al-Qadi included this story in his book Ahkam al-Quran with an authentic chain of transmission through Sulaiman al-Taymi, Abu Majlis, and Anas ibn Malik. Anas ibn Malik commented on the Quranic verse, "and the married women," saying it refers to free women with husbands, except for those whom your right hands possess, i.e., slave women. He explained that it is permissible for an owner to take a slave girl, who is married to his male slave, and have intercourse with her.
How can justice be claimed when a master's sense of ownership allows him to violate the sanctity of a family, shattering it in an instant simply because the woman is married to his slave? What choices does a woman have in such a situation? Can we escape from the master's grasp?
In nearly every ancient civilization, runaway slaves faced severe punishment. But under Islamic law, the repression extended even further, reinforced by both physical brutality and psychological control.
Contrary to modern claims, Islam did not abolish slavery. Those Muslims who insist Islam encouraged abolition either misunderstand the sources or deliberately mislead others to create a more favorable image of Islam. In fact, I established what could be described as a double-layered system of control to prevent slaves from escaping. First, I declared that physical punishment was allowed for a fleeing slave. Muslim owners could impose severe penalties, including death. For instance, my companion Jarir ibn Abdullah reportedly beheaded his runaway slave, a punishment deemed halal or permissible in Islam. Second, I also enforced a psychological mechanism to stop the Muslim slaves from fleeing. I declared that if a Muslim slave runs away, Allah will not accept his prayers. Such a person would be labeled a kafir and an apostate, a status that, under Islamic law, could carry the death penalty and eternal damnation in hell.
Sunan an-Nasa'i, the Book of Fighting, Hadith number 4050. Jarir used to narrate from the Prophet, "If a slave runs away, no salah will be accepted from him, and if he dies, he will die a disbeliever." A slave of Jarir's ran away, and he caught him and struck his neck, killing him.
This combination of physical terror and spiritual condemnation served as a powerful deterrent, locking the enslaved not only in chains, but also in fear of divine wrath.
I was told that Islam encouraged the abolition of slavery. Then why is it permissible to behead runaway slaves? Why is there no punishment for a Muslim master who...
Educational. Well, it's almost as if Islam is not a religion of peace.
Fun activities are often planned to make core memories together. The Jones family decided to go caving at Nutty Putty, but they had no idea of the devastating loss their family would suffer. This is the...
Okay, you have to be stupid to do this.
Fatal breakdown of the Nutty Putty Cave tragedy. During the Thanksgiving break, Tuesday before Thanksgiving, using all their skills to maneuver slowly through the panic-inducing contortions. After the corkscrew area, the passage angles up for another 5 feet or so, then turns down over a rock ledge with a sharp 90-degree bend to the left. Up until now, cavers had used this small area after the corkscrew to turn back on themselves if needed, and head back through the difficult section. But turning around in this part of the tunnel was not an option for him. He was in a 12-inch high space, with not enough lateral area for his pressed body to ball up for a turn. He pushed forward to the ledge area and squeezed over the top of it. It was a tight area to get through, but he thought he could see it open up down below. He sucked in his stomach and pressed himself through the squeeze, pulling forward on the rocks in front of him. He would be moving headfirst in a downwards angle now, but it looked like there was an area ahead to turn around. John didn't know it, but no one else had...
How about not doing any of this?
...ever crossed over this ledge before. He was in completely uncharted territory. Despite being in an extremely tight and uncomfortable position, John kept his cool. He was certain that there would be an opening ahead. All along he thought he was in some part of the birth canal, where many cavers had felt stuck in the constricting tunnel, but ended up being just fine once they reached the other side. Once he passed through a tight zone, he started to slide toward the bottom of this tunnel. He was nearly doing a handstand, trying to hold his body up and figure out how to push backwards. He still couldn't turn, and now he was upside down. Gravity was pulling his 200-pound body against the fading strength.
Retired $20, well-known conservative economist and strategist calls Trump's deal with NVIDIA an unconstitutional shakedown. Let me see. NVIDIA Advanced Micro Devices agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from chip sales to China to the U.S. government as part of a deal with the Trump administration. Secure export license, federal shakedown of private companies unconstitutional. Those are export taxes. I don't know. I don't know about any of that. I think it's just a bad idea, period, to sell these high-end chips to China. But I don't know if that's illegal or not. Like, at the end of the day, yeah, like, I don't know if anyone is really upset about this necessarily. Like, assuming the administration doesn't really have a big problem with, you know, chips being sold to China, and they're getting some money out of it. NVIDIA would rather have to pay these, like, export fees, you know, and China still gets these chips. I don't know, like, if it works out for everybody. I have no idea, though, about the law. Thanks for the donation, retard. Street Vegans Bussy donated $2.
What? Nigga, I'm in a...
Cybertruck deactivated. Critical issue.
Traffic, bro. Would you look at this shit, bro? Look. I can't. Everything is locked. Cybertruck deactivated. Look at this shit, bro. Cars all on the side of me, bro. What the fuck? Bro, I gotta call a Tesla, bro. What the fuck? Bro.
So you can get blocked from driving your car. Okay. Yeah, how about not getting a Cybertruck?
Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country. What do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they accept it, leave them. Khalas, they're Muslims, we go. If they refuse, then tell them to pay taxation, jizya. If they refuse, then we have to fight. And if we fight you, then we capture you, you become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take where, because you refuse, I give you two good options.
Oh, two good options, you give me two good options. Either convert to Islam, pay ridiculous amounts of money, or we kill you. Yeah, two good options, perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable.
When Muslims go...
Yeah, that guy's fucking crazy. I don't know how the shit is... Like, they get away with it because of, like, weird, you know, political issues with, like, religious stuff. Like, oh, you can't ban somebody from practicing their religion. Like, buddy, if your religion is like, oh, yeah, it's totally fine to, like, murder people if they don't give you money, like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Huh. I probably wouldn't do that. Looks a little dangerous. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegans, Bussy.
Of his arms. He yelled out to his brother Josh and told him not to follow him, but to go back out. They discussed his options and decided that moving forward to try to turn around was the best idea. He was collapsing onto his shoulders and head at this point, and needed to make a move to get out of this vertical position. His headlamp gave him a glimpse of a hole in the floor ahead, which might lead to a larger space. He felt a little more hopeful now, thinking that they would be laughing about this misadventure over Thanksgiving dinner. He made the slight turn and headed towards the hole. Exactly how he got himself into this tunnel hole is unknown. It's thought that he may have slipped, hit his head, and became wedged in the tight space. The other thought was that he looked in the hole, but misjudged what he saw, thinking it was an opening and not simply a dead-end fissure. Either way, John had ended up in a small opening in the bottom of this tunnel, which was impossibly narrow. Just 18 inches by 10 inches, not much bigger than the screen of a laptop computer. John found himself wedged nearly completely upside down at a 70-degree angle. He had spent some time trying to push himself back upwards out of this hole. It was exhausting. His arms were pinned in a useless position, one folded under his chest, and the other trapped on a rock down by his side. He strained against the walls and quickly realized that all of his effort would not move him back up 5 feet to the shallow tunnel. His calves and feet were still free up in the passage, but his legs were now wedged on the smallest side of the hole, only 8 inches wide. He started yelling.
Why do stupid people even do this?
For Josh again. His brother knew that he was trying to turn around, so his yells were not a good sign. Josh made his way back into this tight space and traversed the corkscrew path. But unlike his brother, he went feet first this time. He continued toward the sound of John's voice, up over the ledge. He finally came to an alarming sight. He could see the end of his brother's legs sticking out of the rock, as if it had swallowed him whole. He inched forward until his feet could squeeze one of John's legs. He tried to grip and pull up, while John pushed from his end. After several futile attempts, they were both feeling exhausted and frustrated. Josh could see that this was very serious, and they would need professional help to get him out. For several hours, John just remained trapped upside down, focused mostly on the chore of breathing. The fissure squeezed his chest, where only shallow breaths were possible. All of his efforts to move up had actually settled him deeper into the crack. As time went on, gravity continued to pull him against the rough walls of the tunnel, tightening its grip on his exhausted body. Once help had arrived, The first cave rescuer, Susie Matola, made her way to where John was stuck. It was now 12:30 in the morning, and John had been upside down for 3 hours. Susie was just 5 feet 3 inches tall, so working her way through the corkscrew area was much easier for her. Ropes had been tied to her ankles as a precaution in case she got stuck as well. She checked.
Okay dog, this is fucking hilarious.
You shouldn't feel comfortable. Absolutely not. I won't feel comfortable if I'm in a country illegally. If I'm in some other country illegally, I'm not going to be comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable either, because when you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You are a criminal. Now I'm going to say, if you're in the country.
That guy is a little bit of a wacko. And they have a very odd interpretation of what it means to be in the country illegally. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Checked on how John was doing and let him know that they'd be getting him out. He must have had a small wave of relief, thinking that professional help had arrived and he would soon be free of this trap. Susie tied webbing straps around his legs and then fed it back to the pit where the tunnel started. Several attempts were made to pull on the ropes to leverage John back up and out of the fissure. There was just too much friction on the ropes to make any effective release on John. He was still pinned, without the use of his arms to fully assist. After attempting a few things and considering many aggressive options, the decision was made to enlist a pulley system in order to help lift John up and out. A pulley had been successfully used when Brock Clark was stuck 5 years before. Even though they had a plan of how to help, this was not an easy location to work in. Each piece of equipment would need to be brought in from the entrance, which took nearly an hour to reach the other side of Corkscrew. The tunnel was extremely tight, and only smaller power tools could be carried in and out.
You know, I think we're gonna have to plug up all these holes and fill it with, like, cement so these retards don't go exploring these caves. Because, you know, like, that's stupid. You shouldn't be in there. It's kind of dumb. Why can't they do, I don't know, go through, like, a kid's jungle gym or something? Don't they have those, like, tubes, you know, that you can buy or something that you can wiggle through for people with ADHD? Get one of those. Dodo donated $2. Please react at 16:30.
I've spent the past 5 years four-year-old Brian, kind of what they want to do and who they want to be are not the same, and they want to make a change, but they feel stuck. Yeah, I'd say that the first priority is to wrestle power. Like you want power, and the first way you acquire power is power over self, and to sever power that other things have over you. So, for example, you want to build your life around sleep. That's very counterintuitive, and it's also counter to narrative powers. Like culture says, if you want to be powerful, don't sleep very much, because people who don't sleep very much can be successful. Yeah. And that cultural narrative wrestles power over you, because when you don't sleep, you lose your willpower, and when you lose your willpower, you take poor care of yourself. And when you take poor care of yourself, you become lesser of a human. So the way to wrestle power in the world is to say, you will build your life around sleep because sleep is the best performance enhancing drug in the entire world. Yeah. And when you do that, then that has other virtuous bridges where you say, you will not doom scroll on your phone before bed, because that increases your heart rate, which lowers your bed, because the social media companies want to have power over you to invite you to scroll, to spend time on their apps so they can show you advertisements. And the same is true, the food companies want you to snack on their foods and eat their dirty shit right before bed. And so if you look at, like, everybody in society is trying to exert power over you, for you to do their thing. And these things cause you to lose agency.
You know, it's almost as if he's been listening to my fucking streams. But, yeah, base take. What is it that I say? Strength is the ruling force in the universe, and those who lack it will succumb to its forces. So, yeah. You just have to do what you want to do. And don't let dumb thoughts or dumb people or dumb ideas control you. You just have to exert your force of will. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Only one person could be in there to assist at a time, and they would need to be small or wiry to effectively move through the passage. It was just not an ideal situation. Each pulley took an extraordinary amount of time to install. During this time, cavers were trying to talk with John, console him, and share stories to keep him calm and talking. He was a devout Mormon and spent time praying and singing to seek solace in this unreal situation. John had spent the night upside down and was showing signs of the physical limitations of the body to withstand this position. The human body was not made to be upside down for long. The entire circulatory system is designed. Toxins were starting to. The cave system was warm and damp. It took a concerted effort to remain calmly breathing when you are restricted and can't move or even breathe properly. But the rescuers knew they could get out when needed. John didn't have that luxury. He couldn't expand his chest to breathe, and the air around him was losing its oxygen. His wife spoke with him, encouraging him to hang on and be faithful. The pulleys in place to move him. Ryan Schertz was in the tunnel when the system was ready to try. John's body had settled into the narrow side of the opening, so Ryan had to push his legs over as the team pulled from outside. Each heave moved him inch by inch up out of the hole. By this time, John's legs were in excruciating pain. A rope had been tied around his legs for hours as rescuers tried various methods to.
Retard donated $2. John is a retard. Yeah. Buddy, like, if you go into, like, this fucking cave where you can barely move and breathe, and then you dig yourself into this fucking hole that you can't get out of and you die, like, you're fucking stupid. It's like, if I were to, I don't know, just glue concrete to my body and then, like, jump in a river and then, like, I drown to death and I'm like, oh no, what happened? I can't get it. I can't swim up. I have all this concrete on me. It's like, yeah, you're stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
To help him out. They were completely blue and had no discernible pulse, yet each tug had him call out to stop as his nerves were ultra-sensitive at this point. They paused to give him a moment to gather himself, and then tried again. It seemed to be working. John was finally being pulled up out of this hole. He was raised enough for Ryan to look down to make actual eye contact with him, and pass down a tube to drink Gatorade. This effort was extremely slow going, and they were all exhausted from the difficult effort. Ryan was squeezed in a tunnel just 12 inches high, and had his head near John's legs as they worked him slowly out of the tight 10-inch fissure. Although they were making some progress in lifting him up, they were no closer to getting him out. His legs were hitting the low ceiling above his tunnel, and twisting them into the passage was impossible. He had no control over his legs now, after 19 hours upside down. Without his help to delicately bend his knees to the side, they were strongly considering breaking his legs to get him back into the passage, because time was running out for John. Then, in a sudden moment of blinding pain, Ryan blacked out. When he came to, he was bleeding heavily and confused. The rope, holding the pulley to a natural arch section in the cave, broke and whipped the carabiner and pulley directly into Ryan's face. He suffered damage to his face, lip, and tongue, as well as a concussion. He had to get out of there quickly. John was back where he started, completely wedged in the tunnel with the circulation to his arms cut off and his legs completely dead. He was unable to help free himself in any way. This moment started the final demise of John Jones. After Ryan was checked out in the pit and then sent off to the hospital, his father Dave took his place in the passage with John. It took an hour to re-establish the pulley lines, and Dave tried to tie a rope around John's body, but couldn't get the rope past his wedged torso. All the time Dave was with John, he was not responsive. This entire operation required John's help to effectively rescue him. There was no way to lift his 200-pound, 6-foot frame without him pushing and trying to leverage himself in some way. In Dave's effort to tie up John, he got himself stuck for about 15 minutes. Their desperate effort to help save this man had put both his son and himself in danger. It was a devastating reality. Once he had pushed himself back into the 12-inch tunnel, He was exhausted and had to leave. Brandon Kowalis took his place and brought in the telecom system so John's family could talk to him. His wife Emily expressed her love and told him to take a break and rest after all of his effort. She still truly believed he would be coming out, but Brandon could see what she could not. John was no longer responsive, and no signs of life could be heard. Over the previous several hours, Ryan reported the gurgling breaths that John was struggling with. Now, there was silence. The rescue team gathered in the pit area inside the cave and discussed the situation. It was determined that a medical professional would need to confirm that he had actually passed. A paramedic was sent into the tight section to confirm what was suspected. At 11.
Why would that need to be done? Like, he's gonna die eventually anyway. It's not like you can get him out.
56 on Wednesday, November 25th, John Jones was pronounced dead.
Well, like, you know, that it says a lot that this guy was a Mormon. No shit, he's a fucking retard. So the dumbass retarded Mormon went into this tight, narrow cave that you can barely move, and then stuck himself in this hole that you can't get out of, and died. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Rescue teams worked for 24 hours straight to try to free John, but it was just not possible with his upset as pops maintained.
Yeah, well, that's what stupid people do.
In India, being part of a higher caste generally means higher wealth, but there are exceptions. Brahmins do not condone public displays of luxury. What truly matters is living a life of mental or spiritual depth while remaining modest. Ramanujan's parents are poor. To make ends meet, the family often takes in subtenants for extra income. This is the world Ramanujan grows up in. He's a quiet, thoughtful child who loves being by himself. When he first attends school, he hates it. He doesn't like the teachers, and he resists a rigid system telling him what to do. After he repeatedly skips school, the family hires a local police officer to escort him there. Early on, his family moves frequently, forcing Ramanujan to switch schools again and again. After the family finally settles in Kumbakonam, he begins to excel in school, especially in math. His classmates start coming to him for help. He breezes through exams in half the time, and before long, he's so advanced that he even challenges his teachers. Around the age of 13, Ramanujan's math teacher tries to explain a basic concept. Divide anything by itself, and the result is always 1. He says, whether you divide 3 fruits among 3 people, or 1,000 fruits among 1,000, each person gets 1 fruit. Then Ramanujan speaks up. But is 0 divided by 0 also 1? If no fruits are divided among no one, we'll each still get 1. Ramanujan isn't just a troublemaker. His talent proves useful to the school as well. When they need to assign 1,200 students to 3 dozen teachers, while factoring in special cases and individual needs, they turn to Ramanujan for help. But his true talent goes way deeper. As a student, he independently rediscovers the solution to the quadratic equation, a major mathematical problem from Renaissance Italy. He dives into advanced topics like infinite series, far beyond the standard curriculum. Most of his classmates, and even the teachers, rarely understood what he was talking about. All Ramanujan wants is to go deeper and deeper into mathematics. Then, one day at age 16, he gets his hand on a book, probably passed along by a friend from the local college library. The book isn't exactly a page-turner. It's basically a list of 5,000 equations and theorems, lined up one after another, with almost no explanation. It was meant to help math students cram for a specific exam. By the time Ramanujan gets a hold of it, it's already more than a decade old. But Ramanujan becomes completely absorbed by the book. He dives into its dense pages, studying those complex equations. In math, proof is everything. Mathematicians have to show, step by step, why equations like these are always true. But Carr's book rarely provides any proof. Instead, it leaves the reader to figure things out on their own. For Ramanujan, every equation in this book is like a puzzle.
KVG, how dramatic is the mental effect of going from normal test to steroids test? Also, do you think there's a good chance that in the near future we'll have better drugs?
Near future, I'm not so sure, because, like, it depends on what you mean by that. So, are there going to be better drugs in the near future that will cause anabolism without androgenic side effects? It's likely. But, like, that's not exactly what testosterone is just used for. Like, these are hormones that affect a lot of things in your body, including, like, you know, your mental health, energy, mood, sleep quality, sexual desire, like genital sensitivity, aggression, energy. So, like, you know, I don't know if there's really ever going to be a replacement for those bioidentical hormones. Like, maybe, but, like, testosterone does what testosterone does. There could be a drug in the future that builds muscle better than testosterone without some of the side effects associated with high doses of testosterone. But as far as a drug that does what testosterone does, only better, I I doubt that in the near future, if you mean like in the next 5-10 years. That's very doubtful, especially since there aren't many pharmaceutical companies that are interested in investing in research into new steroidal compounds. SARMs were a big thing for a while, and then they kind of stopped doing research into that. There's a lot of new peptides that are kind of being researched right now. And, you know, there's the new, what are they called? Like those gene inhibitor drugs. Those are being researched right now. I don't know if those are going to end up being any better than just like the steroids we have now. So I don't know. But it kind of depends on what you mean by better drugs in the future. But like, everybody's been saying since I've been taking testosterone, like my mood is way better, have more energy, more upbeat. I think that's pretty obvious, and I feel way better. I don't have any moments in the day where I'm just like, I don't know, I just feel more motivated all the time. Just feel like I have more just energy and power to do whatever. Definitely more horny, I've noticed that. So it's pretty great. The only side effect I've been experiencing right now is just the onset of gynecomastia. It's really early on right now, where the gland is just inflamed. So I'm lowering the dose, and I'm taking an aromatase inhibitor right now. And I might add in Masteron, because Masteron does seem to prevent gynecomastia growth. I would maybe try Primobolan, but I don't have access to any Primo right now. The source that I'm getting these drugs from, they're out of stock. And I don't know how reliable a source they'd be in the long term, because everyone wants to buy fucking Primo all the time for whatever fucking reason, even though it's not that great of a drug. So I'm just going to be on the AI for a little bit and lower the test dose, see how I do, and just go from there. And I might add in Masteron and, yeah. But yeah, testosterone makes you feel fucking great. I can see why people get addicted to steroids and they won't stop even when they have health problems, because just mentally they make you feel fucking great. Mentally and physically. Just, you have so much energy, you feel better, your mood is just improved. But thanks for the donation, bruh. AI, that stands for aromatase inhibitor.
Begging to be solved. He tackles them using his own methods, far from anything you find in academia. The book leaves a deep mark on him, but he doesn't just study the numbers, he develops a kind of religious devotion to them. Ramanujan is a devout Hindu with deep faith. He often visits the local town.
You can get a 5-gallon jug of Primo at Walmart for like $5. Primo is about twice as expensive as testosterone cypionate. So, no, I don't think Walmart sells that. Let me take a look at the steroid dealer. They got dihydroboldenone. Don't really want to do anything with that. They do have EQ. EQ is kind of like the, it's kind of like a poor person's version of Primobolan. Does basically the same thing. But they're selling it in those glass ampules, so it'd not really make sense to inject that every day. Dude, 250 milligram ampules. That's fucking crazy. Who the fuck would use that? Yeah, they got Masteron Enenthate, Masteron Propionate. I got the Enenthate. And their Primo's out of stock. They have two different Primos. The one is the Glass Ampules, which is fucking stupid in my opinion. That's out of stock, and then the Primo. The other Primo is out of stock. I think it's because just everybody buys it. I don't know why everyone's so obsessed with Primo. It's probably because it's not associated with Gyno, I'm assuming. And maybe it's because it's more expensive, people think it works better. Yeah. I was looking at some stuff. Apparently with cypionate esters, some people might cleave off the entire ester at once. And you're getting a similar effect as like a propionate. I don't know if I'm having that happen, but I'm going to end up getting a blood test probably in another month. So we'll see. Retard donated $2.
A ceasefire? What do you mean? Hamas has put forward a fucking million ceasefire proposals. Israel's the one who
Why are you so protective of your best friend's identity? What's his name?
His name is Ugdug Mugdalug. But he doesn't really want anybody. He just doesn't want to be on social media. Thanks for the donation, Fag. Hamas's ceasefire proposals are, you're not allowed to bomb or shoot at us, but we're allowed to shoot at you, and we'll give you back hostages if we feel like it. And then Israel obviously rejects it, and then dumbasses like Hassan run cover for Hamas and say, oh, Israel rejected another ceasefire proposal. It's fucking stupid.
fuck them. No, your analysis is fucking busted here.
Yeah.
This is, of course, also completely, you have to be completely oblivious of the fucking conditions on the ground, and not only the conditions on the ground, but also
Defending Hamas? Yeah, Hamas are terrorists.
Yeah, when Asmongold has a base take versus Hassan, that's how you know Hassan's a complete fucking wacko nutjob idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Seymour Butts donated $2. Let me see.
I believe the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married Aisha at 6, and he consummated the marriage at 9. I have zero problem with that at all.
Yes, Muslim who has zero problems with a grown man having sex with a 9-year-old. That sounds about right.
If I have to choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and a cow, I will choose the cow.
Yeah, don't blame him after hearing something like that. Thanks for the donation, Seymour.
The only people you can trust are these kind of people. I'm so over humans.
Oh my god, that's a cat. Oh, what a nice, handsome boy. Good and orange and scruffy. Yes. That's a nice orange boy. So good and orange. Look at him. Oh, just spending time in the sun. Like a little sweetie. So nice. Oh. Oh, so good. Oh. That's a good boy. Oh. Wow. What a sweetie. So nice. Just wants to think of kitty things and relax. Thanks for the donation, Janya. Yeah, I agree with you.
Play Armory Forger. Play Armor Forger, 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 play Armor.
I don't think I'm gonna do that. So, I was actually thinking of playing some more BeamNG. I think there's some challenge maps we can get that are pretty hilarious. So we might do some challenge maps tonight. Thanks for the donation though, Seymour.
Temple and takes part in ceremonies and rituals at home, but his devotion goes beyond caste tradition. He regularly prays to the family goddess, Namagiri, and is determined to follow what he believes to be her will. The boy credits all his extraordinary mathematical abilities to the gods. He doesn't see math as a human concept, he sees it as a window into the deeper structure of the universe.
An equation for me has no meaning, unless it expresses a thought of God.
Math explains our world, the entire universe really. Ramanujan might have liked having a picture of a remote galaxy in his bedroom. Well, you can, on a robust and beautifully designed metal poster like this one, by Displate. It's easy to school, with top marks, not just in math, but across the board. The school's director even says he deserves more than an A+. Ramanujan, he says, was off the scale. Ramanujan is driven to become a great mathematician. He's already something of a local legend for his uncanny math skills. He even earns a scholarship to the college in his hometown. But this is where things begin to fall apart. For the first time in his life, Ramanujan faces real failures. The college expects him to attend multiple different lectures, but he's beginning to lose interest in anything besides math. While his professors lecture on Roman history, he's scribbling formulas, completely absorbed in algebra, trigonometry, and calculus. This comes with major consequences. Eventually, Ramanujan loses his scholarship, and a single term at college costs as much as his father earns in a month and a half. His academic future is suddenly at risk. His parents are now pouring what little money they have into his education. He feels guilty and miserable. The pressure to perform in every subject is mounting, but he's terrified it will take him away from the one subject he lives for. Eventually, the strain becomes too much. One day, he walks away, dropping out of college. At 18, he tries to study at a different college, but fails again. By now, Ramanujan is in his early 20s and desperately searching for work, and little by little, he begins to lose hope. Everyone close to him knows he's a genius, but there seems to be no place for him in academia. Around this time, Ramanujan's mother arranges a marriage for him. His bride is just 9 years old. The marriage doesn't change much in his life. They don't live together right away. She stays with her.
Play Roblox. Play Roblox, 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 play Roblox.
I don't think I'm going to be doing that, but thanks for the donation, Mr. Robot Roo. Probably going to play BeamNG. Some nice BeamNG driving around doing stuff. That's some good spam. Thanks for the donation, 9014. Excellent spam as always.
Her mother to learn how to cook and manage a household, but
Okay, so he married a 9-year-old. It's kind of out of his control, so we'll give him a break there.
Pressure on Ramanujan to earn a living grows even heavier. Day after day, he works in solitude, driven by ideas no one around him fully understands. And wherever he goes, he keeps some things close. Personal notebooks, worn from use, packed cover to cover with equations and theorems. 3 of those notebooks survive, though he likely had more. The first known one is written in green ink, packed with things like hypergeometric series and continued fractions. It's organized into chapters by topic, with theorems neatly numbered. Ramanujan likely edited it, tidying up the rough sketches from an earlier version. But over time, that order begins to fray. When he runs out of space, he scribbles calculations on the backs of pages, using them for scratch work. For Ramanujan, his notebooks are a vast collection of his discoveries, and he knows that these notebooks will be his ticket to a job related to math. He presents them to influential people who might be able to help. And eventually, it works. Someone from the newly founded Indian Mathematical Society, in Pune, sees his potential and believes in his remarkable talent. They agree to support him, allowing Ramanujan to focus entirely on mathematics. And it doesn't take long for Ramanujan to publish his first paper in the Society's journal. It's a piece on Bernoulli numbers, a sequence of numbers that shows up in an analysis. It reveals his talent when dealing with infinite sums. But still, no one truly understands his brilliance. And the modest salary from the Society isn't enough. He still has to work as a clerk at the port in Madras just to make ends meet. So those close to Ramanujan urge him again and again to contact mathematicians in the West. If no one in India could support him, maybe they would. He starts writing letters, but nothing comes of it. Then, finally, he writes to Godfrey Harold Hardy, a rising mathematician and fellow at Trinity College, Cambridge. At this time, Cambridge is regarded as the center of mathematics in England. Hardy is just 35, but already highly respected in the field. For both Hardy and Ramanujan, this letter changes everything. Hardy is nothing like Ramanujan, though he shares a deep passion for mathematics. He doesn't believe in God. He's outspoken and never shy about sharing his opinions, especially when it comes to other mathematicians and their work. Hardy is full of contradictions, strict and serious, but also kind and generous. He claims not to care about untalented students, yet he never lets any of them fail. There are plenty of things Hardy reportedly hates, the English climate, watches, and politicians among them. But he also has his loves, cats, crossword puzzles, and most of all, cricket. He doesn't just enjoy the sport, he adores it. He plays it, watches it, and studies it, along with its champions. At times, he's even seen running around the Fellows' Garden at Trinity, cricket bat in hand, frantically searching for his gloves just before a match begins. And of course, Hardy is a gifted mathematician, widely regarded as one of the most influential British mathematicians of the 20th century. His work plays a key role in shaping modern mathematics. Ramanujan's letter arrives in 1913. Hardy would later call it the most remarkable letter he ever received. The first sentences are brutally honest.
Dear sir, I beg to introduce myself to you as a clerk in the accounts department of the Port Trust office at Madras on a salary of only £20 per annum. I am now about 23 years of age. I have had no university education.
Ramanujan writes that he's been doing mathematics in his spare time, and he doesn't shy away from being called a genius either.
I have not trodden through the conventional regular course, which is followed in a university course, but I am striking out a new path for myself. I've made a special investigation of divergent series in general, and the results I get are termed by the local mathematicians as startling.
To catch Hardy's attention, Ramanujan refers to a paper Hardy had published. In it, Hardy referred to a decades-old prime number theorem. He had asserted that a specific term's precise order has not been determined. In the letter, Ramanujan disagrees, and he even provides a solution. To Hardy, this sounds insane. A poor clerk without a college degree claims he knows better than some of the most famous mathematicians in history.
Check,
but
checky,
Ramanujan
check, checky, check, check, cock, 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 shoo, 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 hoom, 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 him, 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 hoom, 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 cuckoo, 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 molm, l, molm, lem, lim, molm, check, check, tay, a, get, wab, 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 check, 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 chess, need, 7.
Very wise words, Sneed. So wise, I don't think anybody will be able to understand, aside from Jordan Peterson, who will ask, what do you mean by check, and what do you mean by and what do you mean by mlem, and what do you mean by wub. Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed.
doesn't stop there. He's attached at least 9 pages filled with equations, hoping they might be published. And, of course, he wants Hardy's feedback. Hardy studies the pages, neatly arranged equations, laid out in the style of Carr's book. But the content is unlike anything he's ever seen. The numbers and symbols are familiar, but their arrangement feels alien, as if they came from another world. Some of the equations are crisp and clear, but seem outright impossible, like the one where Ramanujan claims that rather than infinity, the sum of all natural numbers can be written as minus 1/12. A statement that surprisingly turns out to be true, although not in the way we usually add numbers. Instead, it relies on highly advanced number theory. In Ramanujan's notes, there
Son Goku donated $2. This guy is Clavicular's friend. What do you think about his take on roids? Oh, that guy. I fucking hate TikTok, dude. Oh my god, I fucking hate TikTok. I know about this dude. He's insane. He literally beats his own face with a hammer because he thinks it will make his jaw look more masculine. He's fucking nuts.
Why being natural is bad. The topic in this video is antagonistic pleiotropy. This term is used to describe a gene that is advantageous in early life and disadvantageous in later life, or vice versa. How this relates to being natural or enhanced is that most gene variants only provide an advantage either early or late in life, not both. For example, longevity gene.
That is not really true of most genes. I don't know how he figures that's true of most genes. That's certainly true of some genes, or maybe a lot of genes, but I don't know how he figures that's true of most genes. There's also that, like, what do you call it? There can also be a mix of genes where one gene might be bad for longevity, but another gene might be good for longevity, and they like cancel each other out, or overcompensates, and then it like the gene that's bad for longevity just doesn't matter anymore because the other gene that's really good for longevity makes up for it.
Genes such as FOXO3 and SIRT1 will reduce growth pathways and lead you to grow to a smaller size, and this will reduce your chance of finding reproductive success early in life. On the flip side, gene variants that will benefit you early in life and then harm you later on, such as genes that increase muscle building, polymorphisms that reduce myostatin, or the ACTN3RR genotype, or polymorphisms that increase the IGF-1 receptor, IGF-1 circulation, PI3K, mTOR, androgen receptor, or any of these pathways that will increase muscle size and early life growth, but will cause increases in oxidative stress, inflammation, cardiovascular.
None of those genes necessarily increase oxidative stress and inflammation.
Disease.
And again, inflammation and oxidative stress is not a significant risk factor in cardiovascular disease. They're more influential in type 2 diabetes and cancer, but cardiovascular disease, that basically does nothing. But again, those genes he mentioned, they don't necessarily influence inflammation or oxidation.
Cancer risk and all age-related disease later in life. So this means if you have good muscle building genetics and you were to point to someone who has bad muscle building genetics but is taking steroids, you may not necessarily be healthier than them. You're both in a state of high growth and stress. However, they're using a drug to achieve it, but your genetics do it naturally. It is due to antagonistic pleiotropy that almost no gene goes without faults, and every gene can be optimized through taking different compounds in order to maximize your advantages early in life and later on in life. For example, if you have very pro-longevity genes, so you have FOXO3A,
So this is very, what he's saying is very theoretical. In rats, yeah, things like IGF-1 and all this crap that he's talking about, it affects their longevity. In humans, it doesn't do fucking jack shit. What seems to be the case in human beings, the genes that are most relevant for longevity seem to be genes that control cholesterol. So if you can just avoid heart disease, that seems to be the most important thing. And other than that, I'm not even sure if there's much more that's relevant. I know like psychological stress is a huge factor when it comes to disease. So genes that affect your ability to manage psychological stress are probably substantive, but the genes that are most associated with longevity by far are just genes that affect your cholesterol levels. All this other crap about IGF-1 and mTOR and crap, it doesn't fucking do anything in humans, doesn't really seem to matter because human beings have longer telomere lengths and we're better at DNA repair.
SIRT1, or very weak androgen or growth-related pathways, you would be a person who would highly benefit by taking performance-enhancing drugs that can increase muscle mass and growth early in your youth. And then, simply later on, you can stop taking these, and you can benefit from the growth that they've given you, while then returning to your baseline state and living the rest of your life reaping the rewards of your pro-longevity gene variants. Now, if you were on the flip side, and you are a person who has good muscle-building genetics, good growth pathways, you're a person who would benefit from letting your body run its natural course early in life, and then later in life, taking things to blunt these growth pathways, such as taking rapamycin to blunt mTOR in the...
Yeah, and we found out recently that mTOR probably lowers your fucking life expectancy. Right, okay. Like this is what I mean. Brian Johnson did that whole mTOR experiment. He was getting infections constantly. And he actually had accelerated aging while taking that rapamycin shit he was on. So it's like, this is all just theoretical nonsense. Like, this is based on studies in rats. Again, these stupid things like IGF-1, mTOR in humans, they don't seem to really affect longevity. People are just extrapolating rat research and thinking this applies to humans. Doesn't. Like, human beings... We have longer telomere lengths, we have better DNA repair, we just live fucking longer. These things don't seem to affect us as much.
The ITP, rapamycin has been shown to increase lifespan more robustly than any other compound. And and this is due to its ability to slow down growth pathway related aging, which is very important, especially later in life. If you're a person who just lets its genes take its natural course, then if you have longevity genes, your chance of reproduction will be very low. And if you're a person with pro-growth, anti-longevity genes, you will likely age faster and die younger. Not optimizing your entire life for these genes is not a good idea. If you
well, you want to guess this guy has not gotten a comprehensive genetic test that will tell him shit about any of this, and he just wanted to take steroids because he wanted to look yacked? So, no, nothing he's saying makes any sense. That's all bullshit. Thanks for... Oh, wait. The sophistic bitch reacted to the video and gave her brain-dead response to it.
Why being natural is bad.
Being natural is good.
Genes such as FOXO3 and SERT1
I wouldn't say being natural is good. It's neither good or bad, just depends.
will reduce growth pathways and lead you to grow to a small size.
SERT1 may suppress muscle growth after injuries through inhibiting muscle regeneration pathways, but SERT1 plays a robust and positive role in promoting overload-induced muscle hypertrophy, the kind of muscle growth you experience after lifting.
Yeah, so I do concede this is true. SERT1 does actually have some positive effects on growth. However, it also has nowhere near as strong of a link to longevity as FOXO3A, so we can just rule it out for now. So this means if you have good muscle building genetics and you were to point to someone who has bad muscle building genetics but is taking steroids, you may not necessarily be healthier than them. You're both in a state of high growth and stress. However, they're using drug to achieve it, but your genetics do it naturally.
Similarly, just because you have a genetic variant that increases muscle growth does not necessarily mean you're also going to have a higher state of stress, cancer risk, or cardiovascular disease risk that is similar to that of another normal individual taking gear. It's well known that when one gene is mutated, other genes can compensate. So even if you have a growth-promoting IGF-1 androgen receptor or myostatin genetic variant, your tumor suppressors may compensate, giving you more muscle and...
I'm in genuine disbelief that you would post that study and think that that proves your point somehow. This is coming from the person who called me a Dunning-Kruger. So let's go over the issues here. First off, these are studies done on mutant animals who have either had a gene knocked out completely or knocked down, and then a compensatory gene in the same class has upregulated. For example, that would be like knocking out a longevity gene, and then a longevity gene slightly upregulates somewhere else. That is not what's happening here. We're not talking about weird knockout or knockdown mutations. We are talking about a strong growth pathway gene, and you're talking about the opposite type of gene, a pro-longevity gene, being upregulated as a result. There is absolutely zero scientific evidence to support this.
and more longevity. Finally, I just wanted to correct him on this. Athletic actin and 3 are...
I'm gonna have to...
And then proves your point somehow. This is...
I'm gonna have to listen to that again.
Coming from the person who called me a Dunning-Kruger. So let's go over the issues here. First off, these are studies done on mutant animals who have either had a gene knocked out completely or knocked down, and then a compensatory gene in the same class has upregulated. For example, that would be like knocking out a longevity gene, and then a longevity gene slightly upregulates somewhere else. That is not what's happening here. We're not talking about weird knockout or knockdown mutations. We are talking about a strong growth pathway gene, and you're talking about the opposite type of gene, a pro-longevity gene being upregulated as a result.
Yeah, why would that be? So again, like, show me the data. So one, I don't know why I'd accept this. Why would that not happen? And two, why would I even assume something like mTOR IGF-1? Why would I assume that is a significant aging gene thing in a human being? Like, yeah, in rats, it's pretty well established. You know, rapamycin, if you have elevated IGF-1 or rapamycin, the rats will age faster. In humans, does it really significantly affect lifespan? I don't know if there's any research that actually shows there's a major difference in humans with these gene variants.
There is absolutely zero scientific evidence to...
And like, by the way, if you have, if you're more prone to having muscle mass, that can actually promote more longevity. If you have more muscle mass, you may be more resistant to certain diseases. Like if you get, what is it? Like pneumonia, you're probably more likely to survive things like viral pneumonia when your immune system like goes to shit later in life. You just have more body weight. You have a stronger constitution. You may actually be less prone to getting certain cancers, but maybe more prone to getting others. Falls in old age, like you may be more resistant to like breaking your fucking hip when you're older. And again, falls in old age kill people. So, like, it's hard to say if these things are necessarily bad, period. So all of this is just, again, mental masturbation, dork study bullshit on rats and extrapolating it into humans. Like, show me the human research. I don't really fucking care otherwise.
Support this.
And more longevity. Finally, I just wanted to correct him on this. Athletic actin and 3R genotypes do not directly modulate IGF-1 and testosterone. They simply increase your fast twitch muscle fibers. So
No, I will correct you here and tell you that there is nothing to correct. Because if you hear what I said, I clearly said ACTN3R are genotype, and then talked about IGF-1 and androgen receptors separately. Genes that increase muscle building, polymorphisms that reduce myostatin, or the ACTN3RR genotype, or polymorphisms that increase the IGF-1 receptor, IGF-1 circulation, D3K, and/or androgen receptor.
Oh, she probably misheard him. Yeah.
Or any of these pathways that will increase muscle size and early life growth. Anyone with basic comprehension skills would listen to that.
She probably just misheard him. He kind of talks a little funny, so I don't know, like, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She might have just not heard that, syllable or something.
And obviously understand that I don't think ACTN3RR genotype has anything to do with IGF-1 or androgen receptors.
the athletic actin and 3R genotype will not directly harm your longevity. It will simply improve your performance in the gym and the hypertrophic potential of your muscles during activities like weightlifting.
The ACTN3RR genotype does have negative longevity effects. It has negative effects on cardiovascular and metabolic outcomes, and it is underrepresented in centenarian studies, which also indicates that it's an anti-longevity gene. It is obviously expected that it will not be as...
You have to be a little careful when you're making some of these assumptions. So they're like, especially, I've talked about this before. There are probably certain populations of people that have like close genetic lineage that might share certain genes. And some of those genes might be very pro longevity, but because they're like in a more close-knit genetic circle, they might not have gotten some other genes that are beneficial for like athleticism, but those genes that are beneficial for athleticism aren't necessarily harmful to longevity. It's just that those people who are centenarians, they just happen to not have those athleticism genes, and the people with the athleticism genes just didn't happen to get some of those longevity genes from, like, other people. Again, like, this isn't great evidence. Absence of these genes in centenarians isn't necessarily an indication, or a lower presence of these, like, genes in centenarians. It's not necessarily indicative that these genes are bad for longevity.
anti-longevity as some of the other genes, because it is only affecting one mechanism of growth, which is muscle growth. This is not all we care about. We care about growth of the entire body. You have very pro-longevity genes, so very weak androgen or growth-related pathways. You would be a person who would highly benefit by taking performance-enhancing drugs that can increase muscle mass and growth early in your youth.
So as I previously discussed, antagonistic pleiotropy does not very simply apply to these complex genetic variant situations, but even if you did somehow determine that you had really great longevity genetics and really poor muscle building genetics, taking gear early in life will still increase your risk for cancers and cardiovascular diseases later in life, even if you stop taking gear later in life.
Obviously.
Situations, but as I previously discussed, antagonistic pleiotropy does not very simply apply to these complex genetic variant situations, but even if you did somehow determine that you had really great longevity genetics and really poor muscle building genetics, taking gear early in life will still increase your risk for cancers and cardiovascular diseases later in life, even if...
I don't think that's even true. I think Menno Henselman covered some research on this. Apparently, people who do steroids early in life and then stop later, they don't have any increased risk of health issues.
If you stop taking gear later in life.
Obviously.
This is because cancers and cardiovascular diseases are both diseases that rely on the accumulation of various cancer-causing mutations and the accumulation of cardiovascular damage over time. So even if you stop taking gear and you only take it early on in life, it is likely the damage is already done. So
how did you miss the whole point of the video? The whole point is to speed up the aging at the start of your life and slow it down at the end. Slow it down past baseline, that is. So you're still aging the same amount, but on an S-curve rather than linearly, so that you actually benefit highly from the part that you're speeding up growth, because that's when you're developing, and then you slow it down to maintain and slow down cancer progression, cardiovascular disease below baseline of what a natural could. It's interesting that you cut off before we got to rapamycin. I'm sure you've seen the ITP studies on rapamycin and seen that it increases lifespan even when taken late in life, which is
Again, there's no evidence rapamycin extends life expectancy in humans.
Obviously proof that even when you have existing cancer cell mutations, cardiovascular issues, slowing down growth further will increase lifespan. And that is the period of your life where you no longer need a lot of growth. So this video didn't really address anything. All you addressed was SERT1, which is fair enough. That is one of the low-hanging fruits of all the genes I mentioned. And then you completely misunderstood my position.
Yeah, oh my god, I hate TikTok. TikTok sucks. Yeah, fuck TikTok. All this fucking shit people talk about with, like, affecting hormones and IGF-1 and mTOR and rapamycin, it's all just fucking bullshit. Just eat a good diet, keep your cholesterol low, blood pressure, don't get fat, lower stress. That's all you can really do. There's nothing else that's been found to actually extend life expectancy. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Son Goku donated $2. When Zoomers blame the high cost of living and unaffordability they face on capitalism, is that a valid criticism, or do they just have a shit view of economics? It's not the fault of capitalism. It's just, you know, poor economic planning or a combination of, like, weird factors, happenstance. Like, I mean, there are things that happen, like, you know, pandemic disease, wars, stuff like that that can affect living circumstances that go beyond, you know, capitalism. And, like, I don't know what you mean by cost of living. Like, cost of food in, you know, Maoist China or the Soviet Union was very low, technically speaking, because you got it for free or something, but, like, you wouldn't be able to get it. You'd just starve to death. So, like, okay, things can be free or very inexpensive, but if you construct a system where nobody can get it because you end up causing mass famines and shit, then, and food shortages because nobody has to work, or their property is stolen from them, or, you know, whatever. Okay, things can be cheap, but if you can't get them, what does it fucking matter? So, yeah, blaming capitalism on anything is just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
When I play Beam I go vroom 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 vroom.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Sneed. Dodo donated $2. Isn't it amazing and interesting how someone can be an insane math and logic genius but have such an illogical, unscientific belief in God? Does that mean intelligent aliens may believe in God? Possibly. Yeah, I mean, it is possible. Like, I don't know. There's probably conventional wisdom in society that will evolve, though, so, you know, just because one person who's really good at math has some stupid ideas, it doesn't mean, like, you know, an entire society that's super advanced would have that same dumb idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Retard donated $2. How do you feel about the updated moderate Dem script on Israel? P.S. You not gonna like it.
Voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bombs and guns to Israel. Would you have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And look, we see images every day that shock the conscience.
All right, well, I don't care anymore. Just keep voting Republican. They keep voting Republican until they learn. Thanks for the donation, retard.
There are hardly any explanations for what he has come up with. Hardy's first reaction is suspicion. This has to be some kind of hoax. He sets the letter aside and picks up the newspaper, just like any other ordinary day. But the letter continues to linger on his mind. What if this poor Indian clerk is actually brilliant? Hardy shows Ramanujan's letter to almost everyone around him at Cambridge. He sends parts of it to experts in specific fields. and he reaches out to a colleague, John Littlewood. He's just 2 years older than Ramanujan, but unlike him, Littlewood had received the finest education, and like Hardy, he's already regarded as one of the leading mathematicians of his generation. The two spend hours poring over the formulas. After a while, they make a discovery. Not every formula is new. Even so, only a mathematician of the highest caliber could have produced work like this. The more they analyze the work, the more dazzled they become. Hardy and Littlewood are convinced that even the toughest exams wouldn't cover the kinds of theorems he's creating. They're just too advanced. Just before midnight, they reach their conclusion. These formulas must be true, because if they were not, no one would have the imagination to invent them. This isn't merely the work of an exceptional mathematician. This is the work of a genius. Hardy decides to write back. He's thrilled by Ramanujan's ideas, but insists on something crucial: proof.
$1 new John Bravo vid.
The guy is f***ed up. Like,
I think we'll watch that tomorrow. People keep sending it, like, it's already pretty late, man. I'll watch that tomorrow. Thanks for the donation one.
Rigorous, step-by-step documentation showing how Ramanujan arrived at his formulas. Hardy makes it crystal clear. Without proper proof, the value of his work can't be properly judged. But Ramanujan never truly learned how to provide proof. His favorite book, a collection of formulas, rarely provided any, and the Indian education system at the time didn't emphasize that either. Still, Hardy's letter is full of encouragement. He writes that he's deeply impressed Ramanujan developed all of this without a college education, and that his work could in fact be published.
If you can produce satisfactory demonstration, I should be very glad to do what I can to secure it.
Hardy wants Ramanujan here, in England. When Ramanujan learns of the invitation, his mind starts to race. But he can't go, not because of his failed exams or missing degrees, but because of his faith. As a Brahmin Hindu, Ramanujan isn't allowed to cross the sea. For him and his family, these rules matter deeply. If a devout Hindu like Ramanujan were to travel to England, he could be expelled from his caste. He might no longer be welcome in the homes of his friends and family, or even be allowed to enter a temple again. For now, Ramanujan is tied to India. Still, with Hardy, there is finally someone who listens to him, someone who takes him seriously. His letters move him deeply. When he replies, he doesn't hold back his joy.
I have found a friend in you.
Ramanujan knows that he's smart.
What I want at this stage is for eminent professors like you to recognize that there is some worth in me.
Hardy and Ramanujan exchange letters for months. Ramanujan tries to include proofs for some of his theorems, but they're often incomplete. Hardy remains determined to bring him to Cambridge, to nurture his talent, and to finally talk in person about his extraordinary formulas. But there's only one person with the power to let Ramanujan go. His mother has always been a central figure in his life. She's more than a parent, she's a friend. They enjoy each other's company. They understand each other. And for her, living by the rules of the Brahmin caste is essential. She's firmly against the idea of her son crossing the ocean, and for Ramanujan, her disapproval carries real weight. But one night, Ramanujan's mother has a dream. In it, she sees her son surrounded by Europeans. She hears the voice of the goddess Namakiri, their family deity. The goddess tells her not to stand in the way of her son's destiny, not to block a path to the purpose he was born to fulfill. The dream leaves a deep impression.
Sundown, Gordon Lightfoot.
I don't know what that means. Is that a song? Fuck, why does it do that?
Sometimes I think it's a shame when a picture of removed.
It's fine. That's just fine. It's not exactly my thing, but I wouldn't mind listening to it while just like driving or something. Thanks for the donation, NFT News.
Impression on Ramanujan's mother. To her, it's a clear sign, a message she can't ignore. She listens to the goddess and gives Ramanujan her blessing to sail to Europe. Meanwhile, Hardy and his colleagues do everything in their power to secure him a scholarship. Somehow, they persuade Madras University to support him. They provide him with funding for a 2-year stay in Cambridge. Nothing's stopping Ramanujan now. He can finally go where the greatest minds in mathematics are. On March 17, 1914, the 26-year-old boards a ship to Europe with Western clothes. But his new life in England will be nothing like he imagined. Eventually, this foreign country will break him. When Ramanujan arrives in London, he's overwhelmed. Nearly 5 million people live here, 10 times more than in Madras. The city is fast, loud, and vastly different from Ramanujan's quiet life in South India. In the early days, one of Hardy's colleagues looks after Ramanujan. He even lets him stay in his home. Later, Ramanujan moves to Whale Court in Cambridge, just 5 minutes away from Hardy. In this unfamiliar world, Ramanujan faces new challenges. He now eats with knives and forks, something he finds awful. Hard metallic things penetrating the mouth, he says, and he struggles to remember the English names of the people he meets. Still, those early days have their joys. Spring arrives with beautiful weather, and for a moment, everything feels full of promise. Ramanujan is simply happy to be in this mathematical heaven, where his ideas no longer draw puzzled looks. Most importantly, he now gets to work closely with Hardy and Littlewood, the two elite mathematicians who sifted through his notes and saw the brilliance within. Ramanujan meets with Hardy and Littlewood several times a week. Hardy is especially eager.
Dodo, donate $2. I'm not a single issue voter. I'm not going to vote for publications just because moderate Dems are being slimy and weaselly on the Gaza Strip issue. I think it's not just a single issue, dude. It's not a single issue, dude. Like, look, if this is how they're going to deal with foreign policy, it's such a huge problem. Because if there's ever, like, the rise of radical Islam, if any other nation, like China or Russia, ends up using these same fucked up tactics, it's so easy for, the U.S. to get taken advantage of. And it's so easy for us to then turn our back on our allies because, we need to virtue signal to fucking dumb college kids and shit. They're, like, I just hate how the Democratic Party are just pathetic fucking weaklings. So, I don't know, man. It's always a decision between a fucking giant douche and a turd sandwich. Never fucking changes. There's never any right answer. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To dive into Ramanujan's notebooks. So day after day, they sit together, working through those strange but beautiful equations. Now, with no ocean between them, it's finally easier for Ramanujan to explain his ideas. He can show Hardy and Littlewood, face to face, the formulas he spent years developing through tireless effort and isolation. Back in India, Ramanujan was always alone. Just Carr's book, his own notes, and his relentless drive. No one around him truly understood his work. But now he has real companions. Although he is living in an unfamiliar country, their presence more than makes up for it. Most of the time, Ramanujan is tucked away in his or Hardy's room, lost in mathematics. He's rarely seen outside, but when he is, people spot him waddling across the court in slippers. Western shoes are too tight for him. When Hardy studies Ramanujan's notebooks, he's fascinated with his intuitive approach to mathematics. It's nothing like the methods of Cambridge-trained mathematicians. Hardy is especially impressed by Ramanujan's insight into algebraic formulas and into the transformation of infinite series. Some of his results are rediscoveries other mathematicians had found 50 or 100 years before. Ramanujan often found new ways to obtain them, but large parts of his notebooks consist of entirely new formulas. At the time, Hardy and Littlewood are only beginning to scratch the surface of Ramanujan's work, and even decades later, mathematicians will still be wrestling with the depth and mystery of the formulas he left behind. Hardy begins to understand how deeply, almost spiritually, Ramanujan connects with numbers. There's a moment when Hardy visits Ramanujan by cab when he notices a number on it, 1729. When he tells Ramanujan about it, he calls it a rather dull number. Ramanujan, in fact, sees much more in it. But what exactly does he see? We invited Derek over, from our good friends at Veritasium, to help make sense of this.
Ramanujan's immediate response is that 1729 is a fascinating number, because it's the smallest number that can be written as the sum of two cubes in two different ways. Cubic numbers are just one number multiplied by itself 3 times, so you can have 1 cubed, 2 cubed, 3 cubed, and so on. Now you can start adding some of these together. For example, 1 cubed plus 2 cubed equals 9, or 3 cubed plus 4 cubed equals 91. If we list all numbers up...
Oh my god, this guy is the biggest dork imaginable. Oh, they obsess over fucking license plate numbers. Holy shit.
to 100, what you find is that most numbers can't be written as the sum of two cubes at all. And even if you can only write it in one unique way. The same is true for all numbers up to 500, 1,000, or even 1,500. But that changes at 1729. This is the smallest number that can be written as 1 cubed plus 12 cubed, and as 9 cubed plus 10 cubed. Ramanujan already knew about this number, and he recognized it as soon as Hardy mentioned his taxi. In fact, mathematicians named these taxicab numbers after that very conversation. But Ramanujan's incredible grasp of numbers can perhaps be best seen with what he did with pi. Pi is the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, but what makes it special is that it has an infinite number of non-repeating digits. For centuries, mathematicians worked on finding better and better ways to write down pi. In the 17th century, the famous German mathematician Gottfried Leibniz wrote down the following formula. His formula uses an infinite sum over n. We can start approximating this by taking the expression and replacing n with 0. Next, we add another term, but now we set n equal to 1. And if you keep doing this, you get closer and closer to the true value. If we broke it down and rearranged to find pi, the result would look something like this. Theoretically, if we repeated this process all the way from 0 to infinity, the answer would be exactly pi. But of course, writing down an infinite number of terms is impossible. We have to stop somewhere, and that means our answer will just be an approximation. The more terms we add, the better the estimate. We can see this on a graph. For each additional term, the result of the Leibniz formula bounces around, but it slowly gets closer and closer to pi. Using this method, after adding the first 10 terms, we have an answer of 3.0418. Well, that's not very good. How about 1,000 terms? Now we get 3.1405. Better, but still not great. In fact, using the Leibniz formula, we'd need to add millions of terms together to get just a few correct decimal places. This wasn't good enough for Ramanujan, and so he came up with his own formula. What's remarkable about this expression is that by adding just one term, you correctly calculate the first 8 digits of pi, which is better than the estimate we got from Leibniz's formula when we added 1,000,000 terms. The result is so good that looking at the graph from earlier, Ramanujan's estimate immediately sits right on top of the true value of pi at this scale. You'd have to zoom way in to even see the difference. Somehow, Ramanujan derived a formula for pi so powerful that even decades later, it was still used to correctly calculate millions of digits of pi. And that's just one part of his legacy. Other formulas have found surprising applications in modern physics, including areas like string theory. Remarkably, part of his work is so deep and cryptic that mathematicians are still trying to understand it today.
We're huge fans of Veritasium. A while ago, they published an amazing video on a special method Hardy, Littlewood, and Ramanujan came up with. Go check it out. Link is in the description. Hardy sees Ramanujan's talent and wants to help him publish parts of his work, but he also knows it needs a lot of polishing, improving the English, refining the notation, shaping the results. So Hardy steps in as Ramanujan's editor. In 1914, Ramanujan publishes his first paper in England, a study on approximations of pi. It's work he began back in India, and he likely could have gone on publishing directly from the notebooks. But over time, Hardy encourages him to go further. He wants Ramanujan to create new mathematics, using new methods he's teaching him. So for now, Ramanujan sets the notebooks aside. Hardy's guidance sparks new enthusiasm in Ramanujan. Just a year later, he publishes 9 papers. One of them focuses on what he calls highly composite numbers, numbers with more divisors than any smaller number. Hardy praises the extraordinary insight Ramanujan shows in the work. One day, Ramanujan tries to explain the concept to a student and another mathematician. As he flips quickly through the pages, sharing idea after idea, the mathematician struggles to keep up and ends up with a splitting headache. Ramanujan is happy. His scholarship pays well, nearly 4 times the annual salary of an English industrial worker at the time, and he has something just as valuable as the money, the freedom to focus entirely on his mathematics. Ramanujan goes on to publish one remarkable paper after another, with Hardy helping to polish the proofs and sharpen the presentation. They even collaborate on projects. But at the same time, life is growing more difficult for Ramanujan. Ramanujan is in England at one of the worst possible times. In 1914, World War I breaks out. It marks the beginning of a dark chapter for Europe, and for England. Ramanujan feels the impact as most students head off to war. Many won't return. Even Littlewood, with whom Ramanujan had grown close, leaves to contribute to the war effort. In the years that follow, Ramanujan becomes increasingly isolated. He withdraws, rarely leaves his room, and often works through the night. On top of that, the English climate is harsh, especially for someone from South India, where it's never cold. One cold winter's day, in 1914, a student visits Ramanujan in his room at Trinity College, where he's now living. The room is freezing, and Ramanujan sits close to the fire. He tells his visitor it's been so cold, he's had to sleep in his overcoat, wrapped in a scarf. Concerned, the student checks to see if Ramanujan has enough blankets. He finds them neatly folded and tucked away in the bed. And then it hits him. Ramanujan doesn't know how to use them. When the student shows him how, Ramanujan is deeply grateful. The war makes it harder for Ramanujan to follow.
Really? There's no chance. Okay, this guy has to be stupid. He's just really good at math. There's no way. So if his brain can figure wearing coat on my body keeps me warm, a layer of clothing, how did his brain not figure out wearing a blanket on top of that would keep him warmer? So he's one of these idiots who, like, can't tie his shoes, but he's, like, really good at, like, fucking math. That's weird.
Follow his caste rules around food. Before leaving India, he had promised his mother to stick to them, only vegetarian meals, prepared and eaten in the presence of Brahmins. So Ramanujan mostly cooks for himself, simple things like rice, yogurt, and fruit. But as the war drags on, ingredients become scarce, prices increase. Eventually he survives on little more than rice with salt and lemon juice. Without proper nutrition, his health begins to deteriorate. Through these difficult years, Ramanujan's relationship with Hardy becomes his anchor. Hardy turns into the best friend Ramanujan ever had, and seeing his immense potential, Hardy pushes him, hard. He wants Ramanujan to go further, to reach the full limits of his genius. Ramanujan in turn becomes addicted to Hardy's praise. He wants to live up to it, to prove himself worthy. But that pressure only deepens the strain. Unlike back home, there's no one here to remind him to rest, no one to cook while he works, no one to comfort him as his isolation and suffering grow. His passion for mathematics, and even his bond with Hardy, can't fill those gaps. By 1917, Ramanujan becomes seriously ill. It's never clear what exactly he suffered from. Some say tuberculosis, others suspect it's an intestinal disease. Probably the missing nutrients were taking their toll. When Hardy learns of this, he writes a letter to the university in Madras, stating that Ramanujan is suffering from an incurable disease. Ramanujan is sent to a nursing home, but even while sick, he isn't an easy patient. He stays picky about food, constantly complains about his aching body, and doesn't believe in medicine.
He probably had a vitamin B deficiency. What a fucking idiot. This guy is, like, legitimately fucking stupid.
Hardy admits,
it is very difficult to get him to take proper care of himself.
Over the next 2 years, Ramanujan sees multiple doctors and spends time in at least 4 different hospitals and sanatoriums. During this time, letters from his family...
Yeah, like, he's actually stupid, and his brain like compensated for his stupidity by like just making him good at math.
And even from his wife, become fewer and farther between. The silence weighs on him, and he becomes more and more depressed, until one day he simply can't take it anymore. Ramanujan stands alone on the platform of a London Underground station. A train approaches, and Ramanujan throws himself onto the tracks. A guard sees what's happening. He rushes over and pulls the emergency switch. The train screeches and comes to a halt just a few feet in front of Ramanujan.
He can't even kill himself good. Like, this idiot can't even figure out that, okay, you wait for the train to get near you, then you jump in front of the train. Like, he literally is like, oh, train come, I'll get down on the platform early so I don't miss the train running over me. Like, this guy is stupid. He's only good at math.
Policemen drag him out of the station. At the time, attempted suicide is considered a crime in England. Ramanujan is arrested and brought to Scotland Yard. Hardy gets called to the police station, and he uses all his charm and academic status to assure the policeman, this person is no criminal, but an absolute genius. So they decide to let him go. The officer in charge later admits that they didn't want to ruin his life. Ramanujan returns to another nursing home. Then, in February 1918, he receives a telegram from Hardy, with news so unexpected, he can hardly believe it. Ramanujan has been elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, one of the youngest in history. It's among the highest honors in science, reserved for those with truly exceptional insight. Past fellows include names like Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin. Ramanujan is thrilled. He writes back to Hardy, saying his words aren't enough to express his gratitude. But Ramanujan is still seriously ill, now undergoing treatment for tuberculosis. He suffers from high fevers and unexplained pain. While still in the nursing home, Ramanujan receives news from Madras. He's been offered a fellowship, £250 a year. It means he could return home to India, and even come back to England occasionally for research. By now, Ramanujan has likely had enough of Europe. He accepts the offer, and leaves Hardy in Cambridge behind, a place that gave him so much, but also left deep scars. Ramanujan arrives in Bombay. His mother is there to welcome him. Back in Madras, Ramanujan finally reunites with his wife. She'd been 13 when he left, now she is 18. When the secretary of the Indian Mathematical Society sees Ramanujan in Madras, he is shocked. He looks awful, he lost weight, and his character changed. He isn't cheerful and affectionate anymore, but depressed and cold. Doctors advise Ramanujan to move somewhere cooler to support his recovery, so he relocates to a town near his birthplace, and later returns to the place where he spent most of his youth, Kumbakonam. This time, his wife is with him. Doctors visit him, examine him, treat him, but his health continues to decline. Through it all, he never stopped doing math. In January 1920, Ramanujan writes to Hardy one last time. He shares what he calls a new invention, mock theta functions, and includes examples. These functions are extraordinary, mysterious, and for decades, no one will fully understand them. They would become his final legacy. By that time, Ramanujan is just skin and bones. The pain is constant and intense. His wife tends to him, placing hot towels on his legs and chest, trying to ease the suffering. Even then, 4 days before his death, he still writes about math.
All I can tell you is that day and night he worked on sums. He didn't do anything else. He wasn't interested in anything else, just sums. He wouldn't
His wife seems annoying.
stop work even to eat. We had to make rice balls for him and place them in the palm of his hand. Isn't that extraordinary?
On April 26, 1920, Ramanujan falls unconscious. His wife sits by his side, gently trying to feed him diluted milk. By mid-morning, he passes. He's just 32 years old.
For him, in this universe, maths was everything. On his deathbed, he told me that his name would live for 100 years.
Well, that's a little bit of a retarded story.
Informative in nature. Do not contact any
straight through your buttocks. The sad reality is that just doesn't happen in their existence. So building muscle was the obvious solution, as it was for me too. It's a terrible disease.
We've all seen them on the playground, at the store, walking on the streets. They creep us out and make us feel sick to our stomachs. I'm talking, of course, about ginger kids. Oh, sick! Gross!
Josh starts out his journey as a under-muscled kid. He basically looks like he's never really trained much before, and then has a pretty impressive journey on his way.
Kid Boo, donate $2. I watched, now you have to. You didn't give me a link, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. No, I'm not natty anymore.
Way to build more muscle. Now, this journey only started on Instagram about 4 months ago, so we're not talking much time under the belt here. This is also a very stark reality for us to realize. You see so many kids hopping on the Azul as early as humanly possible. We're talking about somebody who looks like they never even trained before, didn't perfect a diet, didn't perfect a training regime, and then just hopped on the pharmaceutical. This is a fucking terrible idea for many different reasons. As somebody who's taking a little bit of pharmacology, it exceptionally widens the margin of error, so you have maybe a 40% margin where you can do tons of...
Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, this guy's getting fatter and fatter. Yeah, he's getting fatter. Hopefully he chokes on one of those chicken wings one day. Fucking dumbass. I hate that guy. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Of shit wrong. You can sleep incorrectly, you can eat like shit, you can do horrible things in your life, drink, party, all sorts of stuff, and still have an amazing physique and continue to make progress. It's one of the reasons that steroids are so appealing to people, but also one of the
What? This chick is injecting 500 milligrams of test? What in the fuck? That's insane. Dude. That's less that's less than I'm on less than half of that right now. What fucking girl is injecting 500 milligrams of testosterone? Jalen donated $2, freely made a new diet called Shine Diet 1125. I honestly don't really fucking care. 1125.
That's why starch-based meals leave you looking for dessert or caffeine, while sucrose-rich fruits satisfy fully on their own. Whether it's from ripe fruit or fruit with added refined sugar, sun crystals match our physiology. Starch never will.
She's telling people to add processed sugar to fruit smoothies to control their appetite. That is fucking dumb. You know, I'm... There's some rare exceptions, but Australians are just fucking stupid. They are. Like, pretty much every Australian I've run into, they're fucking dumb. Well, thanks for the donation, Jalen.
reasons that it can be such a clouding thing to start early. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're giving yourself an ability to progress, even making errors. So you've never actually understood how to do things correctly in the first place for you. You never found out what your body best responds to. And so you're always going to be progressing with one arm tied behind your back. And in the mirror, you look at it and you're like, hey, I'm making progress. But would you have been able to make more progress if you had figured everything out from the start? Would you have been able to use less and get more in terms of drugs and had a healthier life because of this if you had just taken the time to figure out what you need as an individual to progress in the gym most optimally? This is the conundrum that people face when they start so early. And really, at the start, he wasn't even natural. I mean, he literally jumped straight into the fire. He started with MK677 and RAD 140, and we're gonna get a little bit technical here.
Oh, jeez. Bro, the SARM goblins. Oh my god, it drives me nuts. These fucking idiots who keep taking SARMs.
Because I think this is it's so important. I can't stress enough. I talk about this in so many videos, but it still comes up in almost every other video. So we're breaking it down again. These are two compounds that most people think of as safer because they're technically not steroids. So in their mind, labels mean everything. But the thing is they still slap down your fucking endocrine system like they're hitting it from the back. And you can't do anything about that. MK677, also known as ibutamoren.
Calum James, I'm Australian. Well, my condolences.
Is a growth hormone secretagogue. That means it basically tells your body to release more of its own natural growth hormone by mimicking another hormone called ghrelin. Yeah, the hunger hormone, right? The thing that makes you feel hungry and your stomach churn. That's why a lot of people who take it say they feel like a garbage disposal, literally after a few days. Mechanistically speaking, what happens is when it binds to the ghrelin receptor in the hypothalamus and pituitary, it causes a sustained release of growth hormone, and subsequently that growth hormone converts into IGF-1, and so in theory you'd get better sleep, deeper sleep, more protein synthesis, and maybe a little bit of joint benefits, right? But that's if your diet and training is on point and you have a massive amount of discipline. Otherwise, all you're getting is a fat kid with a high hemoglobin A1C, a ton of water retention, and likely depression that you don't look anything like you did just 11 pounds, and it wasn't muscle. It was water retention and fat mass, and that was it. Now, if you would counter this point and think, okay, what could I take that isn't an experimental experimental compound that has been approved in humans and provenly worked for, I don't know, almost 5 decades, 6 decades, more than that, 7 decades now. Growth hormone? Like actually just growth hormone? Cheaper? Easier? More effective? You know, safety profile? Exceptionally.
Growth hormone definitely isn't cheaper. I know there are people who are getting really cheap growth hormone, but who knows? These other things like MK677 in all likelihood are cheaper, but they suck.
High. Like, this is the thought process I go down, and I don't understand how people lead themselves down this process.
No, I'm not concerned with heart hypertrophy on HGH test. Like, it's possible, but it's mostly genetic.
Process. And now RAD140 test alone is just a whole different animal. RAD140 is a SARM. It's called a selective androgen receptor modulator. And it sounds fancy, and the claim is that essentially it's going to give you steroid-like muscle growth and be very selective in its effects to just skeletal muscle and bone mass, right? Bone mineral density. Spoiler though, that's fucking bullshit. It never worked out, and that's why it's not approved for humans. It failed.
Kid Boot on Tillers, your evil ass gonna love this. I can't show that on stream. But yeah. That's a good deer. Or goat. Or no, that's a deer. That dude's stupid for letting a wild animal get near his kid. Like, no shit, it's gonna do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
All clinical trials. RAD140 binds to the androgen receptor in muscle and bone tissue, and yeah, it's a little bit potent. It can increase muscle and definitely increase strength. I'm not denying that fact, but selective does not actually apply here.
Ben Boyd on Tillers, he took GH and test at 18 to achieve this transformation. That's literally him. Oh my god, is this like the mewing thing? This dude has like claimed a bunch of shit he's done has changed his face so much. He just got older. So he's just took. What is he on? I'm actually interested what he's taken. Like, yeah, he's got a really good physique and everything. I don't think I can... TikTok, yeah. It's like making me sign in. Androgenic Inc. I think he has a YouTube channel. I fucking hate how everyone is just making TikTok channels. Clavicular androgenic. So I'm guessing he's just uploading all this. This is all from his TikTok. Does he talk about any of the drugs he takes?
So how do we prevent skin aging and maximize longevity? The first concern is oxidative stress, and we can minimize this through two mechanisms. The first being mitochondrial function. We want to make our mitochondria as efficient as possible so that we don't produce more reactive oxygen species. A few things we can take to help with this are methylene blue.
Yeah. Methylene blue. Sure. Well, Test and GH are very powerful drugs. I've literally only been on them for like a week and a half now, and you can tell a fucking difference, I'll tell you what. So I've had to reduce the dose of Test for now. We'll see. Like, who knows? Who knows? And I might add in Masteron. Not sure yet. Probably a better idea to just lower the test dose and run that for a couple months at least. Retatrutide still cutting. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Yeah, like retatrutide does make it easy to diet, or easier. I'm on 2 milligrams retatrutide per week. I do 1 milligram Wednesday, 1 milligram Saturday. And I don't see it doesn't create a huge difference in appetite. My appetite is already pretty suppressed to begin with after doing those antipsychotic meds. But it does make a difference. Like, I notice it a little bit. The biggest difference that I've noticed is when you start eating, you get that feeling that you want to stop. So, it just makes it easier, like where if you have a day where you're a bit hungrier or something, as soon as you start eating, you immediately kind of get that feeling that you want to stop. It doesn't stop you from eating completely. It doesn't make it like impossible to eat, which is good. But it just makes it easier to kind of control your appetite and cravings.
Alcohol consumption. What are the alternatives to it, and why is alcohol so bad? One night of heavy drinking can heavily suppress mTOR, which is one of the main growth pathways in the body. Alcohol increases AMPK and decreases mTORC1 in skeletal muscle, completely tanking protein synthesis for up to 24 to 36 hours. You think you're recovering after going to the gym, having a bit of protein and having a night out? Not happening. Now, testosterone and estrogen. Alcohol raises aromatase, so more of your testosterone is being converted into estrogen. Over time, this will downregulate your hypothalamus and make you produce less testosterone. Your liver oxidizes alcohol before anything else. This means slower fat metabolism and less IGF-1. And over time, this can lead to fibrosis, cirrhosis, and even 2 to 3 drinks a week raises the liver markers ALT and GGT significantly, which are important biomarkers to see liver stress. Now look, I get it. People know most of the downsides of alcohol and they still want to drink to, get rid of their social filter. But you don't have to poison yourself to do that. Alcohol's main mechanism of action is being a positive allosteric modulator of GABA A. When GABA receptors are agonized, they cause a reduction in anxiety. So this is the main pathway through which alcohol removes your social filter. Now, I am not a doctor, and the following drugs I am not recommending for you to take. However, I will outline their mechanisms and how they compare to alcohol. Firstly, pregabalin. This is a gabapentinoid, and its main mechanism of action is binding to the alpha-2 delta subunit of the voltage-gated calcium channels. This decreases glutamate, which is an excitatory neurotransmitter, and increases GABAergic tone. Essentially, the result will be a similar reduction in anxiety. The next drug, baclofen. This drug works by agonizing GABA B, which is similar to GABA A in function, though I would say it's not quite as anxiolytic. However, it does still produce a significant reduction in anxiety. Pregabalin is slightly more stimulatory for most people, and baclofen is slightly more sedating for most people. The combination of the two does provide a similar effect to alcohol. Even more alternatives. Memantine is an...
How about just not doing any of this? What a weird idea for a video. Ben Boyd on Chillers, you can look up his Instagram. Let's see. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Yeah, there's him in clavicular. He's 6'5", 16.5-inch arms. I'm surprised his arms are that small. I don't know if he really trains them or whatever. Yeah, I think he must not be as big as he really, when you see him from the side. I think he just has like really wide shoulders or clavicles, and he's not quite as big as he looks from like certain angles or something. When did he upload that? 2 days ago. Yeah, 16.5 for 6'5". is not big at all.
My life, I swear.
Okay, weird. Does he go over his, like, drug use anywhere, or do I have to look at his stupid fucking TikTok videos? I know I'm not going to be able to find shit on Instagram, because Instagram has, like, the gayest fucking, whatchamacall, terms of service. Yeah, I literally uploaded a physique update of myself just simply stating I've been on steroids, and they took my Instagram post down saying I violated TOS. It's really weird. Alright, well, he's a bit of a weirdo. Him and Clav are weirdos. I think he might be slightly less of a weirdo than Clav. Like, he's really weird. He's a bit of a weirdo, but, you know, whatever. I guess we're all weird. Like, I like to sniff butts. I guess he likes to do surgeries, and I think he smashes himself in the face. I think he smashes himself in the face, too. But we're all on steroids, so, you know, it is what it is. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he goes over what drugs he takes.
It suppresses your natural testosterone, which it was not supposed to do in theory. It crashes LH and FSH, luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone, and you'd still need a PCT after using it, pushing people to then just get on testosterone after it anyways, so it's just a gateway drug. And worst of all, there's no long-term safety data on this at all. There's none. In fact, there's more acute danger data than there, like literally hepatic failure, steatosis, all of the bad. Ginger Warrior here didn't just dip his toes in, he fucking cannonballed into the deep end with an inch of water. But to be should have been his first cycle, actually, compared to the Rad 140 and such. But we're going to touch on this. 4 months into the cycle, it looks like he's aged several years, looking ripe for
He grew like no muscle. Yeah. 4 months in, no muscle, and his face is bloated as fuck from the drugs he's on, and acne like a motherfucker. That has to be... That is the worst thing. Well, yeah, he looked better at the beginning because he's not doing drugs bad. Why did he do this? Like, dude, if you're getting side effects like that from the drugs you're taking and you're not making any gains, like, maybe stop?
several years, looking ripe for a mid-20s maybe? I don't know.
He basically didn't grow, like, at all. And he has ridiculous amounts of water retention in his face. And horrible acne.
Approaching 30. Furthermore, he has cystic acne all over his body. His face is swollen from the amount of cystic acne he has around his eyes, which is crazy. His arms, I mean, everything. And it's developed in such a short time frame. Like, it is terrifying to think about this happening to anybody. We're going to touch on mechanism.
There's a KTM free ride EXC for sale by me for the cheapest I've seen, 4,500. What model year? And that's the electric, right? You're talking about the, yeah, that's the electric. What model year? Because the earlier model years are kind of, they have horrendous range. check the kilowatt hours on that bike. I think some of the earlier model years had like 1.8 kilowatts. That will get you nowhere. What's the latest one? Okay, that's the 2023. Yeah, sure. 3.9, that's fine. You're not going to get a ton of range out of that. You know what, dude? I really don't know if that would even be worth it. Take a look at the Suron Ultra B. The specs on the Suron Ultra B might actually... That might be a better bike. Because... I think the Ultra B has a higher battery capacity. The suspension components aren't as good, but you can upgrade it. And I'm pretty sure in USD, you're not looking at a huge price difference. And again, the Ultra B is upgradable, but the KTM, not so much, especially when it comes to the battery. So... I don't know. So for the 2023 3.9 kilowatt hours, that's like pretty all right. 2022 KTM Freeride EXC. What's the battery? KTM got the bailout, right? So they're not going under. What's the fucking battery capacity? Fuck's sakes. Yeah, oh, okay, 3.9. Yeah, that's not very good. 3.9 kilowatt hours. I would just look at the Suron Ultra B and maybe consider getting the Suron Ultra B rather than the KTM, because the Ultra B has a much bigger battery capacity than the 2022 Freeride. And there's a lot of aftermarket support, and you can upgrade the battery, upgrade the suspension, and invest in that bike and make it pretty crazy. Found one used Ultra B by me, but also 2019 Alt MX electric dirt bike. Well, Alta's out of business. I wouldn't bother getting that, because if the battery goes to shit or you fuck the thing up really bad, like, it's done. So the Ultra B, probably a better choice than the 2022 KTM Freeride.
And why this happens and how you might be able to prevent it. But first, I want to let Josh explain himself, because he does go through what he was doing and why.
Right, so I'm just making this video to explain the last video I posted, which ended up getting over 600,000 views. Many people messaging me, a lot of people hate him. So as you all know, I was running a cycle of testosterone, right? Started on 300. So this is just me explaining what actually happened. So I started on 300.
Does taking multiple compounds together have a synergistic effect? If you mean steroids, no. Taking testosterone and growth hormone does, but other steroids, no. You're within certain limits. The more total anabolic compounds you take is really the determining factor of, how much you can grow. Taking more won't mean you'll grow faster. There's an upper limit, but just the total amount of gear you're taking is going to be the determining factor with how much you're really going to be able to grow. So like, 100 grams of test, 100 grams of Masteron is going to be roughly the same as like 200 grams test, 200 grams of Masteron, with how much like anabolic potential you have. But test and growth hormone do work synergistically to promote more growth.
I felt really good, no acne, I was getting little bits here and there, but everything was healing fine. And then, I was like, F it, let's go 600. So we ran 600 tests with 150 NPP per week.
Wow. Why?
Latent. So as you all know, I was running a cycle of testosterone, right? Started on 300. So this is just me.
He was fine on 300 test and like literally just doubled it for no reason.
Explaining what actually happened. So I started on 300. I felt really good, no acne. I was getting little bits here and there, but everything was healing fine. And then, I was like, F it, let's go 600. So we ran 600 tests with 150 NPP per week. So this is nothing to do with my coach at all. My coach was amazing throughout the whole process. It's more the fact to do with me. So I wanted more of everything, wanted to be bigger, faster, and thought, F it, steroids would do that, and it really didn't. I was inconsistent, my diet was horrible, my intake of food was horrible, my just overall health downhill for about a month or two. Inconsistent with pinning, everything just went all downhill. So that's why acne, kind of flared up really, really bad. For anyone who is still messaging me,
this guy's dumb.
A bit of advice. Everyone's been messaging me advice. I've got Greg Doucette, which
I have something to tell you. Shh. You ready? Fortune awaits you in the amount of 7 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 on the 7th of July 1977. The 9th planet has foretold this.
Alright, well, I'm looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, Fortune Seller.
which is, I think that's how you pronounce his name. He messaged me. He followed me as well, which is pretty crazy. So I don't mind blowing up over a bit of hate, everyone's gonna hate. But there's images up here. That's how I'm looking just now. I'm looking a lot bigger, looking a lot fuller. My diet is back up to scratch.
He said literally it and added the test results, and almost any time that you do this, it does not equal that. It never does. This obviously resulted, as he said, in mental side effects. He started to fuck off with his diet. He stopped consistently.
Not a smart man. Well, it has become very late, but I'm gonna try to just stream earlier tomorrow or later today. Maybe do like an afternoon stream if I can. And we'll play some games. I'll consider the Ultra B, by the way. Still ask at different shops about elbow pads for you, but they say for 16-inch biceps are big, haha, and now you'll need even bigger. Yeah, probably. I don't know if they've gotten any bigger. Let me see. Actually, slightly bigger. Yeah, it's 18 and 1/8 inches are stupid. Yeah, it's just over 18. It's like the first little dash over 18. Slightly bigger. Well, anyway, I am going to head to bed. This took longer than I thought it would. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks again to everyone who donated. And I'll see you all tomorrow, and we'll try playing some more games tomorrow. But nighty-night, everybody.